All right. Good morning, everyone. How are we doing today? Today is our second day of our 3-day Marketing 2.0 conference, sponsored by Platinum sponsor Weekly Real Estate News and our gold sponsor SheCan. We've got it all planned from a wide-ranging agenda to networking sessions. You're surely going to make the most out of your time away from home. While you enjoy and learn with us, remember to use hashtag marketing2CONF for conference for any tweets, posts, or stories you share on social media. Now is the perfect time to follow the Marketing 2.0 conference on Instagram if you haven't already. Now, without any more interruptions, let's begin with our sessions. Yesterday was about going viral in 2023, marketing transformations, and whatnot. But today we kick off our sessions with a panel discussion on the topic, aggressive versus discreet marketing. What acts well for Gen Z? With Generation Z becoming an ever-increasing share of the market, how does one reach out to this specific demographic? With a highly opinionated and picky generation, it can be difficult to know what works best, full-blown ads or subtle promotional messages. Get valuable insights on how to get your tone right while reaching out to Gen Zers with marketing experts Melissa Gutierrez, Head of Production and VP at Narrative Ads, Rick Orozco, CEO of Amped Lead Generations, Karina Vidal, co-founder and CEO of Cityscopes, and Jared Dalton, owner and CEO of the Jared Dalton Agency. Let's hear it for our panelists, everyone.
Hello. Where should we?
Anywhere, really.
And where she's gonna be?
They took a seat. That's funny.
Should we have her?
Oh. There you go. Oh, right here, sorry.
Hello, everybody. My name is Catherine Vidal, and I will be moderating this panel. I want to start off by saying thank you and good morning for everybody to be here. I hope you guys had a wonderful day yesterday, and let's get ready for round 2 of today's discussions. In this discussion, we'll explore understanding Gen Z, ways to engage with them using intriguing content, or how to introduce new technologies such as AI to better understand what works best to reach Gen Z, whether it should be with aggressive marketing or indirect marketing. Do we have Gen Z in the house? No.
Got one in the back.
Parents of Gen Z. Yeah.
So I'm going to introduce our wonderful speakers. We have Melissa. She's the VP and Head of Production with Narrative Ads. Jared Dalton, founder and CEO of the Jared Dalton Agency. And we have Karina Vidal, co-founder and CMO of Cityscopes.
Okay. Well, the reason why I was asking if we have Gen Z is like also to understand between all what a generation is first before we go to the panel, what works for them. So understanding the generations is a generation that was born or were in the middle of the recession of 2008. So according to the studies, it's a generation that always like it's looking at zero risk in terms of like making a purchase, right? So they will look through many, many other websites to see before they make a purchase, which is very interesting, right? They were part of the born of the iPhone in 2007. So I think that that's also like something that will, mark a little bit the digital part of this generation. They're always like, they're used to the iPhones, they're used to the phones, right? They're also, as you see there, like the study says, like before our generation, we'll look for information from our parents. Like we had a question and we will ask our parents, our teachers, our mentors. This generation was born with the internet. So their heroes and the information was the internet. They will just get whatever question they had and they will just look it up, right? They were born in the moment of the YouTubers. And I think that that's very important for what we're gonna talk today, because the YouTubers were all about and are all about sharing what is real, you know, like 20 minutes like videos, blogging, what they're doing, what they're eating, what they're exercising, everything is about being real. Now you can see it many years after with Be Real, with Snapchat, with like all the like quick content. So I think that that's something that I wanted to point out before we start our panel, because they were born in a Be Real world, right? And then, of course, as we have seen in the first day, the attention span is like really short. You know, like if the attention span of millennials was like 8 seconds, oh my God, 8 seconds for them is like from 3 to 5 seconds. And the studies also say that like the brains of the centennials are built differently, because if millennials, we can deal with 5 screens, centennials can deal with 8 screens at the same time. So like we're with some like a generation that is very fast, right? They're multitaskers, and they were not as like accommodating to a society that was craving for diversity. They already have diversity set. So for them, they ask diversity. They ask for like, okay, I want to see the diversity in the ads. I want to see real stuff. So I think that that's something that I wanted to like start our panel, understanding a little bit the generation to see what works for them.
Sorry. So Melissa, you and your company specialize in video marketing. What would you say works for Gen Z when talking about video strategies?
Well, as I said, for them, it's all about being real. So in my company, we do video strategies. We do TikTok, we do Snapchat, we do all the social media platforms. We do all the creative sponsor ads for our clients. And what we have seen with data, because we work creative based on data, is authenticity. Of course, what grabs attention, that we need to make sure that those first 3 seconds are very attention grabbing, but very like real. Like they don't want a marketer or an influencer talking about a product or reviewing a product, just saying everything that is right of the product. It's perfect, 10 out of 10, I love it, I would recommend. No. Give me something that they need to fix. That's Gen Z. With millennials, With millennials, we want to hear all the good things, and we're like, okay, boom, click, I'll buy it, right? For them, not. For them, everything perfect is too much and is not real, and you're selling to me. So they don't wanna see that you're selling to them, right? They wanna believe in that influencer because they're also giving some tips to the brand. They wanna be part of the creation of the brand. One of the things that I put there, they were raised with Kickstarters. So they were putting money, asking their parents to put money in some like singers, albums, like, I don't know, like companies that they believed on. So they're part of like the creation of companies, and that's how they feel. So their feedback and like that the influencer talks really real about the product works for them.
So is it safe to say that what works for Instagram can also work for TikTok and Snapchat?
No.
Can you go into that a little bit, please?
I do believe that each platform has its own magic. And another thing about Gen Z, I don't know if like you guys have, I have my sister and my brother are Gen Z, so like for me the topic is really close. They have at least 3 Instagram accounts. One is for the normal people, the family, like my mom, and the other one is the private, and they call it like that, private. And the other one is about interests. So if my brother likes soccer, he just makes an account for soccer. So like Centennials are very, very, very like, kind of like, for them it's familiar to like have these different, channels for them to share different content, each of them. They're asking us to also be able to curate content depending on the platform. So if they can do it in their own, they're not marketers, they're expecting us to do different content for each platform. And also each platform works completely different. What works for Facebook doesn't work for TikTok because TikTok is about sound. So everything is with music. Facebook, we don't hear ads, we don't hear anything, we don't listen to like what we are seeing. So everything is pictures. So we cannot translate what we do on Facebook to TikTok to Snapchat to Be Real. That should be completely different.
That's interesting because as a millennial, I like putting the same content on everything.
Yeah, don't do that.
Okay. Well, Jared, please tell us a little bit how we can engage youthful audiences with intriguing content.
Yeah, so you gave some great points there, and I'm going to focus more on the content delivery and the type of content that you should actually put out there to grab the attention of Gen Z. Like she said, you really have to grab their attention. You got 3 seconds before they hit the next video, and it's so easy. All you have to do is tap the screen and you get to a completely different account, a completely different video, and if you don't take advantage of that window, then this is what their face is like, and you lose them. So if you don't put in intriguing 3 seconds out there, you've missed the opportunity for them to be interested and find out more about your brand. Another brand is just a click away. Content that sells, Gen Z, so you need to be in the moment. Like she spoke about, they really want you to be real. So if you're in the moment, if you're sharing live videos, of if you're selling a product, maybe you are doing a live video of how you actually use the product. Maybe you're talking about how it's benefiting you in the moment. So they really want to be a part of your brand and really be able to see what's going on behind the scenes. Provocative content works very well where, the shock and awe factor. It's like, the next viral video or, oh my God, I can't believe I saw this. If you put out content like that, that really grabs their attention and you have that 3 seconds, that could turn into a few minutes where they're really going through your brand and checking out your values and seeing what you're all about just because you had that one moment of like, oh my gosh, I really need to know about these folks. Interactive content is really great. For Gen Z, where they can actually, be a part of your brand. Maybe you're doing a poll, or maybe you're really getting feedback from them about how they feel, or you're getting them an opportunity to give you things you can improve for your brand. So if you really allow them to be a part of it and not just talk at them, I think you'll have more success. That goes along with compelling and innovative content. When I grew up, we had pagers, and if I wanted to learn more about stuff, I had to go to the library and find a book and sit down and read. Well, they're used to asking Siri whatever they want to know. So for them, your content has to be really compelling because, hey, if I want to know something, like, I could find it out in 5 seconds. I'm not going to do all the research and reading. Like, just tell me what's going on. Top 3 marketing methods to engage Gen Z users. I'll go through a few. 81% of Gen Z users prefer Instagram when interacting with brands. Instagram has a lot of features that make it very easy for Gen Z to make purchases, like Instagram Shop. You have your Instagram Reels, where you can use the music that they're listening to on the radio right now as part of your marketing efforts, and that will really grab their attention. Striking visuals. Memes are a big deal. My 10-year-old son actually comes to me and talks about the new memes that are out, and I don't even know how he's finding them right now, but he's very, very interested in them, and he'll...
Websites that you can create them. That's Like with your face, someone can be making a meme right now.
Well, hey, just make sure you tag me if you do. But the informative memes really do work. So it's like a fun way to introduce them to your brand and tell them a little bit more without trying to hard sell them, because that is the quickest way that you could lose a Gen Z person, is to try to hard sell them, because you're obviously up to something. Instructional reels, like I said, telling them how to use the product in a fun way. Maybe you're dancing, maybe there's music in the background, and you really make the product seem fun, because that's what they're out there for, to have fun. Trendy hashtags. A lot of Gen Z users do search hashtags to find out different things for different categories. So if you are posting content for Gen Z, make sure you have hashtags that relate, because they really do get on there and search with that. And I always like to say, keep it short, so you're gonna lose them after a couple minutes of the videos. They're used to 15-second to 30-second TikToks in and out. So make sure you use content that's similar to that and put the information in there the best you can in a interactive, fun way for them. Video clips engage audiences up to 400% more than any other content. I would mention Facebook, but Gen Z isn't on there. So, the typical stat is the photo, the meme, they're great, but video content really does engage them 400% more. And our Gen Z population definitely want to be able to relate to you and the product. It's not just about the actual product, it's about the entire brand. So what do you stand for? Are you inclusive of all audiences? Do you have values that align with mine? And they are more apt to support you even just for that. Like, I'm spending money with a company that's doing good in the world, or they're helping change the world to be more like I wanted to see. So if you do that with Gen Z, you'll find a lot more success as well. And like she said, if it's perfect, it's obviously too good to be true. We all learned that. I don't think we follow it, but Gen Z does.
Clients don't like that.
They really don't. Yeah, so if your product, take them on the journey of how you're upgrading your product. Give them the opportunity to say, hey, this didn't work well for me, and don't shy away from it. Really take that as an opportunity to learn and share with them, like, hey, I hear you. Now we're refining our methods, and we have a new, better product for you. And yeah, they'll go on that journey with you. Tell a story, show emotion. They really want to see that from the people that are trying to sell to them. And yeah, select the right platform for Gen Z users. Like I said, if you're trying to reach Gen Z, Facebook is not the place to do it. I know we all love that platform. But yeah, you're gonna need to look at Instagram and TikTok to really, reach those audiences, because that's where they're scrolling through. Keep the message short and make sure that you do relate to them.
So Jared, I'm sure you've had clients that are discouraged of using social media because they can't reach their audience. What advice would you give them when they're having that difficulty?
Yeah, so first we just need to define who the audience is. So if we can find out who you're trying to reach, then we could select which platform will work best for you. If you are, like we're talking about Gen Z, like I said, if you're looking for Gen Z, then we'll put our efforts more into Instagram, more into TikTok, more into Snapchat, where we know that they are. But yeah, if you're having problems like that, I just tell my clients to hire us and let us do the hard work for you.
When clients come to you and say, I don't have much time for marketing, what advice can you give them?
Well, make the time, or hire somebody like my agency. But you really have to produce the content. Advertising is great, that works very well, but for Gen Z, they really need to be able to follow that content and go on that journey with you. So, maybe you take a couple hours out of the week and you just schedule time like, hey, this is my content time. I'm gonna take pictures, I'm gonna do videos, I'm gonna do some drops about my company, and then, schedule it out and make sure you get that out to the public. Or, you could hire my agency and we're gonna just take care of it for you, and you could get that time back to focus on your other duties.
You're a great sales guy.
All right, well, thank you, Jared, for this information. So we've learned how to use social media to engage Gen Z. Let's learn how technology will take over in this space. Karina, if you can let us know more about technology and AI.
Yeah, so definitely everything Jared and Melissa said, it's like pretty accurate, straight to the point. And I think something that we can pick out from what they said is that a lot of Gen Z people, they're looking for trust. They're looking for the ability to be able to connect with your brand. And the most important thing as marketers that we know is that we need to build that relationship out of trust. And not that relationship out of come here and just like buy this thing, like really understanding the need that they have. Similar to what Jared said, in terms of his agency, if you guys don't have that time, he needs to build that trust so you guys can allow him to actually have his agency put out the content that he understands Gen Z needs because he's built that trust in understanding that market. So I just want to talk a little bit more about how this trust in AI actually works. And before anyone thinks about it, AI seems like a technology that's so far-fetched that a lot of like technological people need to work with, but it's actually something tangible that we can utilize in marketing and utilize that as a medium to connect with Gen Z, build that relationship. So just going a little bit further, Gen Z is already communicating with a lot of AI. And AI, we're thinking about robots, we're thinking about some communication, where something is understanding us and spitting back some information. But just to put it back in the most simplest terms, Gen Z is using Google. Google is an AI. They have brain machine. Every time we put in a query to ask a question that's human-like, there is a response we're getting back from brain machine that is finding our questions, searching for our questions to give us an answer. This is an AI technology that Google is utilizing. And taking it further, we have conversational bots. We've all been on a website where we get onto a website and we see this little robot, a little chat that pops up and says, hey, how are you doing? Do you have any questions? Gen Z communicates with these bots very often. And moving away from bots when they're doing their buying experience and bringing it back to that cell phone device that they're using, when they talk to Siri, when they talk to Cortana, when they talk to Alexa, they're using a conversational bot that is AI built to really understand, what do you want to know? Do you want to know what the day is? They're going to tell you what the weather is. This is a technology which is AI that we probably don't think it is, but it really is. And again, Gen Z is utilizing this all the time. They're even asking their own cell phones to call their mom, rather than what we would do, go into our cell phone and find whoever you want, call and text. And then taking it even a little bit further, these tests that they love, I don't know if you guys have heard it, but I, like Melissa, I also have a Gen Z sister who is constantly telling me every week, I am an IFDGAK, I am a DEFO. And I'm like, great.
Yes.
I thought this thing was done once. And she's like, no, it changes all the time. But these type of tests that they like is also built with AI, like conceptualizing the concept of artificial intelligence. It's really being able to have a machine spit some type of communication right back to you. So even these type of tests where they go in and they're able to take this test and all of a sudden something is generated to create a profile of who they are, it is an AI, and that is building trust because Gen Z tends to take this information and say, wow, it identifies with me, it understands me. And for that reason, I think this is accurate. Even if next week or tomorrow in 2 hours it changes, I trust this test. I trust this medium. And talking about that, we go into the 3 pillars of trust. For trust, we need 3 pillars of trust that we need is ability, benevolence, and also integrity. In terms of AI, what this is already doing is being able to give people the response they're looking for. So it has the ability to be able to take in information and give an information right back, similar to how humans do it. Whether it's a nod of a head, whether it's yes, or whether we get super far-fetched into AI, where it's actually now trying to listen to your pulse. I think this is way far for marketers right now. But listening to your pulse and actually being able to see the eyes dilating, it has an ability to understand and connect with you. In terms of communication, it needs to be trustworthy. It needs to be able to communicate to solve a problem or a need that this person, specifically Gen Z, needs. And of course, the integrity, that is not going to lead you into some course or path that's misleading. It's not going to show you, like, we talk a lot about, yesterday there was a comment about the AI to create blogs for you. These AIs to create blogs are amazing. They're great. They're something to get you thinking in that process of how to communicate with Gen Z. However, they can be misleading where they do bait clicks. And as they've mentioned, Jared and Melissa, Gen Z is not into things like that because they're catching it much faster than we did when it was first introduced. So that type of AI are things to steer away from, because if you do a bait click ad, they're not going to respect your company and all of a sudden are going to assume that your company is not trustworthy. And this is where AI definitely plays a great role in being discreet, because indeed AI is a discreet marketing channel. These conversations that they're having, these interactions with these AIs is a communication or interaction that's not clearly saying, come into my website and purchase this. Is actually conversating to understand, what is it that you need? How can I help you? What do you want to know what the day is like? Let me tell you the weather so you can trust me in terms of what clothes you can put on. And it goes much more further into that. So just some quick stats I wanted to bring up in terms of understanding how Gen Z communicates with the digital landscape. So some of the thing is that digital to them is crucial. 60% of them are willing to take in the interaction that they see online before in person. And whether that is with a business or whether that's with a person, we've heard so many kids before where they say, oh, I'm going to, like the cancel culture, where it's like someone says something wrong online, this is a negative person, we have to cancel them. But this person might be an amazing person, a philanthropist, and all of a sudden said one wrong thing, and that's it. That's the digital landscape that they care for in terms of like, that's their first impression they're going to see, because it's the most fastest, readily available impression they have, and later they'll figure it out in person. In terms of multitasking, they are the generation that multitask all the time. So Melissa brought up that they're using like 8 different platforms. They have different social media accounts that they're engaging with 3 accounts. To me, that's bewildering. It's wild. I can barely do one social media. But even with that, it's something that's seen, like, again, going back to my little sister, I've seen her clean her room with her beats around her neck, listening to music, and also have her FaceTime with her friend having a conversation as her friend is watching her clean. And I'm like, this is wild. Why can't you just call her, put the phone down, finish cleaning, and then she's like, no, because I'm cleaning my room and I want to hear music, but I also want to have a conversation with my friend. I'm like, okay, great. And then in terms of like the digital communication, they're more willing to speak to customer service rep through a chat. And they're more willing to go through those endless numbers of how can I help you, press 1, press 2, press 3, to be like, I'm satisfied, I got my answer, I am out. And that information that I'm bringing to you guys is more to let you understand how this digital landscape converts to their real life. It's not that they're 100% keen on technology, it's the fact that they want that same human conversation they would have in person with the technology that they're using. Technology in no way is replacing that, which is the reason why AI is a good component for you guys to have, whether it's a chat box, to have that conversation and build that relationship. There was another study conducted that stated that they did a test with Gen Z, male and female, who have children. So their kids may be 2 or 3 year old. I think something astonishing when I read that study is that the males who have children, they tend to spend more time digitally talking to their friends. And then in person, they spent almost the same amount of time and felt satisfied that they saw their friends a good, ample time to communicate and build that relationship outside of technology. As for the women with the kids, they spent significantly less time on technology such as social media, but they felt the need that they wanted to see their friends and wanted to spend more time with them in person. So there's a direct correlation in terms of the increase in technology uses such as social media to connect with friends, and another increase in terms of how they're spending time outside with their friend. So this is all to say, this type of communication and trust is something that they're seeking from companies and individuals, whether online or not. That digital presence, again, is very important. So we can get ahead of the curve and actually communicate with them, whether fostering that relationship with an AI bot or using something like Drift. Drift is a great bot. It's something that you can actually create branches to communicate with them. So just, again, to take away, is a great tool to use AI in discrete marketing, because it seems to be the type of things that Gen Z is looking for. They don't want hardcore, aggressive type of marketing, whether it's an ad, whether it's on social media. They want something to be implicit. They want to feel that they trust you to click on this link and continue that journey of either purchasing something, doing a conversion for a meeting. They want to feel that they have that type of trust. And in terms of like how you guys can start incorporating AI to do that, you can build that trust with a discrete nurtures, because indeed that's what an AI is. Instead of doing the email nurtures where we have to wait 2 weeks later, send this email, 3 weeks later, send this email, or click on this link, send this content, that nurture is right then and there. It's being hosted within your CRM. You can have that conversation to later come back later and create a longer journey for them, but it's a journey of trust. There is another study again, because I love studies, but there's another study again that said that Gen Z are willing to forgive a company for doing something that they disagree with. Whether it's a company that unfortunately kills animals for their furs, if they make that mistake, Gen Z is willing to connect with them and forgive them about 70% just because they had built trust with that company. Compared to not having that trust, being with a company that is aggressive, that its main focus is ROI. If they have this company that's willing to take a step back and really understand what their need is and then navigate them to solving that problem, whether it's with your technology or, whether it's with your product offer or service, as long as you can solve that problem, leading them to it where they feel that they're not being pushed or rushed into purchasing something, they will stay consistent and loyal to you. And then just ensuring that you're solving their problem and that you're relatable. If you do decide to move forward with some sort of AI technology for your business, just ensure that it is solving that problem. Ensure that it has the opportunity to have branches, like logic branches, that you can actually type in, or have the machine be scalable enough to be able to understand and use that data to solve their problems. So this is where I end.
Thank you, Karina, for sharing that information. Since AI has been around for a while, and I guess more marketers are, understanding how to use it, how fast do you believe marketers can adapt this?
Oh, I think it's pretty fast. Again, like, we don't have to go through the whole AI understanding humanoid where we're creating this robot to understand the information that's coming out. I just think something as simple as a chat box is definitely useful. If you want to use even there's AIs that can even create graphics for you guys right now, being able to actually describe what you want and have it create that image, that's something that even if you use, I think it's Canva, they're utilizing that. So these AI features are accessible to you guys to build and foster that relationship. In terms of where it's going, Bank of America is already implementing their AI bot called Erica for customer service. For Gen Z, finance tends to be a tough topic for them just because their family has grown up through the 2008 housing market, and then moving forward even now with the potential collapse. For them, that's also a tough topic, and we have a lot of finance industries right now that are creating AIs to be able to understand when they're about to overdraft. So these are little type of technologies that do include AI, but again, is building that trust. I think that's the most important part when you want to implement a new technology or an AI, is to let it nurture for you. Let it build that trust, so that way your brand has a stronger integrity in how it communicates with Gen Z, and of course, to just reconnect with them.
Great, thank you. So we have time for 2 or 3 questions. Does anybody have any questions out there? No? All right. Well, thank you so much, you guys. We appreciate all the information. I'm glad that we have a better understanding of how to communicate with Gen Z. So now it's up to you guys to decide whether you want to go the discreet way or the aggressive way to reach this new, this market for the next generation.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, guys, let's hear it one more time for those amazing panelists and moderator. Thank you for those thought-provoking comments on the matter. Next up, we have our keynote session of the day on the topic, building a powerful personal brand. Your personal brand is everything that people think of when they hear your name. It's what makes you memorable and likable. In this keynote, our speaker and gold sponsor, Peggy Sullivan, founder and CEO of She Can, will teach us how to create a strong image for yourself and build relationships with key influencers in your industry so that they're willing to endorse you and your business without hesitation. I'm looking forward to learning brand building from her. Are you? Let's give Peggy a huge round of applause as we welcome her to the stage. Come on up, Peggy.
I am a recovering addict, and that is really, really hard for me to admit to you. And like all addicts, I have paid a very dear price for my addiction. I've lost jobs, it's destroyed my first marriage, and it deteriorated my physical and mental health. I bet you're wondering what I am addicted to. And I have to say addicted to because as addicts, we never really get over our addictions. We just get really, really good at controlling our impulses. So what am I addicted to? Busyness. I love being busy. I love having a ton of things to do. It makes me really happy to be over the top, non-stop busy. Let's rewind about 20 years ago. I was a marketing director at Blue Cross Blue Shield. It was a normal day. I walked in to a meeting with a lot of doctors and nurses. Not unusual thing for me to do because, quite frankly, a lot of doctors and nurses work at Blue Cross Blue Shield, but this day was different. This day was so different because everybody was like staring at me. They were really staring, and I couldn't figure out why was everybody staring at me? Did I have coffee on my shirt? Was my fly down? Did I have blueberry in my teeth? I couldn't figure it out. And then one of my colleagues, Dr. Lee, he kind of came over to me and he did one of these, really quiet. And he said, "Peggy, you look terrible. Do you feel okay? You're kind of purple and your pupils are really, really dilated." And it made me stop and think, how did I feel? How did I really feel? And the reality was, I had this deep pain in my chest. It was heavy, and I couldn't breathe. And next thing I know, I am flat on my back in an ambulance going to the hospital. And I'm thinking to myself, how did I get here? How could this be me? I am such a healthy person. I sleep well, I eat well, I do everything that a healthy person does. And yet, here I am. And then I started to think about how busy I was and how stressed out I was and how difficult the last couple of months were. And next thing I know, I hear them say it. I hear them say it, and it really freaked me out. They said, cardiac arrest in progress, 40 years old. I get to the hospital and they worked on me for 4 days. 4 long days it took them for them to regulate my heart and to get my heart back where it needed to be. And more importantly, my mindset, because I was totally freaked out. Busyness was killing me. I was an addict and I hit rock bottom. Today, I'm a really happy person, because I've learned how to keep my busyness in check. I've learned about quality of life. I've learned about how to live a life where you can be productive, you can have a great career, but you're not making all the sacrifices that happen when you're busy. And I share my story today in the hopes that you can find some way to think about your busyness and transform that into something beyond that, something more productive, where you can take the time to have quality of life, take the time to focus on what's important. I'm a research geek. I love research. Data is really sexy to me. Data is sexy to me. And so I wanted to conduct a big social experiment to really better understand quality of life. So I asked 107 people, how you doing? How are you doing? How are you doing? How are you doing? And what was really interesting was that 90% of them, 94 of those 107 people, they all said the same thing. They didn't tell me about their health. They didn't tell me about their well-being. They didn't tell me how their families were. They didn't really tell me anything about how they were. What they said was, I'm so busy. Everybody talked about being so busy, and then they started to apologize for it, because then came the but things will get better. But it'll change. I'll get control over my busyness. And it occurred to me that while people love being busy, maybe they really don't love being busy. So why? Why do we pursue this busyness? Why is this busyness something that everybody loves to say and everybody loves to talk about? My theory is that busyness is a status symbol. You think about it, that doctor that you want to get into that takes 6 months, you cannot get an appointment. They are so busy. They must be really good. And I've got a niece who's a triple major. She's studying 3 different things in graduate school. She must be so smart. And me, I'm busy. Aren't I important, right? Busyness is definitely a status symbol today. It's a sign of productivity, and it's a sign that you are doing amazing things. So let's see where you are on the busyness Richter scale. I would like to conduct a little survey, and even though these lights are brightly shining in me and I just see little speckles out there, I'm going to ask you a bunch of questions. And what I'd like you to do is raise your hand if this at all feels like something that you would do. Question number 1. You multitask as a strategy to get through your day. Raise your hands. Okay, full house. We've got a lot of multitaskers here. You feel like there is always something to do. You go to work, and then you come home, and there's even more to do. A hand's going up right away. Okay, got a full house of hands, too. My favorite one, actually, my second favorite one, you eat in tandem with other things. So, the hands are going up before I'm even asking. So I'm going to skip to the last question because obviously you guys are really busy. But the last one is a fun one. How many of you love the snooze button? You love staying in bed because it's safe and it's warm and your day has not begun. Well, congratulations, everybody. Stand up. Come on. Let's have some fun. Let's get some energy in this room. Now high five the person person next to you and congratulate them for being busy. You can sit back down. But that's not the last thing I'm going to ask you to do today, because I really want you to have some fun along the way. Let's talk a little bit about busyness. We know that Marketing 2.0 folks are really, really busy. We've already established that. But here's something I bet you didn't know about busyness. Busy people multitask. Multitasking means it actually takes you 2.5 times longer to get anything done. And the additional thing is that it actually makes mistakes. When you're busy, you actually are more likely to make 3 times more mistakes. So we think we're being productive. We think that our busyness is really good, but maybe all this busyness is unproductive. Just maybe we're not focusing on what's important. Just maybe everything is really taking us longer to do. And let's spend a minute talking about busyness in business. I like to call it the alphabet soup, right? You've got burnout, you've got quiet quitting, you've got the great resignation, you've got all these things going on in the business world today. And what is it a result of? We're all so busy. Unfortunately, we're busy on the wrong things. We're spending 53% of our day in meetings and doing email. How many of you do that? Spend a lot of time in meetings and email? Raise your hands. Okay, a lot of emails or a lot of hands going up there. Yeah, and you know what happens when we do that? We don't have time to actually get our work done. But even more importantly, we don't have time to strategize. We don't have time to do long-term thinking. Busyness is bad for business. Busyness is bad for people. So what's the alternative? I love the word badass. I just think it's a really fun word. It rolls off my tongue, and I've always aspired to be a badass. So I decided that becoming a badass was the alternative to busyness. Do you guys want to be badasses? All right, let's figure out how we can do that. Let's first talk about what a badass is. A badass, and by the way, I researched with 3,000 individuals to get them to come up with the terminology badass. And a badass is somebody who is so laser focused on what's important. They can weed out all the distractions, all the obstacles, all the circumstances, all the challenges that we have every single day, day in and day out, and they can still focus on what's important. And they also focus on what's important to them and brings them joy. What brings them happiness? What brings them life? That is what it means to be a badass. So do we want to have a whole room of badasses? Great. Because I struggled with my busyness for so long, I developed a methodology I call the Busy to Badass Playbook. It's just 3 easy steps that will transform you from that busyness to becoming a badass. And I'm going to talk about them today. The first step in the process is what I call the happiness barometer. I have a son, Brandon. He's 31 years old, and he calls me the other day really stressed out, and he's like, "Mom, I've got a really high fever. I do not feel good." And I'm like, "Brandon, how high is your fever?" And he says, "I don't know. I don't have a thermometer." So I'm like, how do you know you have a fever if you don't have a metric to measure? And my point in telling that story is quality of life is really hard to measure. Quality of life really has to do with the big picture, right? It's how you're doing on your personal side, it's how you're doing on your professional side, it's everything blurred together, because in life, that's the way it goes. We can't separate personal problems or professional successes. They all kind of bleed together, they all work together. So I wanted to find a tool to measure quality of life. And I looked, and I looked, and all the tools out there were complicated. They took an hour, and they would spit out a 14-page report. We just talked about the attention span of the average person. 14 pages, no thank you. So I worked with an industrial psychologist to develop a very quick 2 to 3 minute study, so anytime you can keep your busyness in check by understanding exactly where you are on the busyness and quality of life spectrum. And I will tell you, I'm going to give you the QR code so you can measure your busyness at the end of this presentation. But more importantly than that, I have done this survey with a lot of workshops, and I have done this survey with a lot of people, and we are just surviving. The average quality of life is just 3 out of 5. Folks, that is surviving, not thriving. I don't know about you, but when it comes to my life, I need to thrive. I want to have a well-lived life. So the happiness barometer is the first step in the process, really understanding, honestly, what your quality of life is. The second step in the process is what I call mojo making, and it is my favorite piece in the process because it's all about chasing endorphins. It's all about having fun. It's all about pressing reset so you can recharge, so you can energize, so you can be at your best. Because when your endorphins are going, when your energy's up, your brain actually works better. You actually get smarter. My dad, Ted Kahn, led a really, really hard life. His parents left Germany in World War II with nothing but the shirts on their back. And so my dad had to go to work at a very, very young age. My dad got his first job when he was 9 years old. He took his wagon to the grocery store because they didn't have a lot of cars those days. And he would take groceries to and from people's houses. And on a good day, he would earn a couple of dollars. And on a good week, he would earn $20. And in that time period, that $20 put food on the table. That $20 went towards the rent. So at a very young age, my dad got addicted to, no surprise here, eat, work, sleep, repeat. You wonder where I get it from? I get it from my dad. My dad, eat, work, sleep, repeat was his mantra for life until something happened one day. My mom died. It was a big life quake for him. He realized he wasn't living the life that he wanted to be living. He realized that he wasn't enjoying his life. He wasn't a good father, he wasn't a good husband, but more importantly, he was spending his life working and wasn't having fun. He wasn't having quality of life. He was just on that busyness treadmill to nowhere. So my dad did what he called determining his non-negotiables. He took a step back and he started to really think about what was important to him. And he realized that he wasn't networking as much as he should. He realized he wasn't pressing reset the way that he should. And he also realized that he wasn't doing the things that he loved when he was outside of work. So he developed a whole bunch of non-negotiables. He learned how to play bridge. He actually took his vacations. He actually went out to lunch a couple of days a week to network. And you know what? He actually grew his business by doing that, instead of sitting at his desk being busy. My dad died a couple of years ago when he was 88 years old. And I had to ask him on his deathbed, I'm like, Dad, do you have any regrets? Is there anything in life you would have done differently? And he looked me in the eye, and he used to call me Toots, and he'd say, Toots, my biggest regret is not determining my non-negotiables and not incorporating them into my world earlier, because I was so much happier when I took the time. So do you know what your non-negotiables are? They should be sacred. And the other thing about non-negotiables is you have to think about self-care. because self-care is so important. The other thing about your happiness rituals, the other thing about your mojo making, your non-negotiables, is to make sure, besides knowing what they are, is that you have happiness rituals throughout your day. What are happiness rituals? They're reset buttons. They're fun things you do throughout your day that make you feel really good. So what are they? I eat dark chocolate every single day at 4 o'clock. You can bet at 4 o'clock every single day, I'm going to be eating my 4 pieces of Dove chocolate. You know why? Because they are so yummy, and because they get my endorphins going, and because I enjoy it. And what I've learned to do is to put a lot of these happiness rituals into my day. I love my fuzzy pink slippers. They make me laugh. They're silly looking. They make me happy. I love taking time with my fur baby, Oliver, just to have him feel so good to see his mommy, and when I pet him to purr, that makes me feel good. I love feeling the sun on my face, and in the middle of a really busy day, I'll go walk around the block, because happiness rituals are so important for you in terms of being productive. They make you more productive. When you are mojo making, you actually get more energy to do the things you want to do the things you need to do. The third step in the Busy to Badass playbook is about unlocking your values. I do a lot of speaking about values, and values are a pretty funny thing. We know values are important to everybody. Everybody always says how important values are. But whenever I do a workshop and I ask people if you could please, for me, list your top 3 or 4 values, the same thing happens over and over and over again. Everybody gets out their phone and they start Googling values. That's not what I'm talking about when I'm talking about values. Because what happens, and this, my friends, is so predictable. Everybody writes down the same values. And then they start looking at what their neighbor has in terms of values. Because your values got to sound good. They got to really look good, right? So all of a sudden, everybody's got the same values. We've got trust. We've got integrity. We've got family. Those are the core values that everybody wants. And you know what? They're really important when it comes to your code of conduct. And for me, I need to live a life where I'm trustworthy, where I have integrity, where I'm honest. But that is not what I'm talking about. What I am talking about is really uncovering the things that add wow in your life. The things so when you get to your end of your day, you're like, wow, today was a really great day. Not a good day, but a really great day. So how do we do that? How do we unlock our top 3 to 4 values? Your life is like a scrapbook of memories. You have experiences. You have gone through a lot of things in your life. And if you look back at these experiences, and you can really start to pull out the parts where you felt really good, where you felt really proud, where you felt really satisfied, and you start to look at them all, you will see common threads. Because as humans, we gravitate towards things that make us feel good. So, for me, I like doing hard things. Doing hard things is one of my core values. I ran a marathon when I was 50 years old, and one would think that would be hard enough because I never ran before in my life. But I chose to train in a Buffalo winter. You know what a Buffalo winter is like? There is a ton of snow on the ground. And you know what else? It can be like single digits, really, really, really cold. I can remember burying my water bottle and it being frozen all the time. I can remember my feet being so cold, they were numb. But you know what? When I crossed that finish line, that was one of the proudest moments in my life. And I look back on my life, and every time I do something hard, I write books, and writing books is really hard. It makes me feel really good. So when you think about your values, think about the things in your world that light you up. When I was a little girl, my parents used to tell me no 4-letter words are allowed in the Khan household, no siree. And if you said a 4-letter word, the crime would be met with the punishment of a bar of ivory soap in your mouth. And back in the day when I was growing up, that wasn't really considered child abuse. It was just something that parents did to get you to not do something. So inevitably, those 4-letter words would pop out. And I would get that soap in my mouth. And my father would twist and turn it. So I'd get soap in my teeth, and I'd be blowing soap bubbles all night long. Busy is a 4-letter word. For me, when I think of busy, I think about that awful time, those awful times when my father would put soap in my mouth. It wasn't a good thing. And when you think about busyness, I want you to remember it's not the most productive way to life. It's not the path to success. It's not the path to enjoyment and leading a well-fulfilled life. I have a couple of free trips and free treats for you. If you want to scan the QR code, you can get the quality of life barometer, you can get a couple of workbooks, a couple of different things. I'd love for you to scan it and to get to know me and to reach out to me. But I'd like to leave with this one final thought. We're all challenged. Life is hard, right? We have a lot of obstacles in life, but we get caught up in this thing that we call busyness. And it is not the best way to chase after success. It doesn't mean we're getting stuff done. And more importantly, it doesn't mean you're living a well-lived life. I want everybody to stand up. I promise you we're going to stand up again, and I want you to stand up. I'm not going to stop until everybody's standing up, so go ahead, get up. I want you to feel what it feels like to be a badass, because those little guys inside you, they get going, and you start feeling good, and you get this positive energy going, and life gets pretty darn amazing. So here's what I want you to do. On the count of 3, I want you to say as loud as you can, I am a badass, and really, really mean it. But it has to be loud enough so everybody in all those other rooms are like, what the heck is going on? They're saying these bad words, and they're screaming, and they're playing, they're having fun. But I want you to feel what it's like, because I gotta tell you, when you say badass at the top of your lungs, it is empowering. You ready? 1, 2, 3. I am a badass. Woo! Now, high five the people around you, because they are badasses too. Before I go, I need to spend a minute or two. You can sit down. You're badasses now. You can do anything, literally anything. You are empowered. Go out there and be a badass. One of the things that I want to do now is talk a little bit about my nonprofit. I started a nonprofit, She Can, about 4 years ago. I started it because, for me, my career world was really busy, that you already know, but it was really competitive. And I didn't have a lot of support along the way. I didn't have a lot of cheerleaders. I didn't have a lot of people that gave me the tools to be successful. I didn't have a lot of people around me that helped me grow my profession through networking, but honest networking, where people really cared about me, and they introduced me to other people where I could really get business. I didn't have the tools that I needed to be successful. So that's why I started She Can, a nonprofit. We have a booth right outside, and the whole mission of She Can is to help people grow, thrive, and find your vibe. And in the spirit of that, we want each and every one of you to stop by our booth. We've got a really fun social media contest, and we also have prizes for the best one. We want you to tell us who your hero is. Maybe it's your wife. because she's home with the kids and she's managing everything. Maybe it's Oprah Winfrey because she is one badass, right? I love my Oprah Winfrey. Could be anybody, but please share that with you. And thank you so much for letting me diverge a little bit from marketing and talk a little bit about quality of life and what it means to go from busyness to badass. Thank you.
All right, let's hear one more time for Peggy. That was amazing. Thank you so much.
Oh, I didn't even see you were here.
All right, moving to the next panel discussion, which is going to be on the topic, Accelerating the Path to Leadership for Women in Marketing, Rising to the Top. As the topic suggests, our panelists will talk about how women can get ahead in their marketing careers and make a lasting impact. They will discuss topics such as networking strategies, building trust, negotiating skills, managing work-life balance, and fighting stereotypes, as well as share tips for becoming a thought leader within your organization. To see the end result, join me as I welcome our boss ladies, Maya Isaquevich, Marketing Manager at Kaza Group, Stephanie Alvarado, Digital and Creative Marketing Manager at Longbow Advantage, and Madhu Gulati, CEO of Marina Decisions. I'd like to welcome the moderator to take the proceedings forward. Let's give him a huge round of applause, everyone.
So we don't have a moderator really, so we are just going to have this conversation. We are first going to introduce ourselves.
So hi, I'm Madhu Gulati. I am a startup investor, marketing entrepreneur, CEO of Marina Decision, which is a marketing operations agency. Plus, most importantly for this session, I'm a mother, I'm a wife, I'm a daughter-in-law, I'm a sister too.
My name is Maya Isakiewicz. I know it's a very difficult name to say because I'm Polish. I moved to the United States 2 years ago, and I love it here. My marketing is advertising. I've been a copywriter and a group head for 9 years, working for global advertising agencies in Poland. And now I'm a marketing manager with the Kaza Group, which is a real estate company, one of the 100 best, top teams of Keller Williams real estate in Northern Virginia. So, I mean globally, but we operate in Northern Virginia. So feel free to reach out to me after the session if you are interested in real estate.
Hi, everybody. I'm Stephanie Alvarado. By day, I'm a digital and creative marketing manager for Longbow Advantage, a supply chain consulting and technology company. And by night, I opened up my own business, and I teach and train martial arts with a holistic approach to try to really kind of empower women to make them find their voice and show them that they are confident enough and they can fight back. My first question is for Madhu. How did you overcome challenges in the industry, and did you have imposter syndrome, and how did you navigate through that?
Yeah, I would say it depends on the personality. Right now, of course, you see I'm a successful entrepreneur, which is good. I love this life. But there is so much of hard work, dedication, and challenges that made me the way I am today. And when I started my career, I was in India. I studied there itself, and I was a go-getter right from the beginning. I did not care what other people think about me. Like you were talking about imposter syndrome. Yeah. I would not even have used that word back then. I would have forget it. Of course, events do come in our life, right? And they pull us down. That happened, I would not say. But I think in 1998, I joined an organization called Art of Living, which is where you get all the personal development, spirituality into yourself, so all these does not impact you. And at that time, I had started when I started my career, so that was a perfect timing. And I moved along. And in that, what I learned is events would come in our life, good, bad. Now, either you can get impacted emotionally, get attached to it, or you learn a lesson from it. And the quicker, sooner you realize that, you want to learn and move on, better for you. Let's say at those days, I was taking 1 or 2 days. Somebody said back to me, it will take days. Then it reduced to hours, then 2 minutes now, and now I don't get into those things. But that is one big thing which changed my life forever, is following some spiritual path, organization like Art of Living, where, you have more like a mentor. It's more like a personal development. You have a master who's guiding you throughout the life, and it changes your life forever.
Nice. So mentorship is really important.
Yes.
Yeah.
And, since we're talking about mentorship in women, I know you are still working, building your career, your support, you have martial art and you have marketing as well. So I would like to ask you, where did you find, are you having those challenges, and how are you coping up with those?
So I face a lot of challenges not so much in marketing anymore. I feel like marketing has gotten to a point where it's equally balanced. Some companies. I face more challenges in the martial arts world, where I've been training for over 12 years, and people still look at me and they're like, well, you're just a woman, you can't possibly take me down, in this kind of mentality. So I deal with a lot of people telling me that I can't, but I know that I can because I do it. So that's kind of like, I battle it every day with, okay, I can do this. I fight for myself every day.
Mm-hmm. So it's more about, accepting what they are saying. Mm-hmm. So I think as a human being or as a woman, we have a choice. Should we accept it as it is or change it? Mm-hmm. Now there's a difference. You can change, you should know what you can change, and you should know what you cannot change.
Yeah.
Now if you don't know the difference because you are in that depression or whatever, then yeah, you're going to just continue in that fashion later on also. So it's more like I would say in corporate world, I've seen 2 types of personalities, especially in women. Pioneers, go-getters, like, they don't care, and the settlers. And the settlers is what makes us little submissive, and we try to think, oh, that person said that to me, maybe. Self-doubt comes in, right?
Yeah.
And that is what you have to develop internally. Nobody's going to support you. Yes, mentors would be there, like I support a lot of women. We hire a lot of, I run a marketing operations agency. It's called Marina Decisions. So it is not that I wanted to hire women. It's just that, I have that desire to support women community. So 90% of our employees are women.
Oh, that's amazing.
And we understand each other a lot. Now, I would not say I'm more about women empowerment on the other side. If I look back during those days, yes, when my mom was, my age, like teens, and when she was getting married, I would have agreed male-dominated society. Yes, I would agree that then. But now if I look at it, we have all the opportunities, right? I've seen, I can do anything I want right now, and I've done it. Mm-hmm. I've seen it. And I want to help support other women also. And for that reason, what I did is, because I've been doing this informally, so what I did is I started another community just for marketers. It's for marketing technology. So we are supporting, I think, women also. So we have a community called Martech Pulse. So what that does is we mentor women. So we call it Women in Martech, and then there's a community called Martech Pulse, and we support women who need support. Let's say you're in digital marketing, and of course recession is going on. Who knows what happens, and then you don't know what's your next step. And this is another thing I've seen is, oh, I'm a digital marketer, I cannot do some other marketing ops function.
Oh, yeah. You pigeonhole yourself. People just get focused on one task.
So that open mindset is also very important when you have to deal with challenges in your life. Now and that's what I do, if you're a digital marketer and you're not finding a job, then we as a community would support you so you can start looking around for more opportunities. And the other part I've seen is you think, oh, I did not study this, so I cannot do this. No, I'm sure, we can ask the audience, how many of you studied one thing but are doing something else today? Raise your hands. See, a lot of them, yeah. So, and I'm not sure about you too. I don't know what you studied.
Oh, international relations, history, Asian studies, and terrorist studies, and I'm in marketing. So I get what you mean. And so there are two things that I'd like to follow up on. So there's this mentorship and mindset. So let's first start with like the mindset and this imposter syndrome that you mentioned. Like, I don't know how about you guys, but this is my reality. Like, I feel as though I am a fraud being here. And every time that I actually get some knowledge to share with everybody else, I'm shocked. Like, hey, I actually have some knowledge that I can share with others. I can be a mentor to others. But there is this constant questioning, am I good enough? Like, other people are better. And when it comes to mindset, and that's why I love when mentoring is so important, or coaching, whatever tool you choose, to change that mindset, because you have to exercise to become a master in something. So when I got my promotion to a group head in a big advertising company as VML, this is a big global player, and I got a promotion literally 2 years after I entered the marketing market. And my manager, a female, told me, like, Maya, you should watch this TED Talk. I don't remember who gave this TED Talk, and at that time I was like, I'm not going to watch other people, advising me how to live my life. But I did, because she told me to do so. And that was about like how women sell themselves, or how they negotiate their success as compared to men. And I was shocked to find myself in what she said. Do you know, I don't remember the exact statistics, and I'm going to paraphrase now, but do you know that when men are asked a question, if they're going to complete a task, hey, this is this important task to be taken care of, will you do it? A guy needs to be like 2 to 3% sure that he's gonna complete the task to say, yeah, I'll do it. Women need 83% of certainty that they're going to complete the task before they say that, yes, I'm gonna perform it. And this is the same with pay rise. Like, when you go and like negotiate like how much money you will make, usually guys just go, I know this is like general talk. I know there are different like guys who may have this imposter syndrome as well. There are women who have like no issues of that kind, so I'm talking like general right now, but I see it in my life. Oops, sorry. That I see guys going to ask for a pay rise and they get it. I took that risk once. I lost a job. Then I found a better job, which with a much better pay. So that was risky. But since then, I know that I have to exercise my my ability to be self-confident and to go out there and reach out and get what I want and what I know that I'm capable of.
Yeah. Peggy said it best. I think like I'm a badass, right? Like holding on to that, holding on to those mantras. I have my own. That's not I'm a badass. It's I fight for me, or like I'm unconditionally myself, like unapologetically myself, regardless.
You're a badass. You fight. You literally fight. Can you tell me more about your path and why this passion and how? And I'm very interested to know like how you translate what you learn in martial arts to your job.
Oh my God, there's oh my God, such a loaded question. Okay, so the passion that I have for martial arts comes from a very personal story. I'm going to share something personal with all of you right now. I was assaulted in Atlanta, Georgia, like a few years pre-pandemic, and I was just put in a situation where I fought back and just got away. And like going back to my hotel room and processing what happened, it broke me down, because I was like, hold up, wait a minute. I just got attacked. I just got assaulted. And it was me. And you take martial arts, you're like, I'm never gonna get in a situation like this. And you have this mindset. And here I was in this situation. I fought back. And I started thinking, what about those women who don't know how to fight? What about those people who don't have a voice, who can't protect themselves, who can't defend themselves? So it's rooted in that experience and that horrible experience that happened to me, but I came out of it with a mission, in a sense. Like, I have 3 focuses for my business. It's self-defense, self-love, and self-growth. That is all I want to teach and all I want to share, because I feel like those three is what helped me get to the point where I was able to defend myself. And asking how it translates to like marketing and all these things, martial arts, traditional martial arts has principles that they're called precepts. There's 20 of them. They're written by Ginshin Funakoshi. He's the founder of Shotokan Karate. And these precepts help you, like, they're based in Bushido and Zen, and they're designed so that you're thinking just differently, right? One of the precepts is always be ready to release your mind. Like, that means be open-minded. Be open-minded. Just take in different perspectives, take in different analogies or whatever to grow, to take that and be something better than you were yesterday. And these little principles like that, they help me with not just martial arts and marketing, but in my whole life. So I feel like martial arts just kind of is my lifestyle at this point.
Could you say that it is something that mentors you through life? Have you ever had a mentor?
I feel like my sensei was a good mentor for me throughout the years. I feel like I need a new mentor. I love having mentors. I think it's important to learn a lot of people. Peggy, raising your hand, hello? No, I really do. I feel that I can learn a lot from a lot of people, and it's beautiful when you take information from other people and their cultures and their experiences, and you turn it into something that like other people can learn from and other people can grow from. And that's kind of just where my main focus is at.
And why I mentioned mentoring, because like I co-run a foundation back in Poland called Mentors for Starters. It's mentoring for young professionals, and they get like individual sessions with like really top shots of like marketing, banking, like NGOs, whatever you think of. And this is for men and women, but we noticed throughout the years that there is a need from young women to get specific mentoring, how like negotiating their like private life and their motherhood with their careers. And I don't have kids yet, but I would love to know a little bit more about your story, because like you negotiated that.
Yeah. So, well, I was fortunate. I did not even realize there was a challenge having a kid or going through, all those. So I was supporting, husband, and my son is now a teenager. So when I was expecting, I loved working. I'm a workaholic. And my job required me to travel. And, and in planes, they don't allow after certain months of pregnancy for whatever reason. So until the flight said no, I did not stop going to work. And then right away I had my baby, and then the recession came, 2008. So that was the turning point for me. Now, of course, it does not fall into that, did I get my 8 weeks off or whatever. But then it was challenging at work, because when I was pregnant, I could not travel, so I was transferred to another function, which I did not like. And when I came back after delivery, again, I did not want to continue there, so I had to leave. And then when I left, the recession, 2008, was there. And with a baby at that time, and my husband lost a job too. And we lost our house, of course, at that time too. So during that time, I decided I would never like to go through this again. I started a startup. That time, 2008, there was no social media, right? It was just coming up. And I started a social media services agency. We did not fly, but I learned a lot. And then I got a job, wonderful job, and back to square one. But that time, maybe 3-4 months, when I was building that company, I learned a lot. And then when I got a job where I was comfortable, in my head, I still wanted to be an entrepreneur on my own, so I don't have to deal with this thing again. And that's when I started my own company, and those challenging times I converted into the best time. If I'm blessed, I would say I'm blessed to that recession, 2008 recession. Because of that, I am today what I am as a successful women entrepreneur.
So my question is, you said that you have a lot of women in your
Yeah.
company. So whenever they, they just want to establish a family, like how do you deal with this? Like how do you help them to combine their careers with motherhood?
Yeah, so, of course, like how I expected my employer to do. So if they have to go for a doctor's appointment, yeah, it's more like we have baby shower, get together, surprise parties and all. And then it's more like whatever legally they're supposed to get, they get. And then after that, also we take care. The flexibility we provide is tremendous in our organization. If somebody, like one of our senior director, she has 4 kids.
Wow.
And she joined us 8 years ago. So when she joined us, they were little, right? So now they are teenagers, or some of them even have graduated. And she managed all those 4s, and we were supportive of it. And I could understand, right? I understand each and every woman going through all this, and I support that. And I love that. And she's my mentor for being a mother. To be honest, that's how we work. So if I have some issues with my son, I have just one son. She has 4 kids, so she can mentor me on motherhood. So it's a very friendly environment, and I think women supporting women kind of adds up a little more than if it was less women in my
I
organization.
have a question for you guys. How do you, okay, so women supporting women, that's so, I don't want to say it's rare, but like throughout the years, I feel like there's been dynamics where women have a very competitive mindset, where you look at another woman, you're like, oh, well, they can't be here, and you're like nudging elbows. Like, did you ever have an experience where you butted heads with someone who was on your team, who was supposed to be supporting you? Like, how do you navigate through that?
See, that's conflict management, and it does not have to do with women. It can be with any personality issues too. For that, how we navigate through that is building the culture. And if you look at our website, we are big about that. Integrity, happiness, love, that's kind of a culture we want to build. So if somebody like that, who is like heads on, yeah, we just tell them it's not a good fit,
Yeah, you're
right?
like, bye, you're not even hired.
Yeah, and the other thing I don't do, I do consider if situations come, like any other organization, but, we all have families.
Yeah.
Right? So we try to coach them. Like, that's what we do outside. Why not, in our company itself, we coach each other, and we make sure, they are getting, it's more like, I'll share a story, when, once I was traveling, of course, through one of the flight to East Coast. So there was an air hostess, she was rude to me. And she didn't help me, I was pregnant, of course, at that time. And she just, I asked her something and she said, no, I cannot get you or whatever, I still remember that. And then, instead of me getting agitated about it, I was in a good mood. Probably I said, are you okay? And she shared. She had a little kid at home. She had to leave. And then, it was empathy and, all that. So we kind of built a relationship there. So I think the other person is not good to you or reacts in a certain way because they are going through some situation. It's not us.
Yeah.
So I think when we take something, so somebody belittles us or something, it's not us.
Yeah.
It's them. It's like how in school, somebody bullies you. Bully picks on the weakest person, right? We were talking about self-confidence. I feel like our focus should be, so let me ask you this question. What if you practice anything, what do you become? Good at it or bad at it?
You become a professional.
Very good at it, right? You become an expert. So when somebody says something to you and you practice letting yourself down, you become more depressed. But if you practice self-confidence,
Yeah.
you become more confident.
Yep,
more
yep,
good.
yep.
So I think we have to focus on what we practice daily, and it should be on good side, of course. And that's how, I've just come out of all these situations in my life.
My mother told me when I was a kid that, Maya, remember that your worst enemy is another woman. That's what she told me. And I believed that for a long time until I was proven wrong. And that happened in communities. So that's what you say. This is like people. They could be like, there are badasses, there are assholes. So in both, and it's like, it doesn't just, I mean, gender doesn't discriminate here, it's just people. So it's not like women or men are your enemies, but you, again, like you should exercise, you should find people that will support you, and that's why mentoring, networking groups such as the one that the Peggy's network, like go and find those. You know, I'm not super. I'm belonging to different networking groups, and I prefer to interact with both sexes. And I'm just like, yeah, that's for me. But I know, like again, I see this need for a lot of women who had some bad experiences to have support of other women. And this is how we can support each other. So like my advice to women in marketing especially is, you know, you want to combine a professional network with what really meets your needs. So go ahead and find networking communities for women or women in marketing, because that helps. You can find a mentor, you can find someone who already gone through some experiences so you can avoid them. And I gotta tell you that in advertising, especially in creative departments, it's pretty indiscriminate. Like there are like men and women, this is like pretty much the same proportions. And I never felt that I was discriminated until I was. So in my previous job, I worked for a Korean company, and it's a very masculine, I mean, Korean companies are very masculine driven. And I noticed that during parties, during the conferences, I was expected to be a pretty girl that goes and just tells jokes to my boss. And at some point, I realized that I'm manipulating them because I consciously use my femininity to get whatever, just to be regarded well in my job, etc., etc. And I thought, at that point, that's not the way. That's not the way I want to be perceived as. I want to be perceived as a professional. So that's why other women who went through this process can help you out with negotiating this, like how not to lose yourself, how not to become too timid, too manipulative, or just become a guy in a skirt.
I think it also comes into play though, like the receiving person, like the person that you're trying to work with, they have to be able to comprehend what you're saying and comprehend you on an emotional level as well. Like, because here's all the things I bring to the table. Okay, but you're still a woman. No, but I'm bringing this to the table. Like, you have to be able to, like, that person needs to be able to, like, okay, I see what you brought to the table. Wow, you know, and disregard that you're a woman and, like, kind of put that in the back of the head. That shouldn't be your whole identity within an organization. So I think that's something that, like, it sounds like you went with trouble with, yeah.
It's important to find your, and, you know, there's another issue that maybe I'd like to discuss with you is, the femininity, basically. I know that in business, there are no sexes. We should be all equal. On the other hand, we cannot deny who we are. If you identify as a woman, you're a woman. If you identify as a man, or like, this is your part of your identity. So how you don't lose yourself, how you can show your femininity, not in the way that is degrading.
That is so hard. Like, okay, so in martial arts, how do you show femininity, right? Like, you're in a gi, you're like, I'm ready to fight. Like, it's really hard to be like, hey, how's it going? But you have to find that balance, right? So I think over the years, I felt kind of like socially obligated to be a certain way because I was a martial artist, right? And then throughout the years, I was like, you know what? Fuck that. I'm not going to do that anymore. I'm just going to be me. I started realizing, like, there's power in femininity. Women are so powerful. Pink is powerful. We need to, like, embrace that and share that. And I feel like that just gets overlooked so quickly because it's like, oh, well, it's feminine. It's feminine. That. And the stigmatism that comes around that.
Yes, for me, you know, I think maybe it's the industry I'm in. So I'm a part of the CMO network group, and we did a survey just a few months ago. and we were doing the, disparity between the pay, and it is equal. Executive side, leadership side, marketing, I don't see there is any discrimination happening. And femininity, I have not experienced, I was hired for that purpose ever. Of course, I've been a part of trade shows, field marketing, and all that in my younger days, but still, I didn't get that experience. But again, I think I'll go back to why somebody would say that or make you feel that way. It's your choice, right? If you don't want it to happen, you have to just stand up, and sometimes we think, no, like you said, you lost a job. Yes, So it's more about, it's a situation and how you are ready for it or not. What's the right decision at that time you're going to take? And that's where, if you are more like a pioneer, yeah, you know what is right and wrong, and you'll make a decision. And sometimes, like, forget about even men and women, people change jobs because they say, oh, I don't have a good manager, he's not a good leader, or blah, blah, right? Now, and then they change a job, and then they go to the second one. Same situation, and then they go to another one. So it's not about that person. I think it's in you, something you have to change. Now, I'm not saying just continue in the toxic work environment. Yeah, that's not what I mean. Sometimes you should know it's not that person versus it's you. Think about this way, when you are, you get into a room where, people were just arguing and there's a fight going on, and you come in a very, cool mindset, and you enter the room. Without you knowing what's going on in that room, what would you feel? You can catch, right? That something was going on with anger, and you will catch on to that emotion. Now, let's say you go to the church or temple or somewhere. How do you feel? We all know it's peaceful, right? So it's the intention and the power of that aura that comes into play at that time. And once you know that this is the right place for you, you would know it. It's with a peaceful mind, you can definitely see it's the right work environment for you. But if you're agitated by small little things, hey, you didn't do this right, especially when you're an intern, I'm sure we must have started somewhere. So we don't do anything right because we are learning. And sometimes the person who is teaching us at that time is not that patient. But I'll tell you, first 1 year of my work life was a hell. I cried every day when I came back, but I did not give up. I was called stupid, whatever, but I learned, I worked hard. So what I did instead of 8 hours, I'll do 16 hours because I had to prove myself, and I did. And that helped me in the long run.
But how was your mental health during that? Because you're giving so much to something that they're not giving back at.
So that's what I shared. Mental health was taken care by that personal development organization called Art of Living. And I've been following meditation and all that. So that part was taken care for me. I was lucky.
Nice. I feel like mental health gets really overlooked, especially with like in any industry, but people just tend to overlook little tiny traumas that can really come up in the workplace. So I know for me, for example, I have traumas with not being heard, right? So I want my voice to be heard. I want to be listened to so that I can share an idea, right? So growing up, I had some traumas where I would try to say something or I didn't feel confident enough to say it, right? But now having a voice, learning to fine-tune my own voice, fine-tuning what I want, what my values are, things like that, right? My non-negotiables. I started putting those into place, and I feel like it's changed how, not just how I view myself, but how people view me when I enter a workroom or when I do something. And I don't know, right now I'm really thankful for remote work because I can just do everything and then not be seen for femininity or that stuff. So I get to hide behind all of the work. So then when I do come back in our interactions face to face, it's okay, so you do all these things and this is what you look like.
I'm happy that you mentioned remote work because here's our little notes that we took, and we took a briefly about motherhood, right? And now there's this, a lot of offices require people to go back to work, and I understand this. However, if the topic is how we can accelerate path to leadership for women or just to make their life easier, I think that remote work, or at least partially remote work, is really the key. Because again, going back to this Korean company, which is great, by the way, I had like the best team ever, but we couldn't work from home. We couldn't, and that was it was a very rare thing that we could just remote work, and that cost a lot of women. Like they had to take their paid time off, or then like unpaid time off if the kid was sick, etc., etc. Now, after the pandemic, there was a shift and such a change of satisfaction with work in my previous company. And now I work remotely. I can show up to work only once a week. And I know that if I have a baby, that would be it will be so much easier. I'm not saying it's great to be home with your sick kid and work at the same time.
Yeah,
but
like
at least
feeding
it's
and
possible. While it's very often in the future and even now is choice, especially in the United States when there is no maternity leave. Like I come from a country like you have a baby, it's mandatory that you take 6 months off and spend time with your kid, and there's a security that if you spend that time with a kid, you go back to work and you still have the job. And that was one of my concerns when I was coming to the United States. There's no maternity leave. I'm really happy that my company has a paid maternity leave, but my personal opinion is that remote work and paid maternity leave are two fundamentals to make women accelerate in any business.
I completely agree with you on that. And I know like America is like what, 12 weeks, right? We talked, I think 12 weeks?
Unpaid, yeah.
Something like that. I work for like the Longbow Advantage is actually based out of Montreal. So it's Canadian based and I work as an American employee. Just recently they wrote out one of the policies to change our maternity leave to match Canada's, so that our American employees can have the same benefits. And that's something that like they didn't have to do that, but like our leadership team understands that women, like there's women in the workforce. They need to have something that is accommodating to them. So having an organization that understands that I think is super crucial.
And it's also acquiring of talent, because if you have a brilliant female employee, or a male employee that just happened to, maybe he also wants to take care of the child. If there are no benefits, they're just going to choose another company. And there's plenty, for professionals, there's plenty of job openings out there. And like in areas, New DC, but like New York, whatever, like around urban areas, people can choose. And this is something that I think that like managers and CEOs and owners of companies should take into consideration. That you pay for talent and also in benefits.
Yeah, and that also gives like the loyalty for your employees. Like they're feeling seen, they're feeling heard. They're like, I am part of a team. I am part of an organization that actually cares about me and doesn't see me as just a number. And I feel like there's not many organizations out there that are like that. And then maybe that has to be something that needs to be changed.
Yeah, it's more about culture, right? It's caring culture for the employee. Like you're saying, you need to be heard, right? You don't feel that way. So it's more like belongingness in that company where you work, and you bring a lot of your skill set to the table. So it's both ways. It works employee and employer relationship. So what we do in our company is, I don't see anyone like somebody like you. I'm not being heard. No, we don't have that. We encourage people to share, because we are a consulting organization, services organization, so we implement the best practices for big companies like Google and Indeed. So they have to be really, assertive in what they are saying. And if they are like somebody who's fresher, just out of college, they come and join us, we have coach and mentors.
Nice.
So we don't handhold them. We want them to be independent quickly, but then we definitely train them initially too. So, and again, most of them are women. And like you were talking, this goes back to my memory lane, because you just now said, sick, kid is sick, and what do we do? I went through that. Yeah, it was not good in US, and we did not have a remote opportunities during those days, you remember? Not 10, maybe 16 years ago. And it was just not a good timing. So my son was hospitalized, and he had a surgery, and I was supposed to be with him after surgery, and I just asked, 2 days, can I work from home? You know. So, yeah, that hurts, but I needed a job at that time, right? You have to do what you are asked to do, and I went back to work, and I had to call my parents to support me at that time. So I think those are the challenges every woman faces, and I'm not saying it's just me, my husband. So we took turns, you know, during surgery, 2 days me and 2 days he, and then my parents. But those, so again, I would not discriminate it to women. You know, it was both. We were going through it together. It's more of how we deal with our challenges. Our life is more important. How, especially for you, like you're talking about, you want to be heard. I want to go back there because I think it's more about how you present yourself is one part. The other part is how you feel about yourself internally.
Yeah, that's so big. I know I had struggles with that throughout my years.
Yes.
Even, like, it's funny because in martial arts, there's constant, it's almost a need, like, you want to compare yourself to everybody else,
Yes.
right? But you shouldn't. You
shouldn't.
don't drive yourself crazy. Comparing yourself to how you were yesterday and like, how I was in that belt level and whatnot. So it's funny, like, I look at my belt levels as, like, sections of my life. I'm like, wow, I went through so much that time. But I learned how to be myself. I learned how to be okay with being myself, right? So, like, I had troubles with being heard because I worked at, like, previous companies I worked for, like, just didn't see me. I was just a number to them. Like, oh, just do this. Like, pigeonhole, right? So, like, becoming my own person, like, made all of that change. But it started with, do I want to live like this forever? No. I want to be heard. I want to be seen. I want to be me.
Yes. Yeah, so it comes from inside. I think once you start respecting yourself, your decision, you start taking care of yourself, you love yourself, then only other would start embracing you, including you. So with that, I think 4 more minutes left.
I think it'd be great to hear from women or men here.
Any questions?
If you want to share a story, ask a question, or maybe say how you and your company, help women to accelerate their careers. That'd be very much appreciated.
Knew I was going to stand up, right? That came without question. First and foremost, thank you so much for being so brave to tell your stories. And I just have one story to share and just one concept to share. And, it's interesting because I study a lot about the human brain. And the female brain actually works differently than the male brain. And women, we have this thing that's called monkey chatter, and we second guess ourselves all the time. Men don't do that. And so I always urge women to stop that monkey chatter, just throw it away and put something in power in that place. Call yourself a badass, do whatever you want. The other thing is, for as challenging as you think it is, you should have comfort in how far we have come. When I was in my prime in my career, when I was in my 30s, I just got my first big job with all the zeros, and I was so excited about it. And I remember walking to the elevator right after they hired me, and it was my first really big title. And I heard the owner of the company say out loud, "I can't believe I just hired a woman."
Wow.
And that made me feel really, really small.
Yeah.
And then I started that job, and I would be the only woman in a room all the time. And I can remember walking into a meeting where it was the board of directors and the executive team, and I was the only woman there. And as I was walking in, I heard one of the gentlemen say, "Everything's going to change when she walks in. Everything's going to be different." And so I walked in and I looked at them all and I said, guys, I burp and fart just like you. And the reality is, let's just do our best work. It doesn't matter whether you're a woman. It doesn't matter whether you're a man. We're all bright, intelligent human beings. So let's just think about that. But
That's
thank you
good.
for being so authentic.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Yep.
I don't have a question, just have a statement. I have a small team of, it's like 12 of us, and outside of my media buyer and my programmer, it's all women. So my operations manager, my accounts manager, they're all run by women, so I believe in
Great.
it.
Awesome.
Thank you for making a difference.
Thank you all for this great conversation. I wanted to share something that I recently had a revelation about. It actually is the name of my company, the Azar Agency. So probably around 2016, I went through a pretty hard time in my previous marriage. I found out about infidelity, and I was trying to figure out how to navigate through it. Should I stay? Why the hell does women have to go through this? Like, not saying that men don't get cheated on, but it's just that emotional connection of like, why? And I read this amazing book called Love Warrior by Glennon Doyle. And she essentially went through her process of her 10-year marriage and finding out of consecutive infidelities and healing through that process and trying to figure out if she was going to stay or go. And someone kept saying, yeah, you'll figure it out, warrior. And she's like, why the hell are you calling me a warrior? What does that mean? And they said, go back and study what it is to be a woman. And she went back into study and went to the biblical sense in terms of when God created Eve and realized that Adam woke up and called her woman. God did not. God never called her woman. God referred to her as an Azar. And Azar is also referenced 21 times in the Bible during battle. And it means warrior, and it means help. Not helper, not helpmate, not underneath, literally help. She was created to help, to save Adam. And she was warrior, right? So in that revelation, I realized I'm so much more than just a woman. We are so much more than just women. Yes, we are human beings. Yes, we are the yin and the yang and all of that. And together we create amazing magic when we realize the equality and honor the differences between the genders. However, like, there's something powerful once we acknowledge and we just stand in our truth unapologetically and honestly own every single piece of the human journey, whether it's positive, negative, indifferent, and we take those as learnings and we heal together through that. And I just wanted to share that because, you know, a lot of times I didn't even realize that Azar even existed. And I happened to ask, you know, a pastor, I said, why don't we talk about this? And he said, well, think about it. He said it was misinterpreted. And Hebrew is really hard to translate. So why would you fix that? Why would you fix that? So I just want to encourage everyone in here to really just stand in your truth and own who you are, man, woman. At the end of the day, we're all human beings. We're all human souls living a human experience. So I, again, thank you for this conversation, and it's really impactful. And as long as we kind of acknowledge and identify that together, regardless of how we identify, together we can truly create change in whatever we do. Thank you.
Thank you.
So first, I want to thank you all for being vulnerable and sharing your stories, because I know that's not easy to do. But I work with Steph, and I wanted to share a story and ask a question. So I was the first, if not one of the first women hired into a leadership role at our organization. And our CEO is phenomenal. He's I find good people to work with. And when I was when we first started working really closely together, we had a really open conversation about being a female in a male-dominated industry and in a very male-led organization, and how that's a different experience for me and what I bring and how that's different. And he said to me, I don't want you to try to think like the rest of the leadership team. I'm going to challenge you to bring your life experiences and challenge us in the way that we think. And I really appreciated that, and that led to the mat leave changes and bringing that forward. And so I think having that open dialogue was so important. Of course, the fact that he was open to having that open dialogue. But so my question for each of you would be, what would you hope the men in this room take away from this and can take back to the people that they work with and their organizations?
I'll go first. Okay, yeah. I think the one important thing that the men should take away from this is comprehension. Understanding that women have, just like you, we have so many roles to play, right? And how these roles come into play at work, where we're expected to just forget all these things and just drop everything and not be who we are. I think as a man, it's important to encourage us as women to just be ourselves, be true to our, I guess, like, be true to our femininity if it does come out, and make sure that it is accepted and not like, oh, what are you doing? And allow to be more comprehensive and like emotionally intelligent to understand where they're coming from, so that you could put processes in place for the organization so that they can feel heard and seen and part of a team.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So for me, I would say, I was blessed all throughout. I did not face any of those kind of challenges. And if something you have to take back for all the men, I would say just drop all the preconceived notion that because she's a woman or whatever, just don't judge us. And we are, I think, equal in whatever we do.
I think the more I work with guys, the more I understand that there's there are no sexes in business. And even with recruitment process, I do recommend a book called Blink by Malcolm Gladwell, and his book also, How to Talk to Strangers. He discusses recruiting process and how we are deeply biased about many things, gender roles as well. We don't have time to discuss that, but that's one thing. And they're assholes and they're badasses, and they're female and male, and they are the same. So what I want you guys to understand is just like focus on the person and their needs, because there can be a dad that struggles with a sick kid at home. There can be a woman that just miscarried. There can be like some really deep personal problems that always influence, like that lady that was rude to you in that airplane. Mm-hmm. So I just want you to put yourself in that person's shoes, not necessarily if this is a man and a woman. And if this is a woman and she needs a safe environment and network, whatever, just make it possible for her and for your other employees. And that's my take on it.
Yeah, see them as people first.
Yeah.
That's who we are.
Well, thank you so much. And
Thank
I know that
you,
there were
everyone.
more questions. We are over time.
Thanks.
Are we good here?
Let's thank our amazing panelists one more time. What an amazing discussion. All right, swiftly moving forward to our panel discussion where marketing gurus will discuss the topic, how marketing ops pros are shaping the future of the MarTech landscape. Marketing operation professionals play a critical role in ensuring that their organization's marketing stack is scalable, reliable, and easy to use. Learn how they are proving to be a necessary link between the needs of marketing teams and the technologies that enable organizations to succeed in this digital age. On that note, let's give a huge round of applause to our panelists, Brianna Miller, Director of Pro Tennis, Prash Shenoy, VP of Marina Decisions, and John Turnham, Founder and CTO of Wallet Incorporated. Let's welcome them to the stage.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us today. We're really excited. We've been talking to ourselves, and we are all very passionate about this topic. So first, we're going to just do quick introductions. My name is Brianna Miller. I am the Director of Digital Marketing and Demand Generation at ProTennis, which is a healthcare software company. I am also an adjunct professor at the University of Missouri St. Louis, where I teach marketing, and am just very, very obsessed with marketing overall.
Thanks, Brianna. I'm Prash Shinoy, VP of Marketing at Marina Decisions, a global consulting company supporting the marketing ops for Fortune 100 companies, B2B companies in technology, healthcare, security, and other industry segment. And we support all the marketing functions in those companies for last over maybe around 10 plus years. And personally, like Brianna said, I'm also very passionate about marketing and technology. Sometimes I refer myself as accidental marketeer because my background from a master's in computer science and engineering and now leading the MarTech operations side of the equation for the marketing teams. And for the last 2 decades, I've been supporting and helping CMOs, executive leadership team in sales and marketing about the funnel strategy, ABM, that's account-based marketing, attribution, and how to make sure that these teams are putting their budget into the right programs and getting the right ROI.
Nice. My name is John Turnham. I am the founder and CTO of Wallet Inc. My background is building software systems for banks and casinos. So I'm hoping to bring some insights into how those big companies handle customer retention and their loyalty programs and some of the data that they bring to those programs and share some of those tricks and tips and elaborate on some of those details.
Yep. So I think the first question would be what is marketing ops, right? Because it's one of the most mystified term. Like a lot of time, each company has their own terminology of what ops means. So maybe Brianna, would you like to start with marketing ops for you, and then we'll take
Definitely.
turns from our side.
So I am very much in the B2B space. So for my company, marketing ops is leveraging that different technologies and our brand strategy to create impact on our company. So the marketing ops falls primarily under me, and that would be managing what technologies we use, what data we are leveraging, defining that data so that we're able to determine ROI and how that data moves through our different systems, and at the same time making that align with our marketing strategy and then, of course, our business strategy even more. And then also, I think marketing ops is also about kind of being the, I heard this quote from Gartner, was the COO to the CMO. Yeah. So we are doing the operational side. So we are interacting with our internal and our external stakeholders and kind of making sure that everything is running smoothly and well.
Yeah, so marketing ops to me is really all, I would say 70% customer retention in my world, and then 30% customer acquisition. And so to elaborate on that, when I think about marketing ops, I'm thinking about point of sale integrations and getting offers into consumers' hands that make sense, bring them in, and be able to track some of those transactions. And so it's different, I think, from an engineering side, just thinking through some of those elements. Also e-commerce integrations, messaging. And so it's really the execution of all of these different elements that come to mind for me when I'm thinking about marketing ops.
Yeah, excellent. Like Brianna, also I come from a B2B universe. And in B2B side, the marketing operations almost supports the entire marketing infrastructure, including setup of the MarTech stack, setting up the process, workflows, taking care of day-to-day activities needed for the marketing team, whether it could be setting up a landing page and a form, setting up webinars, creating complex multi-touch nurture campaigns, creating the MQLs, like tagging them, how the system, the data flows through the system, and the sales handoff, and where the revenue is recognized. All these functionalities which is needed by both the field marketeers, demand gen team, and the entire marketing team is supported by marketing ops. And one of the analogy always I put together is like, if you consider marketing team as a whole, as a human body, then marketing ops would comprise maybe like entire skeletal system, which is supporting all the functionality, holding the body together. The circulatory system, like the whole blood flow, right? Like taking the nourishment from one end to another end. The heart, which pumps the nutrients to every cell of the body, right? It's every department needs marketing ops. And also, I feel that the left side of the brain, the analytical brain, right? That's what marketing ops also does. It is like bringing out that analytical insights, the data, how to manage it, right? It's almost like marketing ops it performs like a critical system for the body, but you cannot see it, right? All of these are inside. So similarly, like marketing ops always behind the scene, making sure the marketing team members shine, and they're able to bring out the right ROI and business insights to the rest of the company.
Yeah, I definitely agree with, I like your analogy a lot there. We are kind of that behind the scenes, making sure that everything is working. And I mean, definitely in my role, it is that, we create our marketing strategy at the end of, for this year, it's created for next year. And then the marketing ops is coming in saying, what are those processes we need? What are the tools that we need to be able to achieve the strategy that we want for the next year? And then defining what success is going to look like. What are those metrics that are, and those KPIs that are going to be defined as a successful marketing strategy, and then communicating those to the different stakeholders as well.
I think so we could continue the marketing ops. I'm kind of, I'm interested in talking a little bit about some of the tracking tools that you guys are using. And, we had talked a little bit about UTM parameters and how to track that all the way through. I'm interested if you could elaborate a little bit on that, if you don't mind.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like I said, marketing ops is responsible for all the tools and processes. Also, like from the top of the funnel, if you're thinking as from a demand gen perspective, top of the funnel where the marketing team acquires the lead, and you want to know where the lead came from, which channel, which sources, right? And I think that's one place where marketing ops definitely plays an important role in terms of how do we tag them? What are the, like especially like if you're looking at top of the funnel, UTM parameters, there are multiple UTM parameters, which you can leverage to see which channel or source they came from, which keyword people were searching to reach your website or the product, right?
We're talking in the context of Google Analytics, right?
Yeah,
Yep.
And also like which campaign it came from, if you're running multiple ad campaigns, or maybe it's your own in-house campaigns, right? So those campaigns and all can be embedded into the UTM parameters, which is not visible to most of the users, but definitely you can track them, you can capture them at the conversion point, which is the form fill. And at the back end, you set up the marketing automation platform or CRM to capture those details so that you can see when a lead comes in or a person is interested in your product or services. Because usually in today's world, it's not like one place they come from. It's multiple channels, multiple places they engage. And these UTM parameters and other tags can definitely help to really stitch that data about the multi-touch attribution, right? It's always like there's no one single source today because we have become such a complex, interconnected world. So which means that the person might engage the company through maybe on their ads, maybe some blog post, maybe something else, different place where it leads them back to that page, right? Or it could be a referral. So we want to capture all the stuff, which gives that marketing team and also sales team, like which one is working, where the interests are, right? Is especially
critical.
for
Yeah.
their audience.
Yeah.
But I would say definitely that the attribution model is typically going to fall under marketing ops. So whether that be your first touch or your last touch attribution that you are associating things with, but to determine that ROI is the big one. So whether you are using UTM parameters or getting your leads from a trade show or an event, so an offline source, that would definitely fall under the marketing ops. In regards to some like the technologies that you mentioned that we're using, so my company uses definitely a collaboration of different technologies, like we all do. There's so many choices out there, but primarily HubSpot. So we use that for our email, our marketing automation, our chats, our document management, website, social, all that fun stuff. But also Salesforce for our main CRM. We use Rollworks, which is an account-based marketing tool, which we used for not just account-based marketing, but intent data. And then my newest fun tool is Vidyard, which is a great video marketing platform that also our sales teams leverage to get personalized messages out to really drive those leads down the funnel. So that's my new favorite tool.
No, I think there's so many technologies. Like one of my favorite is Scott Brinker's technology tools roadmap. I think in 2011 when he started, it was around like 150 tools were available for marketing. And in 2020, it was almost like 8,000. It's almost like 5,000% increase over just 10 years. A phenomenal explosion of the tools and technologies available for marketing team. And that's where I think the marketing ops comes into play. It's like figuring out which tool is appropriate, right? I have worn the hat of being the ops lead in leading the operation, marketing ops and sales ops in the company, managing almost 5 billion pipeline. And now for last 11 years, working as a consultant and being a strategic partner to my clients. And always I say there's no one size fits all. Right? You could be like, we need to look at what is the business pain points, what is the processes they're looking for, where they want to be in 5 years, right? And based on that, what is the existing technology stack they already have, right? If I go into any one of the companies today in the marketing side, at least 15 technology tools are available, right? And at that time, it's like, if they want to bring in one more, we want to look at it's like, how does it support the existing one or replace certain one? And if we are replacing it, how do we transition the data, the insights which is existing in those tools? Because each tool has its own purpose. And now if we are bringing in, introducing another tool, we need to make sure that the old insights and data is not lost. At the same time, the new tool can really give them the better ROI which they're looking for.
Yeah, that's
right?
definitely a big thing when we're looking at tools. I had my wish list of tools this year that our CMO asked that I was interested in, but it was really more about what is that one that's going to make the biggest impact for the cost that I would be able to measure an ROI versus just, maybe measuring brand awareness. It is, am I going to be able to translate a video view into a lead and pipeline?
Some of the differences between big businesses and small businesses that I've seen from data tracking and analysis, it really comes down to, again, the bottom of the funnel activity. When I'm looking at the next 10 years of competition in the market, I'm looking at the big businesses that are executing very, very well on that bottom of the funnel section. So the customer retention aspect, they're bringing in customers over and over and over and over, and how they do that is through really tracking everything. Of course, you all know that, but the way recently is through specific individual barcodes for every single offer or discount or promotion that's customized to the individual. So when they come in and redeem it, whether it's free play at the casino or it's a hotel offer, or whether it's something like the spa or the pool or whatever, there's a lot of data that's attached to that offer and to that barcode. For small businesses, they tend to just use a coupon code that is very generic. It goes out to everybody. Everybody gets the exact same coupon code. It might be a seasonal special for 10% off or 20% off. And then at the end of their promotion, they just tally how many redemptions they received. And there's a huge difference between how those two businesses are able to operate based on the data that's accumulated. And so in my company is essentially built a catalog of different types of redeemable items and separated something that's generic like a coupon into one section where you have vouchers that are separately defined, gift cards are separately defined, gift certificates, and so on. So there's a whole catalog of different tools that apply to different consumers for different needs and different purposes. So it's really getting at the lower level details for every consumer so you can create more engaging offers every time.
That's excellent. I think you touched upon the engagement side of it, because today the customer or the prospect is engaging in multiple ways in multiple places at multiple times, right?
Yeah.
The biggest challenge for marketing team right now is how do we be in front of our prospect as well as our customers, right? At the right time with the right message, right? And that's where when you're talking about having the offers, different offers, right? Maybe it could have been in different tools and processes. Now, how does marketing team can bring all that stuff together and stitch that data at the back end so that we have a holistic view of that person, right? Not just like an email ID, right? Like really looking at that email ID as a person and where they're connecting with us, right? Because now I think marketing has moved from maybe a decade back, it was like spray and pray kind of a thing, right? You just do it and hope that something sticks to it, like throwing spaghetti on the wall, right, and see what sticks. Now there is technology available, there are tools available, there are processes, we can configure processes to stitch all this stuff together and really have an assumption, okay, if we follow these processes, we can really get the holistic view of the person, right? And always it's like I always feel that though with all this technology tools and stuff, marketing is still an art along with the science, right? There's a strong science behind it now, but there's definitely still the art is not missed, right? That's where I feel that having that emotional touch of engaging people at different levels and knowing them where they really are at this point of time, right? Especially like the tools like geolocation and all the stuff which is possible, we can track and really see where they're engaging. And the teams are have the ability to push the notification as well as offers at the right time.
That's an interesting point, actually, because some of the bigger companies use geolocation, not just when the consumer's close, but when they're far away. So if they're further away, they will increase the offer to encourage them to make the trip in. So it's interesting, working with that lower level data of trying to figure out which offers are really the best, and measuring what works, seeing what doesn't work, and just constantly refining and improving the process.
I like what you said, especially about emotional, tying that into our marketing strategies, because I think we have all of these great tools, and there's always the next best thing that's going to, move the needle and increase your pipeline and close business. But it's tying that emotional part and that art and the strategy side. Like, you have to have that in order to use these tools properly and get the real ROI out of them. It can't just be like, oh, it's a new exciting tool and I'm going to implement it and it's going to change the game. It really is having still that using our creative sides that we have as marketers to be, I think, really great marketing ops pros.
Yeah, I think that leads to one more question, right? I think we have been talking about the impact of like how marketing ops works and what marketing ops supports. But maybe like Brianna, maybe you can touch upon the impacts of marketing ops within your marketing team, right?
Yeah.
So, and then maybe we can look at how does it work in in your world, right?
Sure.
And then again, I'm from a B2B universe, so maybe I can touch upon some of my learnings with multiple clients I've been working with.
Perfect, yeah. So with my organization, marketing ops has really, I feel like it's transforming. It is no longer siloed, as I truly believe marketing should not be siloed into its own department. But marketing ops is bridging those gaps with the sales team and the customer experience or customer success team, and that's really the big impact. So no longer is marketing separate from pipeline. Like, we are measured on pipeline similar to sales, measured on the MQLs that we are getting, and how things are. The big thing I would say is how things are defined. Marketing is actually leading that a lot in my organization. What is a lead? What is an MQL? A SQL, a sales qualified lead. When does when and should an opportunity be created, and how it should be tracked, and the different things that happen at each stage. And then also, how are we onboarding customers? What is their experience? And marketing ops is really just kind of, I don't want to say taking over, but leading that, and making sure that our brand strategists and product marketing specialists are in the right places and talking to the right people, so that our top of funnel strategies are being seen all the way through the funnel. We're not just doing leads anymore. We are all the way through the middle, the bottom, and then after they become a customer. So big impact across the board, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Makes sense. So some of the recent evolutions in the past few years is consumers are much more comfortable using digital wallets, and that structure is more familiar. So our company consolidates all of those vouchers and coupons and discounts of different kind into a particular view, a digital wallet interface for consumers to quickly access every one of those offers and be able to use it throughout a resort, or online, or wherever. And so those are some of the more recent developments. Just, I don't know, 5-6 years ago, a lot of these bigger companies would send out, like, I'm going to continue to use casinos as an example, but they would send out a paper booklet that would have a $5 offer at the buffet, or a $10 offer off the hotel room, and that's really changed into a digital format, and this is how just the processes evolve and continue to get better, and tracking increases, because now you not only get redemption data, but you get view data, so you can see when somebody saw an offer but didn't redeem it. Maybe they looked at it twice. That's all useful information to help you tune your offers. Maybe they go up a few dollars, so that they're more engaging and you get better redemption rates.
Yeah. I think for me, like, my experience has been a lot more into B2B companies, like especially Fortune 100 companies. A lot of big enterprise clients I've been working with in the last 10 years. And marketing ops has really, like Brianna said, has expanded or has been leading the efforts to bridge the gap between multiple functionalities within the company, right? Maybe a decade back, people would have said, hey, marketing is from Venus, sales is from Mars, right? And maybe IT is from Jupiter, but, right? So I think there was no one common thread which could bring all these people together, right? I feel that in the last decade, marketing ops has really taken that leadership role within the company to build that bridge between the marketing team and the sales team and IT component of it, right? Because marketing ops consists of project managers, data analysts, marketing tool experts, right? As well as process and strategists who understand the data, the technology, right? The processes, and also, like, how do we stitch all this together to achieve that business goal together, right? It's not just supporting the marketing side of it, but also supporting the sales side of it. Because like Brianna was saying, it's like creating from MQL to SAL to right SQL opportunities. When the marketing is passing the prospect back as an MQL to the sales team, how much more insight and intelligence we can provide to the sales? Like, what all offers did they touch? Where all, like, did they attend certain webinar? Did they attend certain trade shows? Did they download certain white paper? Right? All the stuff can be packaged together, tagged together to that person, and sent back to the sales, so that when sales is picking up the phone and calling, they exactly know what person has done, right? So that they can have a meaningful conversation. In that way, like ops is almost becoming like a nerve center, or maybe a
Certainly.
command center,
Yes.
right? Building the bridge between all these three departments.
Yep.
Yep.
And I think that's what I see in all these companies I work with and support. There is like multiple places, right? One is like alignment, like what we are talking about, between these different departments. The marketing ops is impacting there. The second is accountability, right? Accountability to the ROI, the accountability to the data, the process, right? And the technology, obviously, like it falls under the ops team, entire marketing ops, the MarTech stack, implementation of it, whether to go for a new one, do some research and come back and provide insights to the leadership team, which one is the next one to go. Like you were talking about, hey, my next dream tool, right?
Yes.
I want this one. Like to make that decision, ops is the one who can go back, make the research, figure out, does it fit into our tech stack today, right? So yeah, it's like multiple places ops is making an impact, right from the top of the funnel to the bottom of the funnel, entire lead life cycle or the prospect life cycle. And today's marketing world is changing. Not only marketing now is responsible for the prospect to making them into a customer, but also like once a person becomes a customer, how do we take care of them, right? How do we do onboarding, better onboarding, right? Have a process to it, upgrade, cross-sell, right? All this functionality which would have been in customer success marketing is also supporting them because it's a digital interactions today. We are in a digitally connected world, and marketing has that ability to connect with those people when they were prospects, right? So the same thing we can do at the customer life cycle side of it. So which means that at every point of the funnel, from being a prospect to a customer and then engaged customer and to be a loyal customer and to be a referral customer, right? So that's where the marketing ops can support the marketing team, the sales team, the customer success, and tapping into the every stages of the person or the customer and providing that insight. So I think it's a big impact across multiple, I think, departments.
I agree.
So it's almost becoming like it's marketing ops is unseen or unsung hero within the company,
Yes.
right?
It also
For
speaks
sure.
to how big marketing ops really is, because you two are both, phenomenal B2B marketing, experts, and I'm in the B2C space, and our worlds are different. They're similar in a lot of ways, but the things that we're paying attention to certainly have some similarities. But again, marketing ops is just a big animal that covers so many different things. So yeah, that's a great point.
No, I mean, I definitely agree. And it's, I think just listening to what you're saying, and not even just like the technologies and sharing that kind of insight on where they are, but also I think marketing ops is really good at kind of bridging that gap in the messaging across so that the experience is the same from, or making sure that the experience is the same from when they visit your website to what the voice is on your social posts and your emails to how the sales team is reaching out and how those interactions are to the customer experience as well, so that everything is kind of the same.
Yeah. We want to touch upon a little bit about ABM. I think
Oh,
you guys,
yes, thank you for reminding me. So I think a really great, I mentioned earlier a tool we use called Rollworks. It's an ABM tool, an account-based marketing tool. And there's other ones out there, but we are working a lot with our customer success or customer experience team to give them information on what our customers might be doing. So they have the ability to look at search intent data. So we can add in our companies, or our current customers' companies, and then if anyone out there at that company is starting to look for our product type in search results and looking at types of content similar to our product online, we are notified. Our marketing team is notified, and we bring in the customer success team to say, hey, they're looking for our product online. This may be a indication that they are not happy. So this may be a time for us to work together to hit them with some good content and ads, but also for us to get to that one-on-one level and find out what's going on. So we do the same type of thing on the prospecting side for our sales team, but that tool can be used also to keep your customers happy and keep that customer experience happy.
That's great.
Awesome. So John, anything from B2C side of it?
Some of that comes, what comes to mind for me when I think about account-based marketing is something that we've been doing with our own tool. Actually, we use our own feature set to do our own marketing on the B2B side. So even though it's a B2C product, we still need to do B2B marketing. And so there is some overlap between the two. And so the way that we do some account-based marketing is we, especially for bigger companies, we'll go through the effort of actually building out their profile for them. And so our customer success team actually comes forward to accomplish that as kind of a preparation step. And then we distribute to them. We say, this is what your customers will see. This is how it works. It's filled with data. It works. And then because it's our own platform, we're able to see, who accesses the platform, who uses it. So we're actually, really focused on the account, and we're able to see how engaged they are in it because the platform, provides that engaging, that low-level data again for engagement.
That's amazing, like what all tools can do, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think we almost like going over each, like in our own space, how the marketing ops team, like doing, having an impact across the entire company, right? Not just marketing. So one more thing is like keeping up with the time is like maybe we can also look into like what each one of us think is the future for marketing ops, right? Where the marketing ops can be moving towards in next decade, because we know like we transformed through a tough situation about with the pandemic and stuff, which totally changed the marketing landscape, how we do things, right? For certain time, the field marketing, physical interaction was already almost like was nil. Everything was moved into, like everything moved into the digital side of the thing, right? And now we are back again. So where do we see the transformation on the customer side of it, B2C side of it? And Brianna, from your hand, is like, what are you thinking as heading the marketing ops and demand gen side of the thing? Where do you see ops leading in next 5 years?
Yeah, I can kick that off. I definitely think it's going to become more integral and important than ever. I think it's going to grow in its ability to integrate the different other departments. So I think it's going to become more of, I don't want to call it a revenue ops role because that is a very different thing, but it kind of, marketing and sales and customer experience, I think, are going to become more integral. So the marketing operations role is going to continue to grow in how we are pulling that information from both sides. And then as well, I think that the marketing ops role is going to be more important in defining the processes. So specifically for how we are going to build pipeline, I know definitely at my company, we are at marketing supposed to be showing like how we are going to get our different pipeline, where we are getting our different leads, and then making sure that it's very clear across the board how everything is defined. We were originally a startup, and we have been definitely becoming a more advanced startup in regards, so coming in and having those clear definitions and making sure that everybody is on the same page. That's the biggest thing I see in the next couple of years for us to be successful, is that we're all on the same page. We know what tools we're using, and we know how to define if those tools are successful and our processes are successful.
Awesome. John, what about on the B2C side?
When I think about the future, I'm thinking through the lens of what can we build? How can we enhance our platform to be better? And there's several features that come to mind, and they provide value in different ways. So one of them, for example, we call advertisement credits, and allows business to put a barcode on advertisements. And so when consumers walk up to an advertisement, maybe it's in print or maybe it's on TV, anytime they engage with the QR code, we're actually generating a new redeemable item on the fly that's attributed just to their mobile device. And so, that gives us information about scans, it gives us information about redemptions, but when the consumer goes and redeems it, it's terminated for their smartphone. And so they can't reuse it. It's very different, again, from a coupon that can be reused multiple times. And so that's how I think that's one tool. We have another tool called dynamic vouchers, which actually allows the business to actually change the offer based on a time schedule. And so when the consumer is looking at it, it might decrease in value by the minute, by the second, by the hour. And so this tool is used to really drive consumer behavior to buy now or make a purchase now by giving the consumer maximum value up front. And then as they delay, they lose value. And so these combination of tools that really work within the context of a digital wallet create some new, again, this is the lens I'm looking through is our platform and our product and how can we increase value. And these are some of the features that I see being really valuable in the future that measure engagement and provide value in different ways to consumers.
Wow, that's almost like an interactive, real-time coupons, right?
Right.
That's interesting technology. Wow, looking forward for more of those innovations, which can help definitely can support the demand gen and marketing side.
Yeah.
And from my perspective, at least working with so many different enterprise clients and looking at talking to the CMOs and VPs and stuff, I think marketing ops is at a stage where it's ready to emerge from the shadows in coming years. Previously, I think all the marketing team as well as the companies would see ops as a cost center. Now, I think they're started to look at ops as a strategic investment, right? Because ops enables the entire team, not just marketing, sales side, customer side, right? Like we were talking about. And any of the investment which is done in the ops side, it's going to support entire organization, right? And the second thing is marketing ops is one team which is bringing out the insights about marketing initiatives, right? And the messaging, awareness, all the programs, campaigns which are being done by marketing team. What is the impact of it, right? Where do we see that moving towards? So the insights, the data, right? Setting up the process. All this stuff is done by marketing ops team. So any investment in that really is going to pay off in the long run, right? Sometimes like in the enterprise side of it, the sales cycle is almost like 3 quarters to sometimes more than a year. At that time, the investment you put today is going to realize maybe a year later, right? So in that way, like you need to look at the investment in ops as strategic. And also the ops team has the ability to stitch that insights from the data to back into the business initiatives, right? So that's where I think even Serious Decision and a couple of the other Gartner, and they're looking at, like you said, COO to CMO, right? So the ops, I think the professionals or ops leaders are more suited to lead the marketing organization and maybe one day even lead the company itself, right? Because the amount of the impact they have across multiple departments.
They're involved in everything.
Yeah, they're involved in everything, right?
And
looking at the big picture, where things are moving, right? And having that technology bent like mindset and also the data insights, as well as how to stitch all the processes together and bring the sales team from Mars back to Earth, marketing from Venus back to Earth, right? Where we can all stay together and as a cohesive team, right? No more divisions. Like all the our customers and prospects, they are so well interconnected digitally. Even the company itself inside all these departments need to be interconnected. They need to know what one team is doing with others.
Absolutely.
And I think ops is the one which is a glue which sticks all them, stitches all of them together, right? So in that way, I feel that ops has a bright future in coming years, especially like, and also like I said, usually when I said initially, like, it's like the nervous system and everything which you can't see. Now I think it needs to be revealed, right? The ops leaders will take a place in the conversation with executive team, right? And definitely
That's
lead that.
happening, I think right now, and even continuing to grow, is because we are the ones looking at that data of what tools are, what's the ROI, what's the ROI of the different sources, where is the impact, not just on the funnel, but across the different teams of the company. And so, yeah, I mean, I definitely already see marketing apps being brought into those big conversations because we can see the big picture and how everything is impacted.
It's also interesting how marketing systems need to integrate. I mean, they have to share the data between vendor A and vendor B, and we're living that every day as we have to integrate with another product, like a hotel reservation system or a point of sale system, or so it really is the nerve center for the organization as it's bringing in revenue and measuring so many different aspects of performance for the company. So, so just great point.
Yep. So anything else, Brianna, from like you are leading the entire demand gen team and ops team. So how does it look like the next year, right? How are you leading from an ops perspective?
Yes, I would say over the next year, we really spent this year setting up, making sure we had those processes in place and the definitions, and making sure we were very clear on what data sources we were using to measure. So I think this year is going to be looking a lot at that ROI and what's having the actual impact and influence across the company. And then for the following year, taking that data and better influencing our marketing strategy. It's I'm very much an advocate that I don't make decisions just based off of my feelings when it comes to marketing, and we're making it based off of that data and making proper decisions that way. So
no, I think that makes sense. Especially right now, this situation, we are in economic situation, right? If you're just looking maybe like 12 months in perspective, I think ops is in a good position to bring out that insights, like what worked, which initiative worked, so that the leadership team can make a decision about the budget, right? Because with the economic slowdown and all the stuff people are talking about, each team is trying to almost like tighten their budget now, right? They want to cut places where it's not impacting. I think only one organization or one team which can really provide that insights, like you said, it's the data. Data speaks, right? So it's a black and white. There's no emotions attached to it.
It either works or it doesn't.
Yes,
We can show it.
And I think ops is one place where definitely leaders will look into, saying that, hey, which campaigns worked, which initiative works for us, right? So that we can only keep those ones for the next year, and then we can re-evaluate after that, right? So in that way, I think ops team is definitely playing a big role right now as we are speaking, because even had a couple of conversations last week about a couple of my clients, are like the marketing leaders, is like, Prash, we need to figure out where we can reduce the budget.
So we can show, marketing ops can show what's working, what tools we really need, which ones are going to have the biggest impact. Drive those quality leads, not just quality over quantity. So.
I think you touched upon about revenue leaders, right? I think in a way, whether ops wants would like to be like that role or want to play that role, but definitely I think ops is being pulled into that direction, where ops can be the revenue, if not the leaders, at least the ones who provides insights to make that revenue decisions at the top.
I think we could certainly talk for hours here. I'm not sure if we should open it for questions. I think we've got a few minutes.
I do have a question. So, Brianna, very few people, marketers I speak to, can speak about their MarTech stack with the clarity that you offered.
Thank you.
Typically, I run into folks who describe it more like a Jenga tower that's on the verge of collapse. So they've bought it piecemeal. They run into a problem or a need. They buy technology. It doesn't get onboarded very well, or the users aren't using it. One company I talked to had to do a financial audit to figure out what they were paying for. Okay.
Yes.
What advice would you offer that type of company? And they tend to be small to mid-size.
Yeah, so I would definitely take a look at getting a quick outline of all the different tools that you were using. I know I've been in my current company for about a year and a half, almost 2 years. So that was one of the first things I did when I came in. What are the different tools we're using? And then I synced across the different departments to see who is actually using these tools. And I would make that a regular thing. Because there's no reason you need to be wasting your time on a tool that isn't being used. So that would be my first step, would definitely be what tools do we have, and then going through who should be using them, and are they being used? And then at that point, I'm gonna start defining my, what I would see as success for each of those tools. So such as, we use HubSpot, and current challenge is that we have email templates marketing creates for the sales team, and I think they're fantastic. And but they don't use them a lot. So I'm on usually about quarterly or monthly, depends basis, looking to see how often is that being used, and then if it's not, going out to my sales team and being like, why aren't you using it? Are you just not comfortable using it? Do you not like our messaging? That's okay. We can change it. No offense taken. So I think making it part of your regular process is the biggest thing. Otherwise, you end up having these tools that no one even knew about and no one's using.
That's a great answer.
Hope that answers your question.
Hello. I'd like to ask about pushback. What happens when the output from the MarTech team garners concern from the CEO? He or she doesn't like it, and pushes it back to you. What's the process? What do you do in that case?
My advice would be, I always look at the data. Recently got a pushback actually from someone's like, we do not like this. Oh, it was emojis in our email subject lines. And we don't use like crazy emojis. We are healthcare B2B, but it was like a calendar. And they're like, nobody likes that. Everyone's offended by that. And I was like, I don't believe that, but I could be wrong. So I look at the data. And I came back and I was like, no, actually our emails that have emojis in them have a greater open rate and click-through rate. So I push back that way. I say, let me look at the data and let me see what it does. So that makes it even more important that we are we have the data and we are looking at it regularly. Because if it's not working, I don't take offense to it. Okay, maybe it doesn't. But that would be my biggest thing. Prove it with data, because it's very hard to argue with that.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that, Brianna, because data is black and white. It doesn't take sides, right? But at the same time, it's like, is the data meaningful, insightful, right? You can have, it's like garbage in, garbage out. I've seen many companies accumulate a gazillion amount of data, right? And there's no actionable data. So I think that's where the ops comes in. Is not only we are just hoarding data, it's how do we make use of this data for an actionable insight? Like you said, right? It's always data never lies. Looking at the emojis and in those emails, like you said, open rate, engagement, click rate, right? Within those emails is a perfect, I think, scenario to go back and say, hey, look, this works. Like A/B testing, right? We do all the time. Right?
No, and I think being open to that, not getting defensive, and when you're having those kind of conversations, and we have the sales team comes up a lot and they want to go to a specific trade show and they're determined that's the one that's going to just drive the pipeline like nobody's business. But I go back and I look and I'm like, we attended that trade show for 2 years in a row. We got a lot of leads, but the quality was just not good. So having those conversations, but listening to them as well and saying maybe there's a different show. Maybe there's a different one that will help you get your commission up.
Perfect. Any other questions? Perfect. I think thank you everyone for coming, and thanks John and Brianna. It was a wonderful session. We can go on for hours.
Yes, if anyone wants to talk more, we gladly will.
Awesome. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
right, what a session. Let's hear it one more time for our panelists. All right, it's now time to recognize and celebrate the outstanding accomplishments of the trendsetters, the change makers, and the disruptors of the marketing industry. I'd like to call on stage Thea Moeller, Chief of Staff at Analytic, to help us present these awards. Let's give a round to Thea. And also for all of our honorees, as you accept your award, we will give you an opportunity to say a quick few words, regards, or some thank yous. Completely optional. All right, we will start with our first name, Albert Pruitt. Let's hear it for Albert. If you're here, come on up to the stage. Do we have Albert? Give me a hand if you're here. There we go. All right. Come on up. That is for our Outstanding Leadership Award.
Yeah, hi. My name is Albert Pruitt. Our startup, Free Water, has launched the world's first free beverage service. And our first product is natural spring water in aluminum bottles and paper cartons. And our water is free because we use the packaging as ad space. So when you've got that free product in your hand, feel free to scan any of the QR codes to interact with augmented reality, shop, collect coupons, order food, or download movies, music, TV shows, video games, software, you name it. You can do anything with our platform, but most importantly, 10 cents from every beverage is donated to charity to build water wells for people in need. So when you do the math, we only need 10% of Americans to save money and drink our free product, and we'll end the global water crisis permanently. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Albert. Our next honoree is Brianna Miller. Come on up, Brianna, if you're here.
All right, well, you just heard me quite a bit before, so I won't talk too much, but I just would say I love marketing automation and marketing ops and finding ways to make things more efficient and finding that ROI. So if you would like to talk more about that, I would love to meet with you. Thank you.
All right, let's give it up for Brianna. Thank you so much. Next up, we have Callie Peterson. Come on up, Callie.
I just wanted to thank the marketing conference. I've really enjoyed meeting everyone I've met so far, and if I haven't spoken to you, I'd love to meet. It's just great to be face to face, and thank you, Marketing 2.0, for putting on such a great conference.
Thank you, Callie. All right, next up we have Deborah Harris. Come on up, Deborah.
Well, there's so many people to thank. 6 of my kids and 10 grandkids. Thank you to everyone here. It's been a great conference and appreciate all your support. Thank you.
Deborah. All right, next up we have Dixie Roberts. Okay, come on up, Dixie.
Hi, I'm Dixie Roberts. Thank you so much, Marketing 2.0. I just want to introduce myself. I'm the Senior Vice President of Digital at Hangar 4 Creative, based in New York, but I am the sole member of Hangar 4 Denver. So if you're from Colorado, I'd love to meet you. Love meeting new folks in the marketing space. But at Hangar 4, we build incredible experiential, social, influencer, and brand campaigns for incredible companies like Indeed, Clinique, Nat Geo, and would love to talk to you more about what you're doing and pass around some business cards. So please come say hi, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Dixie. I love your dress, by the way. All right, next up we have Frank Deming. Come on up, Frank, if you're here.
All right. First of all, I want to say thank you for Marketing 2.0 conference. It's been a great event. Love to connect with a lot of people here, maybe later on in the networking event. But also, I want to thank my team. My team really has helped me in the last 15 years grow my business. We're a lead generation company that focuses on Google AdWords. So I would love to network with more people, see if we could partner up.
Thank you. One more time for Frank. Next, we have the brand Revelation Creative. If we have a rep, come on up.
Hi, my name is Gina Marie Mattei. I am president of Revelation Creative. We are a digital marketing agency based out of Asbury Park, New Jersey. We are approaching our 6th year in business. However, the reason I am up here is because I have a fabulous team who's been working with me for over 15 years, even before I opened our doors. So I share this award with them and their dedication to making the presence known of all of the customers that we represent. So thank you all.
Thank you. Next up, we have Hannah Petrie. Come on up, Hannah. I like the enthusiasm.
Hey, y'all. How are y'all doing? Good? Energy getting a little bit better because we're about to go to lunch? Yeah! I'm not going to tell you anything about what I do, just, marketing. But what I'm going to ask is that since I'm pretty young, if any of you guys have like one piece of advice that you wish that you had been given around my age, however old I am, come find me. I look like this. And give me your one piece of advice. I would love all advice. So, thank you.
Love it. All right. Let's have Jed Davis. Come on up, Jed.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jed Davis. I'm the owner of JedXM. I built my business out of the depths of COVID, and it's been a great success over the past 2 years. My specialty is experiential marketing and live events. A couple of shout outs is to partner agencies X Factor and my staffing partner Hype, Dana, who has been a great women trailblazer and a great mentor. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jed. All right, next up, we'd like to invite Jennifer Rogers.
My name is Jennifer Rogers Givens. I represent Matlock Advertising. That is a multicultural agency that has been in existence for 35 years. We are full service, and my role there is SVP and Managing Director, overseeing our operations, public relations, creative, and account management departments. Would like to thank all those people who came before me. I've been working in marketing for 20 years, which is crazy to believe, but I would like to thank all those who paved the way for me and all of those who I mentor who are behind me. Thank you to Marketing 2.0 for this award as well.
Thank you, Jennifer. All right, next we have Kaylee Schmidt. Come on up, Kaylee.
Well, thank you so much to the Marketing 2.0 conference for this opportunity. This is such a privilege. I just want to thank all of the leaders and mentors in my life who gave me the outlines for success and the room to push the boundaries. And to my husband for being so supportive and letting me come over here and do this and spend a week away. So thank you.
Thank you, Kaylee. All right, next we'd like to invite Mashur Hack. Come on up, Mashur.
Awesome, thank you. 2022 was a great year, and I'm excited to end it off on a good note with a good conference and an awesome award. So I hope the best for 2023 for every one of you, and hope you guys got some good takeaways. For me, I'm a serial entrepreneur, and I call myself a solutions expert. So if there's anything I can help with, I love being a resource and of value. So thank you.
Thank you, Mashur. Okay, our next award is for Panse Musa. Come on up, Panse.
Hi everyone, thank you so much for this opportunity. It's been a pleasure to just network with like-minded individuals. My name is Ponce. Too heavy. Yeah. My name is Ponce. I'm a marketing specialist and a very soon to be certified digital marketing expert by DMI and AMA. I just want to share a life strategies that I always try to remind myself of. So just like marketing, evolving as a human being is an ongoing process. So I feel like for us as humans to evolve while enjoying life, we have to do three things. Learn to grow, be persistent to, sorry, just a bit, the light is too bright.
It's the light.
Yeah, so learn to grow, be persistent to achieve goals, and be passionate just to enjoy the journey, because hard work pays off. But you need to balance between the professional and personal life, so you don't end up just missing out on life while just being so busy all the time. Yeah, thank you so much, and I look forward to networking more as well.
Thank you, Ponce. Right. Next, we have Prash Shinoy. Come on up.
Thank you, everyone. I think I would like to thank the Marketing 2.0 team for putting up a fabulous show here. And also, I would like to thank the leadership team at Marina Decisions, our CEO, and the fabulous team who's doing wonderful job at so many clients we are working with in B2B space for last 10 years, and we are growing. And it's all because of them. And I would like to dedicate this award to the entire team at Marina Decisions to keeping the lights on at marketing ops at many, many big companies, enterprise companies, and for bigger success in coming years. And if anyone of you guys would like to have more discussion about strategy and how our marketing ops can be optimized, yeah, definitely you can find me later during the networking time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prash. All right, we have two more here. I'd like to call Sarah Ostad. Come on up, Sarah.
Well, thank you. I'd like to thank the Planning Committee at Marketing 2.0, all the lovely, amazing people in the room at the conference, great speakers, great topics, also the leadership at Trader Corporation and AutoSync for enabling me to attend this event. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. All right, and we have the brand Follow Your Buyer. If we have anyone from Follow Your Buyer that would like to accept the award. Check out those socks.
If you're short a pair of socks, you can go by the analytic booth and get a free pair. So that's what I did. Thank you. I'm Perry Rarick. I'm the chief editor. Yeah, I'm the chief editor of Follow Your Buyer. And I feature all of you in the content that I create. I tell marketing stories. So thank you very much. I'm honored by the recognition. What a great event Marketing 2.0 is. The content is awesome. The meeting, all of you. And Ponce, thank you for reminding us that we're all part of humanity.
Thank you. One more time for Follow Your Buyer. And you know where to go get some free socks. Let's give it up one more time for all of our awardees. We wish them the absolute best for the future. Before we move on, I would like to thank our platinum sponsor, Weekly Real Estate News, and gold sponsor, SheCan. Without your support, it would be impossible to host a conference of this magnitude. Why don't we go ahead and get ready to take a break for lunch, enjoy some delicious food while we connect and share ideas with each other. Not to mention, let's keep the hashtags rolling for any social media stories or tweets that you upload. That magic hashtag is marketing, the number 2, and CONF for conference. So hashtag marketing2 CONF. Thank you guys so much. Make sure you come back for those 1:30 sessions, starting at 1:30 for the afternoon sessions. Thank you so much. Enjoy your lunch. Also, one quick announcement. One of our attendees lost a pair of her earrings. They're long red earrings. If you see them around, go ahead and bring them on up to the stage or to one of us organizers. Thank you. right. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you had a great lunch. Hope you're all relaxed in your seats now. We are back at Marketing 2.0 Conference Winter Edition post-lunch sessions powered by SheCan and Weekly Real Estate News. Now let's get going where we left off. Coming up next, another panel discussion on the topic, attention seekers. Understand how to get, keep, and use attention. The goal of marketers is to attract attention and then keep it long enough for the consumer to make a purchase decision. To do this, marketers must understand what motivates people and then use what knowledge in their marketing campaigns to connect with them on an emotional level. This panel discussion, featuring Ryan Lesniak, CFO and CSO at Limited Edition LLC, Ana Paula Galvaro, CEO of MEM Marketing Agency, and Chad Burmeister will help us understand the art of grabbing attention. Let's welcome them to the stage.
Yeah. Oh, picture first, huh?
Thank you.
Beautiful. Okay, I'll go on this side over here.
Yeah, you say balance. So.
Did everybody enjoy their lunch? Yeah? Yeah, that was pretty good, huh? I was in San Francisco for a time, and the food here is, I enjoyed a little better than the San Francisco stuff sometimes. So. Good. Glad to have everybody here. Did everybody catch the amazing name of my friend Anna's company? Mujeres en Marketing, MEM. And does everybody know what that stands for? Mujeres, Women in Marketing, A+. You get a book at the end. Awesome. So 4 women leaders in marketing in this company. And you're going to really enjoy some of the materials that I think we're going to talk through today. So I'm Chad Burmeister. I'm with a company called Connected with a K. We're the leader in LinkedIn technology and outreach that helps more than 18,000 licensed users around the world connect with their target audience in an efficient and effective way to drive market opportunity. And Anna, do you want to introduce yourself a little bit?
I have to. Like, I think Chad talked about really good about me, about Mujeres en Marketing, about MEM, Marketing Agency, so thank you. My name is Ana Paola Soria Galvarro, and we talk about a lot about that, about my name, my last name, and it was a very difficult decision to present it by myself today. I'm from Bolivia. I currently live in Miami, and I am passionate about marketing, passionate about strategies, organic content, and well, I love to work every day and to create something different. So, Ryan, your turn.
Is this on? Cool. So my name is Ryan Lesniak. I'm the CFO and CSO of my marketing and web development firm called Limited Edition. My quick backstory is I'm 24 years old. I'm probably the youngest person in this room. I think that gives me a unique perspective and can look at things in a different way and through a different lens. So I'm excited to be here. I've already learned so much. But on behalf of my company, I run all the finance, I help with the sales strategy, but we are a marketing department, and so that is why I'm here. And I'm excited to be on a panel. It's my first one, my first conference, and I'm here with 2 smart people, so I'm excited to dive into it.
All right, we're going to have fun. So the way we're going to get into the content is get attention, keep attention, and then use attention. 25, 30 years ago, I learned it as find, get, and keep business. So if I interchange that from time to time, you know where I'm going. But getting attention, that's Anna's specialty. So, what's the content need to look like? Where do you place it? The panel this morning, I think it was the keynote, where they said 3 to 5 seconds. And if it's a Gen Z audience, that's different than if you're reaching out to a different audience. So we're going to talk through some of that to start. Then once you've generated that attention, now what? What does your website need to look like? So we've got a case study we're going to walk through with Ryan that talks about a 270% increase in sales as a result of making some tweaks on the website. And then my specialty is I've always been on the sales side. I've straddled sales and marketing. So when I have $1 million marketing budget at RingCentral and we are converting at an 8% rate on the white paper downloads, 90 days later, convert that to an 18% conversion rate, that's a pretty big lift. So all three parts of this process are very important, right? Getting the attention, keeping the attention, and then converting to customers. So with that, we're gonna have Anna take us through some cool videos to get us spiked up after lunch.
And to be like alert after lunch, I think it's difficult, but we are gonna do our best.
We're gonna do our best.
Yeah.
But before I go there, I do wanna get a little interaction. I forgot about this. What I wanted to ask is, how many people, by a show of hands, have been prospected at your company, like for a technology, whether you're an influencer or a decision maker? Has everybody in the room ever been prospected? Yeah? Okay. Now, the last time you actually took action on being prospected, raise your hand if it was from a cold email that you got. One. It's really bright, so I saw one. I definitely think I've seen that. Okay, so one person, right? Two out of a room of, 50, 60 people. That's pretty small. How about a cold call? Somebody calls you, hey, this is Chad with Connected. Did I catch you at an okay time? How many people were cold called to get a prospect in the door? Another one, two, couple. Amazing. What about you saw a marketing ad on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, one of the marketing channels? Two, three. Okay, we've got more in this group. How about LinkedIn? Oh yeah, that's music to my ears, because that's like 7 or 8 people. LinkedIn is a different way to get in the door because you build trust first. So all of these channels can work well, and I thought that was fun. Good.
Yeah.
Thanks for sharing. Thanks for participating.
Great. So I'm honored of being in the middle of you guys, so such an expert. And well, I try to do my best also with the get attention. So I would try to put it like stand up, making a little video of you right now. So the visibility here is really bad, and you're going to see that in my video after that in my stories. I'm gonna tag you, many of you. And well, get right now is very difficult. We heard a lot about it, well, yesterday and in different kind of speakers. And like I said before, I'm from Latin America. I am a woman living in USA, and I learned something about marketing. And I think the most important thing that I learned is not be afraid. So try, speak up, talk about what you know. And if you can't do it, someone else will do that. Someone else will help you. Like I said at the beginning today when I'm talking with Chad or with Ryan, that if I don't know any word in English, please help me. So I think that's the most important thing, like not being afraid. It happened the same with trying to get attention, because sometimes it will be sound risky, and you need to think out of the box. We need to think out of the box, and we need to create, and we need to inspire. So I'm going to show you something. This is just a little picture about me and my agency and my son, and trying to keep your attention too. Do you know what is happening right now in 1 minute, every 1 minute in social media? So you can see here, like 44 millions of lives. So it's a lot happening in 1 minute. So 695K stories in Instagram. My story is going forward, so one more. There are so many. TikToks, so we know about TikTok. So it's 167 million of videos going around every minute. And well, Chad knows about LinkedIn, so you're sure that information is like...
Yeah, looks correct.
Yeah, like almost 10,000 of people being connected right now. Even us, like I connect with you guys every minute here in these sessions. So it's amazing. And we want to grab a little of attention of this big word in marketing. So get attention. How we can do that? So let's begin with my checklist. And I'm sure I'm messing with that. Everyone in this room can make their own checklist. So I always talk about being inclusive, being human, being part of a community, have a purpose or a strategy, making something sure, immediately, fast, organic, real, unique, collaborations. So right now we are in the middle of a big world of collaborations. Influencers, marketing agencies, big, small, clients. We talk about our clients as a partners. So we are not a vendor like we heard yesterday. We are really partners with them. So being innovative, inspire, well, video. I know we are talking about video every second. And being original, and the materials need to feel like an experience for us. So what else? I just want to show you something that we made in our agency because a client of us reached us with that material, with the first one. I'd say, I want to put a Google ad, a Facebook ad, a LinkedIn ad with that material. And we say, no way. We really can't run an ad with that material. So it's an artwork, it's static, we don't have nothing there. So even when the package or the plan doesn't include the artwork, we decided to make a new one. So here's the piece. Oh no, it's not showing.
He may have to click the play button over there in the,
Yes.
he can't click it, he said.
Oh, he can? Oh yeah,
Oh, okay, good. Maybe that'll work. Yeah, I think it's going.
Oh, let me go back and we'll see. Okay, we can see here, because in the next one we can see, oh.
You know, it's funny, I'll comment on that because our CEO is a creative person. He's also about 24, 25 years old in Indianapolis, Indiana. And he did the silliest video that I could have ever imagined. And I think it was like eating spaghetti in the bathroom or something and just getting all over the place. He got so many clicks you wouldn't believe. And interest and leads. And I was like, what? Wait, I don't understand. But see the one on the left with the API and all the words versus what's in it for me, I mean, it just reminds me of making it come to life, right? Think of the banners when you walk down the hall to come to this conference room, and there's a couple to me that stand out, right? Is there one, like you're nodding your head, do you remember one of the ones? Like, what's your favorite banner out there, anybody? The investing one, yeah. And it's what's unique about that banner?
It grabbed your attention because, I said, are you tired? I'm like, well, you're in Vegas, so.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah. So that's what I think we're getting at here, right, is there's a human in the picture, obviously. There's a call to action. If that video was playing, you would see those arrows would be pointing down, you know, and it kind of directs you. As people, we want to be kind of shown where to go. And then it's increased security for financial transactions and reduce customer churn to 0. Okay, I sent my CFO a thing about churn the other day. I was like, what if we could reduce churn by 24%? She's like, you've got my attention. I'll take a call anytime. So I have a call tomorrow while I'm here about that topic. That one's a little better than how we help Vindy automate customers' payments through, I don't even know what that SDP stands for. Yeah.
Right, and to touch on that as well, it also makes it about you. Humans are inherently selfish, and when you want to have a conversation or an ad with someone, you want to make it about them. And so this guy, he's pointing at you. It makes it, the one on the right looks like it's about you. Left looks like it's just there, and you have to put effort into understanding the ad. And if you have to do that, the attention's already gone because people don't have attention and they don't want to put effort into something that they don't know about. You make it about you, the attention's on me, it feels like it's about me, now I'm intrigued, now I go further down the line.
What's the importance while we're there? They click that link, they go to your website. Does it need to be the same person, or should that person be somewhere, or is clip art okay in those kinds of
Consistency, like my firm is a web development and marketing firm, and we focus on consistency across the entire digital landscape of your brand. So that's everything from, you know, your Facebook page and the branding and aesthetic of that, and having it match your website, so that way you know you're in the right place and it's still about you. That would be my 2 cents on that. Keep it consistent, because that matters.
That's very interesting though, because many of the clients say that I don't want to use the same thing in the website, and then it's like a mistake, like they felt like.
Yeah, because you can't, you know, copy and paste the same exact thing, but like, you know, these colors, this color scheme, keep that consistent. If it's the same guy, then yes, that is like, oh, well, you kind of just repurposed all your content for every single platform, and that's not what you want to do, and I don't want to be mistaken by that. Point is you keep the look of it the same. You could have this one on the right catch your attention, then when you get to the website, it's the one on the left. And because now you're diving more into it and you're curious how it can affect you and what value it can bring to you, your brand, et cetera.
Yeah. What's the business value of converting from a text-heavy, you know, about the company versus a you-friendly, you know, what do you see in terms of clicks and conversion rates as a result of implementing something like that?
Yeah, we have been talking about before, and it's really a big difference. Like, they have been operating like 3 years in the marketing with 10 followers in Facebook. Like, telling me like, I don't care about followers, I just want my ad to run. But where is your community? What are you like really building here? So he reached like 300 in a week, then obtained more conversion and leads, and everything goes forward. So
wow.
It's a big deal.
10
like
in 3 years or 300 in a week? I don't know about you, but I'd take 300 in a week.
Yeah, and it's a purpose. Like the ad will not be separate from the creativity, and also not be separate from keeping or from using the information after. So everything is at 360 grade.
Yeah.
So we are going.
Yeah. Amazing.
So the next one is our example. I don't know if we are going to be able to see the video because it's not working. It's not working, right? Like it. Well, anyway, I can send you the videos, and this one specifically, we use like a very catchy music. So when you heard this video chat heard before, it was like make you really dance, like feel like you are dancing. And what is the link between an AI company and dancing? No link, right? But we are trying to do that. Like, I don't want to see something boring, even when it's just technology. I want to feel like I like that, so I want to read it, and then I want to know more. Because the only job of get the attention is to make a click with the client. And then you can just give the information and use the information. So the last one was really good too, and I can send it to you. It was before. It's another company with hair care products and tools. They get used to make like just photo pictures and just a static work. And then we enter in the, like we talk about extreme makeover in social media. It's a word the phrase that we use. And then we make some videos of influencers or little influencers using the products. So it was a big difference, and it was a lot of fun. We create different scenarios, and we catch more attention.
And when those influencers are using that product, you can relate. Again, it makes it about you, and you can see yourself using it. If you see a hair dryer, I don't personally use a hair dryer, but if you see a picture of one and it just says the name of hairdryer 320X5 or whatever, like no one cares about that. You don't, when you're looking at it, when you're using it, the name, the model, the style doesn't really matter. What matters is how it works, right? And so making it about you, seeing an influencer using that hairdryer makes you feel like, oh, I could use that in the same way. I could have my hair look like hers, right? So I don't want to talk too much about women's hair.
The CEO of UGG Boots spoke at an event in New York City that I was at 3-4 years ago. And he said the first year he came over, I think he's from Australia, if I'm not mistaken, and he comes over and he sells like $5,000 worth of UGG boots in California. The next year he's like, yay, I doubled. We got to 10,000. And it's like, yeah, but how do you stay alive on $10,000? Well, then he goes and he goes to this surfboard store, and he goes, hey, you're the owner of the surfboard store. Can we get some of your surfers to wear the UGG boots? And so they kind of picked model-looking surfers, and it was forced. It wasn't natural. It wasn't authentic. And so as a result, he, again, doubled the sales, but it was too forced. Finally, Pamela Anderson, back in the Baywatch days, wears the boots and is pictured in a black and white newspaper just wearing them, not in a paid-for ad, not in a placement, authentically wearing them. Sales went up to like 160 grand, and then once they hit the 5 to 10 to 20 to 160, then it went 160, 320, $1 million, and then hundreds of millions of dollars. And it was all, he really tied a lot of it back to that fact that it was authentically placed, used. The other thing about music that you pointed out, a friend of our family he's graduated 1 million people from his mindset classes over the last couple of decades. And music is the key piece of the equation of how he gets people to transform their lives, because when you hear the music, it just opens up something totally different. So the words on the page, using the product, I mean, all that's amazing. Just seeing those videos, you guys saw the pictures, seeing those videos in action, it's just such highly produced content. I love it.
Yeah, I think it's funny, it's human, it's natural, and marketing is like that right now when you want to get attention. It's like that. Need to be spontaneous, need to feel like right. And that's the best thing that we can do if you enjoy to do it. Also, like your client is going to feel that you are enjoying it. And then obviously the final client is going to know that that piece is really important and it's really like worth it to see it. And well, I think everybody talk about the strategy, but I'm going to tell you again, could be spontaneous, could be human, but it needs to be part of a strategy. So that's important too. Well, inspire, I said before, and just to note about inspiration is social media is about the people, not about your business. Provide for the people, and the people will provide for you. So I think that's resumed everything about to get, and now I'm gonna let you go.
So if people want to connect with you, is it the best on LinkedIn, or what's your channel of choice?
Yes, LinkedIn for sure.
LinkedIn first.
Yeah,
All right.
and if you want to see more human materials, organic about my agency, you can connect in Instagram, TikTok, and we have all the networks going forward.
Awesome. Well, thank you for sharing amazing information. Now that they've raised their hand, they've clicked a button, they've presumably landed on the website. Right. Let's talk a little bit about that. How did you first get into the kind of work that you do today?
So without getting too far into it, I graduated May of 2020, so 2 months after the world shut down. I don't want to make this whole conversation about COVID, but that six-figure sales job out of college, number one, doesn't exist. Number two, especially during COVID. I learned that the really hard way, I guess. Ended up working out great because I'm here now, though. So I started a company. I knew how to shoot photo and video content, similar to what you were talking about. Then found a business partner, He helped me get that content onto the website. The website was terrible. We brought that to their attention, rebuilt the site. We're like, hey, this is kind of a business model, and it was just us two. Now I'm here with a team of 12. Using the attention, though, or what are we?
Get, keep, use. You're on keep.
So people are to the website. What does that do for you? Your website is a place to provide information to people who are seeking it. People don't navigate through websites that they don't want to be on. They can swipe back and out, bounce back onto the Google page of the results, or they'll keep inquiring deeper. And so I like looking at websites as layers. So there's your first layer, and if the ad has worked, you've gotten to that first layer. There has to be somewhere on that screen in 3 to 5 seconds that's incredibly obvious that you can click to be to like get deeper onto that next level. For example, one of the companies that we built a website for was it's called Germ Logic, based in Austin, Texas. They manufacture and sell like air purifiers. They could have them in this auditorium. And then they also work on some other stuff, but they do it for commercial and residential. And so that was like their 2 main pillars of their company. And so the first thing we did on their website was have 2 buttons. You get to the website, you're either commercial or you're residential. And when you're on that website, you know which one you are, and it's incredibly obvious to click. Once I've gotten someone to click on that button, let's say it's commercial because they're looking for something like for, Mandalay Bay is looking for a air purifier for this room, keep everyone healthy and safe. You're gonna click on commercial. Now, I've already answered one of their questions and they want to inquire deeper. That same strategy across levels eventually gets people to pick up a phone, make a call, schedule on the website, get another conversation started. And so I think making sure that not just your website, but anything, Instagram, other places, in person, you use that same strategy of layers and making it simple for the people to not use their brains, but to just inherently pick and choose, because that's what humans want to do, and that's how you keep it quick, and that's how you maintain their attention. So that's kind of like a small little case study and example of how I can do, you do your work, you crush it, maybe we should partner up because you can crush that. I know how to get them there.
Before they came to you guys, if I remember right, you said for 5 years they were flailing, $1,500 a month in SEO spend, and the CEO said, I don't even know what SEO means, but I'm just spending $1,500 and I'm not getting any results.
Yeah.
So it sounds like very few leads as a result. You told me, as a salesperson, I like to think of the impact, right? Pre and post.
Yeah.
So what did you say in terms of revenue increase as a result?
270 in 1 year. So what's funny about the Germ Logic story is they called me, I was a fresh graduate, and they wanted to give me a sales job. And I said, actually, I'm kind of trying to build websites and I'm trying to ramp this up. I bootstrapped it, no investment, nothing. And he was like, well, actually, I happen to need that because the web development company that built their previous website and did all their SEO wasn't talking to them. They had no idea what they were getting. They were spending $1,500 a month on SEO, having no idea what it got for them. They had no way to measure it. They weren't seeing differences or results, whether positive or negative, post-working. So I don't have any data to compare their website or conversion rates, those sorts of metrics prior to our work. Post-work, bottom line, increase 270.
Yeah, 270% increase is
for selling air purifiers.
Yeah, that's a pretty big deal. I had a similar customer at the beginning of COVID, called me in March and said, hey, Chad, I just took on a PR role at this company that converted their manufacturing production line of clothing into masks. What do you think we should do? And I'm like, well, I generally look at it from a sales perspective. So I go, I can tell you what I would do, and it wouldn't be email blast everybody. It wouldn't be all these other strategies. I said, we got to be different, right? Everybody else, when everybody goes right, we got to go left.
Right.
So
I love that.
we downloaded 1,400 cell phones of the top chief procurement officers in America through Zoom Info. And then we recorded Danielle on a voicemail. Hey, and it was just a nice message that's 45 seconds. Hey, it's Danielle. I represent the company that's in Los Angeles. We just, Amazon just purchased 100 million masks from us last week. We can produce 10 million a day. And out of curiosity, as the chief procurement officer there, wondering if you'd like to buy any American-made masks. She was inundated with calls. We did a voicemail drop to like these 1,400 people. And at one point she goes, Chad, turn the volume down because I'm getting the call from Marriott and Salesforce.com and all these big ones. She signed $10 million in deals and personally made $1 million in commissions between March and August of that year. So it's interesting, right? In a market, like when you're getting into a new market, there's always opportunities. It's finding out how do you use technologies and content like this to really nail that message so that you get the clicks, bring them to your website, a 270% increase in conversion because you've bifurcated your traffic properly, and it's pretty cool stuff. So I want to kind of make this a little bit interactive in the last 10 minutes. Are there any questions, or maybe we could even have fun? Everybody here has a product to sell. If you want to give us a 60-second pitch of gaining attention, we could practice that a little bit. Anyone have something they think the room could benefit from? Or have any questions?
Everybody's very shy today.
Okay, well, let's talk a little bit about LinkedIn then, because this one's kind of near and dear to my heart. So I've been a reseller of LinkedIn prospecting software for 5 years, and I just joined Connected about 3 or 4 months ago. They've grown from 0 to 18,000 users in under 2 years, and they're adding another 1,000 to 2,000 users a month. So it's 13.4% growth rate month over month. The reason that that's possible is not because they just reach out to 100 people a day and then send something that's junk, right? Like a lot of content. There's 3 strategies that I can share with you, whether you use a software or not. And these are in this book. I've got a handful of copies with me, so if you want one, I'm happy to give it to you. It's a very templatized approach. You can connect with people who are part of a group. Hey, I see we're part of the Internet 2.0 group or the Marketing 2.0 group. Let's connect. And if you ask someone to connect that's in a group with you, you're 3 times more likely to connect with them. So you might get 15%. If you refer to the fact that we're part of the same group, now you're at 40%. That's a pretty big deal. What you don't do is say, hey, my company helps you create really amazing video ads, and we're founded by 4 women out of Latin America. Let's connect. That's too much information. It's not about me. Make it about the user and the group that you're part of. That's strategy number 1, 3x conversion rate. When you do that right, the next message should be a give. So if you've ever followed Gary Vaynerchuk, Gary V, he hit one of his strategies, give, ask. So once you've connected, then give something of value. Hey, my company, MEM, we've just launched a 30-second free video creation for you, or we'll look at one of your videos. Come up with something that's creative, that's not over pitchy. Ideally, it doesn't even say MEM in it. It just says, hey, did you see this white paper that said that Gen Z prefers TikTok over Facebook 18-1? Give them something of value that's not much to do with your company. So connect with someone in a group, then give, then ask. Don't ask on your second message. The second strategy in LinkedIn outreach that's working really well is if someone posts something. So imagine someone at this conference says, wow, what a great speaker Ryan Lesniak was, right? First show, 24-year-old, can you believe it? And then he gets 50 likes. You can go in, copy that link, and you can go connect with those people that liked that post. Hey, I saw you, how do you know Ryan, right? Or how did you come across this conference? So if you go to the post, connect with the people who like that post, that's another 3x conversion rate. The final one, this one's my favorite for a room of marketers. How many people drive people to either physical or online events. Anyone doing event marketing at all? A little bit?
Yeah.
So the gentleman who raised their hand back there, what type of an event would you put on? Like, is it a marketing event, IT event? What kind of event? Yeah. Live webinar, and what topic? Marketing, okay. So imagine if you go into LinkedIn and you search marketing, and if you can be more specific, the better, right? Marketing for HubSpot, marketing. Find all the events that are on that first page, maybe first and second page, and you want to look for the ones that have 50, 500, 5,000 attendees. And then you get to go connect with, the way it works with LinkedIn is once you say attend on that LinkedIn event, now those folks you're able to either connect with them or do a first degree message to them because we're part of that event together. So it opens up the algorithm to where if we were all attending a virtual event, I could go to each person. Hey, Ryan, we're attending the event virtually, the Vegas Virtual Marketing 2.0. Let's connect sometime. Man, your likelihood of me doing that versus some stranger is going to go through the roof. So at Ring Central, when I ran their SDR, BDR global team of 100 people, we would pay $50 to $100 for someone that was that kind of a hand raiser. When you go to LinkedIn events and there's 1,000 people registered for that marketing event, and now you have unfettered access to that group, think of the business value to you. $50 times 1,000. That's $5,000 worth of marketable audience. And when you couple that with Anna's amazing opener and a website that's ready to handle the traffic, it's very interesting. The other thing we were talking about at lunch is first-party cookies. You know, a lot of these platforms are starting to put it behind the curtain and say, look, we used to be able to say, let's sort by demographics and region and technograph, all these different ways to run the algorithm. But with privacy laws, they're starting to pull some of that back. So you can't get as targeted as you used to be able to. Through LinkedIn, you're actually able to go still run, right? I want people that are in New York City, that are CEOs at 50 to 500 person company size in the computer software business that attended that event. I mean, you can get extremely targeted, but using those three things I just talked about. Connect with someone who posts, connect with someone in a group, connect with someone that's attending an event on LinkedIn. I built a $2 million a year company bootstrapped in a year and a half, purely living on those three strategies. And I did have some good partners in the video space as well. So.
Yeah, I think we made a great team together, and that's inspiring for me because we can know that we can work in different spaces.
Yeah, well, kudos to Marketing 2.0 because pulling the three of us together, I guess they had their ducks in a row when they planned this panel. So, any other comments or questions, or what would you like to leave everybody with?
The interesting thing you say about LinkedIn is that has been an incredible, like a very powerful tool. I'm taking that and bringing it with me. And I'm also wondering, like, who has connected with me at this conference that's using that strategy? I don't know. But I think it's very powerful, and a question to give back to both of you guys is, what do you think is the most important part? Because one thing that I came into this panel understanding how to get, keep, and use attention. You know, if you can't get someone's attention, you're not going to be able to use it. But if you get their attention and you don't know how to use it, are you wasting time? So how would you both rank importance of those three things? Because I know I'm wondering.
My default for this question for the last 25 years is that revenue equals frequency times competency. So frequency means how many times are you going to see the ads in the right place?
Being consistent.
Competency is it the one on the left or is it the one on the right? Yeah. Right? So it's all very well put. If one piece of that equation is a 0 or a 0.4, and the other part's a 1, man, you got to close that leaky pipe or you're not going to convert at a level that you should.
Yeah.
Or how you can complement the 3 things together, because like we said before, if I do something so original and so awesome, but then the website is not working.
Yeah.
So yeah, I just throw the money away and I put the Facebook ad, the Google ad, the LinkedIn ad, and that's it.
Well, we were talking about this when we were getting mic'd up, right? My company has 78,000 visitors to our website a month. We are presumably one of the top users of LinkedIn in the entire world. And yet, I met with a chat company the other day because I had a chat team before of 20 people. And this chat team came in, they looked at all our stats, and they go, okay, this little chat button that you have in the bottom, it's just a form. And it asks first name, last name, company, and then 8 qualification questions. And it looks like a chat, but people aren't slow, right? They're going to go, I'm being qualified right now. And there's no interactivity. It's just question, 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 and then thanks. So we get like a very small % conversion into lead. When I met with the chief revenue officer of this chat company, I said, what do you legitimately expect for us to get in an increase? And he said, well, with 78,000 visitors, you're getting 0.5% that convert to that form, probably less, and it's way less, actually. I was holding my cards close to my chest. It's way less. He's like, you can probably get 2 to 2.5% of those people to fill that out. 2% times 78,000 visitors, we're not gonna have enough salespeople to handle that volume.
Right.
So like even though we're great at driving people to the site, if we're light in one area, then what's it all for? So.
Well, I like both your answers because my answer to it is there is no order.
There
you need
is
all
no
3,
order,
and
yeah.
sometimes that's difficult to, accept, but it's the truth, and understanding that is important.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
And I think there is a balance, like it needs to
Absolutely.
be worded. And about cookies, just a comment. I know we are all worried about cookies, iOS, and everything, but I think that every problem is an opportunity. So I think we, as a marketer, everyone in this room are very brave, and we are going to make it. we make it during the pandemic. We make it with social media and cookies. No worries.
Yeah, that's right.
We can do it too.
Got to be dynamic for marketing, Not to hate on finance, but spreadsheets are always going to look like spreadsheets, and, human attention spans are dropping and dropping and dropping, so it's important.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for coming to our session this afternoon. It's been a pleasure. If you want to connect with any of us, I've got probably 8 or 10 of these, but I also have e-copy, so I can email it to you as well. So really appreciate your attention this afternoon. Thanks for having us here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay.
I'd say we did good.
Yeah.
All right, let's give a round of applause to our last panelists one more time. Thank you so much. While our next panelists get ready, I'd like to just make a quick announcement to remind everyone to post, share your stories, share your pictures from the event, and to hashtag marketing, the number 2 and CONF for conference. So make sure you're getting those posts out there. Also, as far as some upcoming dates for upcoming conferences, we will be having our upcoming conference in Dubai, May 1st through 3rd. Another upcoming conference here in the U.S., July 10th through 12th, here at the Caesars Forum Convention Center. If we have any interested sponsors, exhibitors, or delegates, please reach out to Jatin at infinium.events. So with the world of marketing agencies, it's getting more and more competitive than ever before. With so many companies offering similar services, how do you make sure your clients stick around? Eric Yalen, CEO at Megafluence, and Samina Chowdhury, partner and top agent, luxury home marketing agent at Keller Williams Lucido agency, has the answer. Without any further ado, let's call them up on the stage to delve into the topic, Making Your Clients Come Back for More, the ultimate retention guide for marketing agencies. Let's welcome our panelists.
Picture together.
Of course.
Thank you.
Can you keep that separate, huh?
Hello, everyone. I can't see anything. It's blinding.
Yes,
the lights
it's bright.
Yeah. So we're going to talk today about how to keep the people coming back for more. And we'll start with social media first.
Well, why don't we introduce ourselves a little bit more first?
Okay.
So why don't you tell us a little bit about your background?
I'm Samina Chowdhury. I'm a real estate agent. I do mainly residential real estate. And I work with the Bob Lucido team of Keller Williams Lucido Agency. We are under the Keller Williams umbrella. Keller Williams is in 160 countries in the world. Our team is the #1 Keller Williams team in the world. And I am the top agent for Keller Williams Lucido Agency.
Well, I'm Eric Yalen, and if you were here yesterday, you heard me talk a little bit about new technologies like AI and augmented reality and metaverses. But my background is a lot more diverse than that. I've actually been in marketing communications for over 40 years. And one of my first jobs out of college was as regional marketing director in the entertainment industry, working for Feld Entertainment. Now, you wouldn't necessarily know that name, but it's Ringling Brothers Circus and Walt Disney's World on Ice. From there, I went to work in the golf business, and actually that's when I started in technology, but it was really sports marketing. And then from there, I worked in the health and fitness industry, ultimately getting back into the golf marketing area. But today, I work primarily with big name influencers, people who speak from the stage, who are leaders, teaching other people, other entrepreneurs how to do things like social media, mindset, health and wellness. So I'm kind of like the coach to the coaches, and I help them with their strategic marketing and planning.
So, Eric, let's start with social media marketing. Normally, in my business, what I do is I tap into the Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and LinkedIn. And basically, we try to use, we try to offer value to keep the retention going with our followers and try to grow more followers. And with, when I'm listing houses, do the videos and try to format it in for different platforms, like there's the Instagram way and then there's the TikTok way. So try to grab both a group of people or followers for both platforms. What is different in your case with social media?
Well, obviously, because I have a diverse range of clients, I have to look at every client differently. But like the last speaker in the last panel talked about, it's definitely this mantra. Ours is a little bit different. He said basically give, 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 sell. Me might speed it up a little bit and just do give, sell.
Yeah.
So that's one thing, yeah, definitely giving value. The other thing is you give the customer what they want, but then you ultimately sell them what they need. So by giving them what they want, they're going to want to pay more attention, and they're going to want to keep following what you have to say, and they're going to want to keep coming back for more. But it's always about giving some kind of value, because if they're already starting to follow you, it's going to be based on some value that they perceive from following you, right?
Right.
And you want to continue to live up to that. So that's part of your branding strategy. It's what is your promise? What are you planning on delivering or promising them that you're going to deliver to them on a regular basis? And you give away as much as you possibly can without giving away the whole store, because ultimately at the end of the day you want to make money.
Right. And I guess it's all about also which group, like niche group that you're targeting, and what would be of value to them to get their attention to contact you and get them to keep coming back to you. Basically, that's another thing.
Well, yeah, I think whenever you're doing any type of social media post, whether it's a blog, a video, a static image, you should always have some intent at the end of the day, and you should always have some kind of, you don't necessarily have to have every single post have a call to action. Because once you start always having a call to action, then you're going to develop that kind of perception. But definitely have, and by the way, sometimes those calls to action don't have to be sales oriented.
Yeah.
But you have to have that kind of intent to keep them coming back.
Right. I liked your strategy when you and I were talking about, yesterday we were discussing that, when I go to post something on TikTok or Instagram, that the one thing that you should not do when you're getting ready to buy your first home, that was what you would post as a value, but the call to action, I liked, Eric, your recommendation on want to know for others, here's your call to,
well, that's part of again, referring back to one of the other panels, you basically have like 3 seconds.
Yeah.
Well, so you're not going to give them the top 10 tips, you're not even going to have time to give them 5 tips. So
Yeah.
give them 1.
Yeah.
And then the call to action to be for the other 4, either, I'll be posting again tomorrow, or click here and get the document, the ebook.
Right, because the goal is like, most of the time people are scrolling, right? What stops that scroll to pause and look for a moment? What is that value you're offering? That is the most important thing.
Well, and by the way, that's also being disruptive. So that's why the idea of doing something of what not to do
Yeah.
is a little bit better than what to do. I mean,
Exactly.
you always see the 5 tips to do this, that, or the other thing.
Right,
Well-
but nobody talks about what not to do.
Yep.
I guess then next we get into events.
Yeah.
Now, your events are a little different than my events.
Yes.
Because your clientele is also a little different than mine, even though we sort of dive into the real estate
Yes.
angle. But let's talk about your event, and then I'll dive into what I do different from
Well,
yours.
Event marketing is something unique in and of itself. So we can go back to my days early on with Ringling Brothers Circus and Disney on Ice. I'm coming into a town for 5 days. I have 20,000 seat arenas that I have to fill, and how do you get them to buy those tickets in that short period of time? So you come up with special events that maybe provide some level of value, some level of interest to capture their attention, and it's really all about capturing their attention. I remember one year with Disney on Ice, we had, it was Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. And in that year, for the finale number, because of course in a live show you have to have some kind of big finale, Snow White would marry the handsome prince. So what we did is we put together an event where we would do a local area search for a local area Snow White to actually get married at the performance of the show, and they would have to write a poem or some type of submittal of why they wanted to have a fairy tale wedding. And then we would go out and we would bring in sponsors. So we would bring in a jeweler, we'd bring in a travel agency, we'd bring in a hotel, we'd bring in a restaurant, we'd bring in maybe a local band, we'd put on the whole reception, we'd bring in a bakery, we'd bring in a department store. All of those things would capture more attention for the show and provide more interest for, maybe there's going to be a person who wasn't necessarily interested in the show, but they'd be interested in whoever the sponsor was. So we were cross-pollinating and doing a lot of different things that way. And then, of course, then you can also get even better leverage because that can generate publicity. And in fact, when I conceived that particular idea, it got so well accepted that I actually got featured in some international bridal magazines. So it was a win-win-win all the way around.
Yeah.
So that's just one kind of event. Then we have, I deal with a lot of speakers. So now we're talking about, again, how do we provide value? Obviously, we want to drive them to the event. But when we're promoting the event, we do things like, again, social media. We provide information about the event that is pieces of the event to give them something of value, again, to make them want to come back and get more and then hopefully buy the ticket, if that's what we're doing.
How early do you start with the preparations?
Well, that's where you and I had a big
Yeah.
difference because I think you were giving a much bigger lead time.
Yeah.
So we were talking a little bit about a real estate event that I'm doing in Australia. And the event, we basically figure we need about, in a perfect world, we'd want 10 weeks because the client is a little bit slow to react. We're going to have about 8 weeks, of which basically what it is, it's a company in Dubai that sells, it's a real estate company that represents 2 of the top developers. They want to go to Australia and get Australians to buy real estate in Dubai. And to do the event, all the real estate companies think about is bring a bunch of people to a hotel and we'll tell them about all of our real estate. Well, no one, who wants to go to something like that? Nobody. So what we're going to do is we're bringing in some special speakers who are going to talk about, why it's how to set up your portfolio to protect your wealth, why it's valuable to invest in offshore real estate, how to protect your investments in your SMSF fund, which, by the way, that's like their pension funds in Australia. So we're going to bring in speakers that are going to have value above and beyond just somebody buying the real estate and finding out about these properties. Then we're going to also have, it's going to be a ticketed event because we're talking about $1 million properties, so we want to qualify them. But what is our process going to be? Well, it's going to be a lot of cold email campaigns to real estate agents, financial advisors, CPAs, people who have clientele that they could obviously filter through that they know might have some interest in that. And our incentive is going to be that if any of their clients buy property, we're going to give them a commission. Then we're going to do advertising, both Facebook and Google, and it's going to be about a 2-week period of placing the ads and optimizing them, making sure that we're targeting everything correctly, then starting the retargeting, and then 6 weeks, that's it.
Okay.
So, and by the way, that 8-week, 10-week process, that's exactly what we would do with Ringly. We would never do much more than an entire 10-week process.
Okay. So how much lead time do you keep for like buying tickets for the
For a show?
For the show, yeah.
5 weeks.
5 weeks, okay. Okay, good to know. Any other events that you can think of, Eric?
Boy, there's just, it can run the gamut. So, all you have to do is you have to come up with, there's an adage that I learned a long time ago, and that's, there are no new ideas.
Yeah.
So, by the way, my idea with Snow White, it wasn't really original.
Right.
It was kind of stolen. And I had a friend who was working in the Washington, D.C. area for a movie theater. And this was a long, long time ago. It was like, I think it was a movie like The Bride of Frankenstein.
Right.
And they did a similar type event where they would stop the movie and have an actual wedding at the thing. So I stole that. So it really doesn't matter what kind of event you're putting on or what it is you're selling. There is always going to be a way to figure out some kind of event to put on that makes sense. I'm working with a person who is an owner of a NASCAR racing team.
Right.
Well, you got to learn about their mission, their vision, their values, figure out where that fits in, because ultimately it's about engagement, it's about building community, and the whole NASCAR world is about fan engagement.
Right.
So this particular team has a driver that loves to cook.
Right.
So we're going to do a cooking event.
Right, okay.
What about you?
Okay, so let me start with a couple of events that I did this year. Around middle of this year, I had an agent join my team to help me with my business. So she's new to the business. As a new agent in the business, the main thing we first target is how to grow your database. So I asked her, in the community that you live, how many houses are there? And how many people in your neighborhood knows you're a real estate agent? So she said she has about 300 houses in her neighborhood, and probably like a handful of people know that she's a real estate agent. So what I did was, now we real estate agents, when we sell a house, we have to contact a title company to do the settlement for us. So what are we doing? We are giving business to these title companies. We are giving business to the lenders who does the loan for us. So these are our vendors. So we can always tap into our vendors and say, hey, I'm doing an event, and help me market myself so I can bring more business to you. So what I did was I called the title company. I said, listen, we're going to do an ice cream social. The kids just went back to school. Fall is starting. The kids just went back to school. The first weekend back from school, let's do an ice cream social in this neighborhood where there are 300 homes. We parked the ice cream truck right in front of my partner's house so that everybody knows where she lives in that neighborhood. We sent out a week or two before, we sent out invites just to see how many people we could get. We got about 60 families to come and get the ice cream for their kids and themselves, and also sign up for our newsletter, which now we're going to send them every month. So after the event, 20, 30 more families heard about the event and signed up for our newsletter. So at least out of 300 homes, we gathered almost 100 families right there. And we're going to keep on marketing to that community. Recently, just before coming here, I did an event. I thought to myself, okay, what else can I do to make things fun and clients coming back? Now they have bought the house. They don't really need my services, but how can I be in front of them constantly? So what else can I do as an event? So I had a client who reached out to me. He has a squash club that he just opened. And he's like, Samina, I need you to help me market myself to people around me. You're good with marketing, please help me. And I have another friend who owns a cafe that he recently opened, and I helped him market his opening day for him. So tapped into both of them, and I said that, look, we're going to have a Santa event at the squash club. I will hire a Santa Claus. Instead of these families in my database or their database, you have to understand, there's the cafe owner, his database, the squash club owner, his database, and my database. So it's like 3 databases together are being invited to this event, where we are telling them that, you know, those long lines in the malls for you to click a picture with Santa, you don't need to do that. Come here, we'll do it for you, and it's free. So we hired a photographer, we hired Mr. and Mrs. Santa. I dressed up as elf, and I received all the guests at the door. And we had the cafe provide hot chocolate and Christmas cookies for everyone. They loved the event, and they're already emailing me that what's the next event, we can't wait for the next event. Backtrack, in September, what I did was, I have a cousin. She lives in UK, and she's a famous chef. She's a barrister turned chef. And she was visiting New York, and I'm from Maryland. So she was visiting New York for an event where she was speaking. And she is one of the chefs that's featured in the show Chef's Table in Netflix, if most of you know that show. So I didn't want to lose this opportunity. I called her, and knowing my clients, what my clients like and don't like, tapping into their nitty-gritty about what they like, what each person like, I called all the foodies in my database. Like, hey, listen, I want to do this event where she's coming. I want her to cook for you guys. I'm going to get her to sign an autograph cookbook for you guys. Would you be interested? I mean, I had about 60 people show up. Her deal with me was she doesn't want any payment. She'll cook for free. But she and we come from like she's from India and I'm from Bangladesh, but we are both cousins because my mom's side of the family was from India, my dad's side of the family was from Bangladesh. So she said, I'll cook all the dishes that I learned from our family in the Indian side. You cook a few dishes from the Bangladesh side, which I want to learn from you because we both cook. So I said, done. We both cooked. We had 60 families come, and I tapped into another client who has a catering business. So we did all the cooking in her kitchen, and she got to leverage that, saying, this famous chef came into my kitchen to cook here today. So she was able to leverage that. So everybody wins here. My clients were happy, and they were like, this was so unique. And we love how you come up with these brilliant ideas about, getting a chef to come and cook for you, or doing a Santa Claus event, or even an ice cream social. And the good part is, I didn't have to spend money to do that. It was my vendors who spent the money to get these events created for me, okay? The other event I did recently was, I do a lot of selling in my niche community. Basically, what's my niche community? It's immigrants, first-generation immigrants or second-generation immigrants who've come into this country and trying to, create a new life in the US. They're trying to find their American dream, basically. And what I did to show them I care, give back to the community, was I called two attorneys, and I did a seminar for them recently, because I felt that most of my community people did not know that there was a serious issue with them not knowing what are the laws in Maryland. Like in Maryland, every state law is different. In Maryland, if something happens to the husband and wife, the children might have to go to a foster home, and the state takes all their assets, like their real estate and everything, and then try to decide how those should be dispersed, and it could take months, even years. And in the meantime, the kids are in foster homes trying to decide who will take care of them eventually. So how to get this message to my community who I serve, I called estate planning and wills and estate planning attorney to talk to them about this, to let them know that having a simple will is so important, especially if you're living in the state of Maryland. The other thing I did was, I thought about this, that I'm a first-generation immigrant, and if I have this issue, I'm sure at least 90% of the clientele that I serve have the same issue, that we have inheritance property back home. And do they know the IRS laws? Because I recently learned about it, and I had to go through a lot of stuff to make sure that I didn't get a huge penalty to pay with the IRS. So what I did was I called an international tax attorney to come and speak about inheritance law, what forms to put with the IRS when you have inheritance property or any kind of offshore property or bank account outside of the US, how you need to report it and why you need to report it, and if you don't report it, what the penalties are. I wanted them to know that. So both attorneys, they did a wonderful job on passing on the message. Now, the people who came to hear them, they are saying that, Samina, you need to have this event at least 2 more times next year, because we have friends and family who need to come and hear these people out. So this is what's happening. They keep coming for more. And I'm giving them value, I'm showing them value, and they want to hear this more maybe in more depth, or bring more people so that they show the care back to their friends and family. Because keep in mind, every person has at least 150 people in their database. So you can imagine that, when I'm calling about 30, 40 people to a seminar, they know at least 400, 500 people minimum that they can tap into and say, hey, I just went to this seminar Samina arranged, and it was amazing. And you guys need to come back and hear this. And Samina is going to do another one, arrange another one like this. You guys need to hear what these people had to say.
So I think one of the things that's interesting is in real estate versus some of the things that I do.
Mm-hmm.
So the principle that I tend to follow is give them what they want, sell them what they need. Where in real estate, it's really the opposite.
Yeah.
It's give them what they need and sell them what they want.
Right.
But again, we're always talking about a value proposition, number one.
Right.
Another thing we're talking about is the importance of networking
Right.
and connecting with others. We're talking about leverage.
Right.
We're talking about doing things like, and it depends on whose acronym and who you follow, but some people say it's OPA, which is using other people's audiences, or OPS, other people's stages.
Right.
And obviously, in some cases, it's going to be OPP, other people's platforms.
Right.
Because you're going to extend the marketing reach, because it's above and beyond what you're doing. Plus, you're going to develop these relationships that is going to ultimately bring you referrals.
Right.
I mean, I've done so much networking and so many referrals that I don't really have to, personally, I don't have to do much in social media, and I don't have to do much in marketing or ad spend because I already have, more than enough to do what I need to do.
Right. And in my case, it's actually give, ask, receive. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So give is what I'm giving back to the community and people coming back. I mean, if you've bought a house from me already, you're not buying a house in the next few years again.
Mm-hmm.
But how do I keep myself in your mind when you're ready for the next real estate transaction? Because keep in mind that statistics show that if I don't keep myself and my name in your mind, 80% forget their real estate agent's name
Mm-hmm.
because they never kept in touch with them. Mm-hmm. So this is how I keep myself in touch with them and visit some of them or call them occasionally just to check on them, and they know that it's, Samina is in our mind when it comes to real estate. And the other thing is giving first. The community then puts a face to the name that, this is a person from our community who is not only doing business, but she's giving back to the community, and we need to support this person. That's another thing. And at the end, it's also like, how do you ask? It's not if you ask or not, it's how do you word when you're asking for that referral. I mean, today, almost 90% of my business is word of mouth.
Mm-hmm.
And because they know the name and they know the brand. So every person, we have in our brain what is called a reticular activator. And, if I called somebody who I know and say, hey, Eric, do you know someone who's looking to buy or sell in the next month or so? And if you don't know, your immediate brain reaction will be, do I know? No, I don't know. And you'll say, no, I don't know. And that's when your reticular activator goes on and immediately off. It goes on and off immediately. But the same question, if I ask you, Eric, who do you know that's looking, not do you know, but who do you know that's looking to buy or sell real estate in the coming weeks or months? I just targeted your reticular activator. And believe it or not, what happens is my clients call me 2 weeks or even a month later and like, hey, Samina, remember you asked me who do I know? I know so-and-so. Today I heard so-and-so is looking to buy or sell. they actually call me a few weeks or months later because it stays on for at least 3 months, believe it or not, that reticular activator. Because I targeted that who do you know, rather than do you know.
Again, it's going to the power of networking.
Networking.
I'm constantly, I have a new potential client who I'm going to be doing a discovery call with in the next day or so. And just in that initial discussion, it's, hey, I want to sell my Amazon store. Do you know anybody?
Right.
Well, I'm thinking about it. Now I'm trying to
Yes.
think, okay, who's in this particular sector that might want to buy the store?
And sometimes it's like with our network, Eric, it's like we know so many people. Somebody asked you to see if I knew that if somebody offers a certain type of services, and you actually know this person who does offer that, and you connected the two. Now those two people appreciate you, so that when you ask for a referral, they will always know that, okay, you did help, and now it's our turn to give back.
Right, and in the business that I'm in, it's just the fact that I do a lot of connections.
Right.
That eventually they're going to come back to me and say, either they're going to refer somebody to me because they know that if I can't already do the job myself, I will always support them and find a solution for them.
Right, right, and even things like my team, they do these little gifts that they go to our clients' houses every month. We target like 30, 40 homes that we've sold these people houses to. We go to their, we go and drop off these small gifts on their door, and just they come home and they find the gift. It's a nice gesture that, oh, it's Samina. She left something. We're still in her mind, So the gifts are catchy. For example, in December, what I did was I bought these. They're like probably 5-6 cents. I got these rolls of Christmas gift wrapper. These rolls, and I attached Scotch tape to it, so that they have a Scotch tape and a Christmas wrapping roll which they can use for their Christmas gift, and the note on it said, "Stick with me for all your real estate needs, and I'll wrap it up for you." So just made a twist to it, and they appreciate all these little gestures. And then there are the calls that, when you're calling the client, like, "Hey, Eric, how you doing? How's it been? How's the family?" I remember one time I was talking to this one lady I sold a house to, and she said, "Samina, we have 3 sisters, and my youngest sister just got diagnosed with breast cancer, and we've never had to deal with cancer. This is new for all of us, and it's difficult." So I tapped into her emotions, and while I was talking to her, I went into Amazon and I wrote, dealing with cancer in the family, and 2 books came up. Immediately sent that to her. 2 days later, she calls me, she's crying. Now that person will never go to any other real estate agent because I touched her soul that day.
Again, basic principle is in any type of, end of the day, we're in sales, we're selling something.
Right.
And we all want to think that we can logically work something down, that they're going to make that logical decision.
Right.
But you have to tap into their emotions. 80% of sales is going to be emotional.
Yeah.
And when you do something that is just, it has nothing to do with making that sale, you now are building that relationship. Again, you're building that know, like, and trust factor. So you always have to think about things that have absolutely nothing to do with what you're trying to accomplish at that end of the day, because all of those other things lead up to that. And the more that you do that, the more they're going to want to, again, keep following you,
Yeah.
keep in touch with you, keep coming back for more.
And keep adding people to your network.
Exactly.
Because your network is your net worth.
That's right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Anybody has any questions for us?
What other things can we deal with when it comes to just retention? What about just prospecting?
Right. Well, one of the ways that I prospect is when I'm working with a client, we are told that buyers know more buyers and sellers know more sellers.
Okay.
So my goal always is the buyer that I'm working with currently is to get a referral from him at settlement. At least one referral by the time he goes to settlement. That's my goal. So what I do is initial consultation, whether it's a listing or a buyer, I tell them that, hey, I'm going to go to work for you. A typical real estate agent, they prospect, they put up signs, they do this. I'm going to focus on your needs. I just want you to do me a favor so that I don't have to waste time prospecting. Can you help me out? If you know of any other buyers or sellers, can you please let me know? And I would love to give them the same level of service I'm offering you. And invariably they do have, and the goal is to get them to receive a level of service that they're wowed with.
Mm-hmm.
And during that process, that's when they're most excited about receiving that service. So that's when they'll feel more giving also at the same time. So,
I think it's always, real estate is an interesting profession because there are so many people that get into real estate.
Right.
But it's one of the easiest ones to look at from the outside and see what is it that sets the top agents apart from everybody else.
right.
And it's always going to come down to these little things.
These little things, exactly.
It's these little things that set you apart that, again, establish those relationships that all of the other ones,
Making
they're
the
not doing
process
it.
seamless,
Yeah.
making it easy, giving them the assurance that, I've been there, done that many times. What you will experience, I've been through it many times. So be very vocal about all your issues that's going around in your head, because if you don't share it, I wouldn't know. And I obviously know how to tackle it because I've been
But it's
in the
also all
business.
these little things that you do. I mean, this is why you're one of the top agents, is you're doing things that almost everybody else isn't doing.
Is not
or
doing.
in any other type of business. If you look at the statistics,
Right.
the fact is that most people don't follow up with a lead. The fact
Right.
is that they don't ask for the order.
Right.
It's all of these stupid little principles that they teach you, and that what sets you apart from everybody else is that you do them.
Right.
It's not rocket science, folks.
Right. So even like charitable organizations, right? So like churches or foundations that call us and say, hey, we are having this event where we are, gathering some funds. Would you like to donate? Invariably, I call them, and now I tap into that as getting some business from them also. I'll definitely at that time write them a check, and then I entice them that, I'm writing you this check, but next year I could do something even better for you if you help me out. I could help you by eliminating all these phone calls and getting you the fund that you want in bigger numbers. And then their eyes go big, like, how are you going to do that? I said, look, you're in a church where families come, and if you promote me through the church, any family that comes to buy or sell, I'm going to donate $1,000 to the church. Then the client knows I'm donating the $1,000 to the church for using my services, and the church is happy that they don't have to call so many people to get, raise funds for. So it's a win-win situation that I've created.
Well, and that's another, again, another very basic principle.
They keep coming, like Samina, we have another client we would love for you to work with. You know, so they keep coming back.
Well, again, the basic principle, though, is that there's some people out there who they want to have 100% of everything. So they want to have a big piece, but they keep their pie very, very small.
Right.
What you do is you say, you know what, there's more than enough to spread around.
Right.
And I can get so many more customers by doing it this way. So you're willing to sacrifice a little bit on the back end because at the end of the day, it ends up being a heck of a lot more.
And hey, that's a tax deduction as well for me.
And it's a tax deduction as well, so you got to think about that too.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
And again, it's about building that goodwill. It's about
Exactly.
building that know, like, and trust. It's about building relationships. These are all the simple factors that keep people coming back for more and
Yeah,
more
and more. Yeah, exactly.
So I think, I don't know, do you think we have anything else that we can share, or should we just
No,
wrap it
if
up
the
a little
audience
early?
has any questions for us, sure.
Hello, actually, I do have a question. So I know that in real estate it's very difficult to really measure, you know, the return on an investment. You invest long term, basically. But you specialize in events very much. Is there some kind of like internal measurements that you use, like how many people need to come to such an event, how many conversations you have to lead to an appointment, and that to lead to a closed transaction?
You know, when it comes to events and somebody comes to us, we try to keep them like informed every month on events that we are doing, just to keep the retaining in our database. So basically, what we do is we keep on giving value after value. Like this month, I'll do an event. It might not be of value to you, but very next month, I'll do another event that might be of value to you. So the newsletters give them the market statistics of their neighborhoods that they signed up for. They know that this is where I live and this is the market statistics for my neighborhood. So I'm giving them that value. They keep clicking on my newsletter, and not only the market statistics, my listings are there. I also promote other events that are happening in and around their area, not just my events, but other events that they can visit. So they like that newsletter. And when they come, once they come as a referral, they already see, I've already sold myself to them. They know me. So when they're ready to buy a house, they are warm leads already. I don't need to sell any more to them. And they, in fact, even refer me to their friends and family. So when their friends and family call me with that referral, again, the same thing. They have already promoted me to that person and they're calling me. And this is the best way to do it, because think about Zillow, for example, in the real estate world. You know, if we depended on Zillow, we would be obsolete by now. Because we don't have that warm relational database happening. It would be all transactional.
I think in getting to maybe a little bit more specific to her question, some of the things that we do in events are for awareness, and it's not like you're going to have a metric that you can apply to it. Whereas, for instance, the event that I'm doing in Dubai for the Dubai people, there we're going to do a lot of pre-qualification. We're going to do some very high targeting. It's not more general awareness. And in that case, we'll probably close about 60% of the people that are going to come to the event. So there we can actually apply a metric. So it really depends on what kind of thing you're putting on.
And for my team, when we are listing properties in our area, which we cover, 80% of the market listings are listed by my team. And that is yet another value that we show when people come to our open houses. I mean, especially in the market we've just been in, where people were getting outbidded with properties like, you know, they're coming, and there's a shortage of inventory, we are telling them that, look, we list 80% of the houses here. So it's better that you work with an agent who works in that team and knows what inventory is coming your way, because agents outside the team wouldn't know that.
Obviously, your approach is going to be different with a tight market versus an open market.
So that also holds value to getting these people to work with us more than other teams in the area.
Well, with that, our time is up. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, let's hear it one more time for Eric and Samina, our amazing panelists. Thank you so much. Now let's shift gears a bit and bring attention to our upcoming panel discussion, which is going to be on the topic, A Little Rebellion, Marketing in Changing Times and the Need to Think Differently. The marketing industry is evolving quickly. One size fits all is a thing of the past. Brands must thoroughly comprehend their target market to personalize their messaging. Our upcoming panel discussion will discuss how organizations can stay relevant in the current market by taking risks and rethinking how they interact with customers. Give a huge round of applause to Perry Rearick, Chief Editor of Vert Markets, Maurice Davis, Head of Marketing at Marketing Growth Strategy, and Aaron King, Founder and CEO of Drafter, to help us get a thorough understanding of the subject. Let's welcome our panelists.
Side, okay.
I can do the middle. I think he's gonna start with you first. Oh, mic's on.
It's picture day.
Good afternoon, and thank you for being here. You are not going to regret a minute of it. And you know, it's kind of like the fact that it's 3:10 in the afternoon and you're here is like making it, you know, all the way to the far side drop down of the web page, right? You're all the way in there. So thank you very much for still being in there and hanging in with us. So we are all rebellious, okay? It may not look like, it's not going to be a violent rebellion, so you don't have to worry about that.
Maybe.
Okay, I'm not stopping him if he gets violent, so be careful. Keep an eye on him. But I thought we'd take a minute or two, and we're going to introduce ourselves, okay? Aaron, you want to begin?
Sure thing. Yeah, my name's Aaron King. I run a tech startup called Drafter, and we have a services side of the business called Drafter Media, and we do a lot of documentary style content creation, do a lot of branding, worked with brands like Uber in the early days. We're part of YouTube's Super Bowl commercial a couple of years ago, and then I create a lot of social media content, even with my personal brand under the name Deep Snap, for a lot of outdoor stuff and work with a lot of outdoor brands, but it's all about storytelling for us.
Nice.
I'm Maurice. I work with businesses helping them produce their podcasts for the purposes of generating business and building their brands in a medium that allows for education. So taking away the work from actually doing the production, the editing, and the post-production distribution, we square all that away and coach them on how to get more listeners, more viewers for their podcast.
Thanks, guys. I'm Perry Rearick. I am the owner of Mungadai Marketing, and I'm also the chief editor of a publication called Follow Your Buyer. It's a digital publication for B2B marketing and sales professionals. And I serve mostly people in the life sciences space, very complex, really long sales cycles, 18 months sometimes, really long. They're contractual, but they're more partnerships. That could last for years. Think of all the people that were, working the oars and getting COVID vaccines developed, manufactured, and distributed. That would be right where we work. So we are rebels, but we are rebels with a cause. Okay, and so if you can determine the background of this is a challenge. If you can determine the background, the first person to come to me after this and tell me the background of this photo and what it means, I will buy you a beverage of your choice at the 1923 Speakeasy. How's that for a deal? That'll be a good reward. So we are rebels with a cause, and the cause, we have a purpose, okay? And what's changing, that was mentioned in the introduction, is buyer behavior. Buyer behavior, our prospects, how they make purchasing decisions is radically different. They are far more informed than they were 30, 20, 10 years ago. According to Gartner, which does a lot of research on buyer behavior, 83% of the complex purchasing decision, the buyer's journey, is completed before they ever reveal themselves to a seller. And so you have to be in that space, delivering content appropriate for that early part of the buyer's journey in order to be competitive, all right? Now, that's hard to explain in an elevator pitch, all right? We were talking about this for the past 2 days. It's a challenge to get, to explain that to somebody. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start with a video. It's a commercial by Chevy. Now, okay, it's a car commercial, so there's music, okay? It's a classic rock song. So by all means, sing along when you hear it. You're gonna wanna do that. I'm going to sing, I can't control myself. So just take a look at this.
Sorry, I missed my cue.
From Bolt to Blazer, Equinox to Silverado, Chevy EVs are for everyone, everywhere.
So you may have seen this commercial. Oh, by the way, that song is going to be in your head for like several days, okay? You're going to be singing that to yourself. And it's a wonderful song. By the way, it's from 1987, so this is a by the way moment. It's from 1987. It's a Fleetwood Mac song. It was written by Christine McVie, who sadly passed away several weeks ago. But she lives on in the gifts she's given us. That went back on the charts back in September when this commercial was introduced. So this is Chevy introducing their electric vehicles for 2023. And you go, well, it's a car, it's music, you know, what's the big deal? The vast majority of car ads and commercials focus on the product. So what does that mean? Well, Chevy could have lined up all their EVs, opened the hoods, showed you the absence of an engine, right? And they would have had an engineer in development explain all the technology that went into it. Instead, they take us inside the car. All right, who hasn't ridden with some friends to a sporting event? All right, going out with your family, go hiking with your besties, right? Hang out with your bros. A song comes on the radio, you turn it up and you start singing and dancing, right? They immerse us in the lives of the customer. They're projecting an understanding of the customer. They know what we love, right? And they're taking us there, and they barely mention the car at the very end. They really don't mention anything at all. That's the kind of rebellion we're talking about, all right? Focusing entirely on the prospect, the customer, the potential buyer in all of this. Now, that's happening because buyers are much more informed. And in the early buyer's decision, and you've heard the Gen Z panel that was up here, and many others have mentioned how people are not just looking at features and benefits anymore. They want to know, you know, who are you? What are you about? Why do you do what you do? What's your meaning in this world? Okay, and is it fit with me? Okay, and that's who they're reaching through this. So that's the big challenge that marketers have. All right, that's what's facing us. So I'm going to go to Maurice. So Maurice has a superpower, okay? His superpower is, so if you talk to an old school, I'm a boomer, okay? I'm in that generation, all right? If you talk to somebody my age and they talk about sales and what's the ideal salesperson, they're going to say grit, hanging in there, always be closing, okay? That is gone. That world is gone. There's still people doing it, and they're really struggling. Now it's empathy. And Maurice's superpower is customer empathy. So I'd like you to talk a little bit about what that means, why it's important, and how you go about that.
Yeah, thank you. It wasn't until being here that my superpower was articulated as customer empathy. So now I can put that on my website, right? So thinking about why that's so important is it helps us realize that everything that we thought about the touch points that we're doing, the directions that we're going, have to change perspective. One of the things that I'll do with my clients a lot of times is we'll do what's called the we-me ratio, right? So we'll go on their website and we'll just look for, control find the word we, me, us, right? And then do the opposite for control find the word you, right? And oftentimes what we'll find is that there's a ton more of this we concept. And it's really easy to see that much of the marketing that we're doing is really focused on what I want as the business owner or what I want as the company. I want you to buy my product, I want you to buy my service, and here's why it's important to us as the business, and less on how this improves your life and how this is going to take away the pain, the stress, the frustration. And you all know this, right? And so don't fall asleep yet. The point I'm driving home is that we know it, but we still do it the wrong way. And so we got to really put our feet to the fire. And when we're writing these blog posts or when we're writing our websites or when we're creating our podcasts, oftentimes we slip into me and doing simple things like, hey, if I were someone that was about to buy this, and doing that we test, what you'll realize is that I'm not doing as good as I could be, and you don't have to pay crazy amount of money to do it. It's just something simple.
Yeah. I love your we-me drill that you go through. It is be prepared to feel embarrassed if you do that, because boy, we do that all the time. We want to talk about ourselves.
It's pretty crazy. We've taken clients and I've helped them do copywriting, and this is something that we just do because, right? We get a customer and I'm like, I can't help you because it's so bad, right? We got to spend some time on this, even though this is not what my team does. But the drastic change when you cannot use the word me, what that forces you to do with your language, what you'll realize is, we talk about the feature benefit thing, when you're not talking about yourself, it gets harder to phrase how something is good when you're not saying we do X, right? Just try it, right? Don't take my word for it. On lunch, on break, take a couple sentences on your website, do a control find for we, and just try. You'll be blown away by how much more punchy that copy will be just by shifting your perspective from what I want to I can't use this word anymore, and how do I rephrase it to take those words out?
Yeah, that is so powerful. It is buyers. So I'm going to use the word buyer, prospect, customer, kind of all the same. It's an external audience that we're trying to reach, that we want to do business with, right? They want to see themselves in your content, and and in about 3 seconds, they need to see themselves or they're moving on, right? What kind of initial results do you get when you do that first change in how people are projecting their value?
Yeah, so if we're talking social media content, last week we did a couple of tests and we had about a 70% lift on views and interaction.
70%?
70%.
All right, so that's a pencil drop. That's holy man.
70% on views and interaction. Creative didn't change, just wording, right? And so we'll continue to test it and vary up creative, but that was our first initial test from last week. Yeah. We've done some website, some testing on a client where she does business automation. She saw about a 30% increase in conversion to appointment. And then we've done some work with clients on some e-com stuff. We've done this we thing, and they saw about a 2% increase in conversion. And we all know e-com is challenging, but they saw a pretty decent lift. And again, small change in changing the way they talk about and think about the way that they write their content.
Great stuff, and it's hard to do because it's a mental shift for us.
Yes, which is what makes the control find so powerful, because you just write it the way you're going to write it, right? You don't have to change your mindset about how you write it. Just write what you want to write, and then go back and think about. So typically I'll do like, here's what we do, here's what I can do, here's what our company does, right? Those are probably the 3 primary sentences that you'll find. So if you just do like control finds for those 3 and then try to rephrase them, obviously you're not going to be able to take them all out because it doesn't make sense. But if you can lower that ratio, you'll get some good returns.
But you know, if the abandonment's within the first few seconds, you can put that stuff about yourself a little later.
Yeah, absolutely. And we talk about that for intent, right? If somebody's going to your about page, they want to know about you, and I don't want to take up a ton of time. So,
well, piggybacking off of that though, when you talk about yourself, when humans talk about ourselves, it activates the same part of our brain that food and money does. So we're like naturally innate driven to do that. And so that's why we just immediately start talking about ourselves. And so it's a learned technique, it's a learned muscle you have to develop to really try to get that empathy that you're talking about.
yeah, is anybody going to be offended if I curse? Yeah, your customers don't give a shit about you. Like, just real, right? Real moment. They don't care. They don't care. So I wrote a book about networking a few years back, and that was kind of the primary thing is like, when you go to networking events, and we're about to all transition to a networking event, no one cares what you do. What they care about is, are you willing to take my business card? And if you're willing to take my business card, then you're a cool person. And if you just shut up and let them like spew about everything that they want, they will walk away and be like, oh my God, this person is amazing. And I've tested it in real life. I've had so many people ask me to teach networking sessions because of how good I was at a networking event, but they can only tell you like 3 things about me. They don't know me, right? And it's because they were like, you're just such a great listener. Well, it's because I didn't talk to you. I just asked you questions, right? And it's because, like you said, we're innately selfish. Right? Let's just keep it real.
Powerful, good stuff. Aaron, you are so you're a creator. You're a creator of businesses. You create growth for other people's businesses. You create incredible content, just compelling stuff. How has this buyer's journey, this change in buyer behavior, affected your storytelling style?
Yeah, we've really just focused on the customer more and more, and it's really not even about the product. You know, we say to a lot of our clients that marketing is about why should I care, brands, why should I trust you? And so you have these different segments. And there's this one client we have where storytelling is the only thing we do. They do some billboards locally. So it's a small town cattle feed company in Texas. There's 5 locations. Most people in Texas haven't heard of it, let alone anywhere outside of that. And all we do on their social media is we interview elder cowboys. So we get these guys that are 95, 100 years old that lived through the Great Depression, and all they do is talk about how I fed cattle back in the 1930s, what it was like riding a wagon from Llano, Texas to Austin. Don't talk about feed. We don't talk about anything. And people are like Googling, who is this brand? They go viral on a regular basis. It's a small town cattle feed company. We've gotten 30 million views on this content. And so you'll have a 100-year-old cowboy on TikTok, which does not match, right? It's the millennial or that Gen Z, whatever, just dancing, all this stuff. 7 million views, you know, on a guy who's just talking about saddling up. They were stirrup high and just like having a good time. And people are in the DMs like, do you guys ship to Oklahoma? You know, they're shipping hats to Germany. They're shipping hats everywhere because their brand's strong. And it's a small town feed company. All we do is tell stories. People don't care what they're selling, but they want to buy it. And so we've been doing that over and over. And on my personal account, now people are starting to understand like the brands. Because I would tell them, hey, just give me your product. Let's just make some cool content. Trust me. That didn't really work on the sales pitch. You know, I did it kind of in casual and passing. And they're like, whatever. Well, one of those brands was like, here's a chair. You know, make a TikTok. Cool. 30 million views. And there's no words in the video. So then they hit me up and they're like, our website's going nuts. And there's best practices that go with this. Now, yes, it's great to go viral. That's great for top of funnel recognition. But then there's the best practices that go with it. So all that traffic goes to your site. Are you capturing the emails? And what does your retargeting look like? So you're talking, we don't do digital marketing, so we don't deploy ad spend or anything like that. We're purely storytelling and do the creative. But we'll work with people that manage the digital. And so the creative is where you can have those numbers get better. So if you're driving traffic to your site from a campaign or a viral video, the question is always, okay, that's great. How does it help me sell whatever? Like I got a bunch of eyeballs on TikTok. Yeah. I got some. How does it help me sell? And maybe the conversions aren't super high on that day. But if you have pixels in place and you're running retargeting, the creative should reflect what drove that traffic in the first place. And so you're going to have that familiarization. And so you think about it like any brand rep, like Allstate now and Flo from Progressive, they have a face attached to a brand more and more and more. And that's why we do influencer marketing.
Yeah.
And so if you stay in that warm relationship instead of hitting them with our winter sale, it's like, hey, remember this video? That share is still, you can still get a discount because that guy sat in it. And so if you just kind of follow them, and that's more of what I'd like to hear from you about, kind of like your thoughts on that buyer journey.
Yeah. So you mentioned the funnel, okay, and I talk about the sales funnel too, but I have stricken that from my vocabulary for the most part.
Yeah.
Okay, because we have dehumanized our prospects. Yeah. We call them MQLs, SQLs. They're a lead. They're falling through this funnel. Are they ready to buy? They're just things. They're data bits, okay, that we measure. Okay, they're human beings. And if you ask them to tell you what they're up to, they're going to tell you, I'm trying to solve a problem. Okay, they're out to solve a problem. So in a big, complex journey, are we in trouble?
Now we can see you. So if you're napping, I see you.
So if you're in a big, complex purchasing process, it's usually a team of people. They're collaborating together. We call it a buyer's journey on purpose because it starts and stops. Wrong turns are made. People join the team. People leave the team. Mistakes are made. And they need help. And so if you're a marketer and your content has the intent of helping them advance through the journey, all right, we're not calling people MQLs and SQLs. Are they early buyer's journey? What are they trying to learn about? You're going to talk a little bit about teaching. What are they trying to learn about? And if I really want to measure results, I'm saying, okay, did I teach them something? And did they move to the next level of the buyer's journey? They learned something. So there's a lot of different frameworks for the buyer's journey. I like to keep it, there'll be like 7, 9, 14 different stages. I like to keep it simple: early, middle, late. The late buyer's journey, now they want features and benefits. They're thinking about buying from you. Prior to that, they're going to be doing some comparisons. Okay, is this something that I want to build myself, or do I want to outsource it to somebody for services? And in the early buyer's journey, they may be becoming aware of the problem they have, or maybe a missed opportunity, something they're unaware of. They're going to learn about it. They're going to build a strategy to overcome that, and ultimately in B2B, it's to solve a problem that their business has. It means a lot to them. So if you're talking about, so I'll use the COVID. So Pfizer, in the very early stages of developing a COVID vaccine, they didn't even know what the formulation was going to be. Is it going to be a tablet? Is it going to be a droplet on the tongue? Is it going to be an injectable? Probably an injectable. They were kind of leaning that way. So they start lining up service providers because they didn't have enough capacity to manufacture all of this and put it in vials. And oh, by the way, we're going to be sending it to developing parts of the world, and they need pre-filled syringes. Who has that capacity? So you can imagine how many people were involved in lining up all those partnerships, all those purchasing decisions, very complex. Now I'll use a real simple one. We drink coffee in the morning, you're coming into here, and you're like, gosh, my breath smells. I've got a problem. I've got to solve the problem. Let me go buy some mints. It's still problem solving, right? It may be a short buyer's journey, but it's solving a problem. So we don't. So the folks I work with, we don't talk about the funnel. We don't talk about a sales funnel anymore. We talk about the buyer's journey. Where are they? and how do we help them advance through that journey? And so Maurice was telling me earlier about education and the importance of education and how you create content around that. A lot of podcasts.
Yeah.
Okay.
We kind of do a double up, right? So I love TikTok, but I'm also like hardcore long form content. I love this stuff. And so what we utilize is what we call near real-time insights about our clients or customers for interest. And it sounds fancy, right? But really it's going on social media and kind of reverse engineering what our customers want to see, what they're actively posting about. So for the marketing folks in the room, if I wanted to target you, I would go on TikTok and see what marketing people are posting about. And then I would create content related to that, providing more contextual education to deepen your knowledge. And so TikTok lets us do this really wide thing where I can post a lot. If I post 12 times on TikTok in a day, it's a lot, but it's not a lot for the platform. So I can test a lot of creative really quickly, but I'm not gonna post 12 podcasts in a day. That's ridiculous, right? Nobody's listening to that, 45 minutes each. But what I can do is take the context that I put across 12 different TikToks, compress them down and create one long form podcast episode that makes me the authority on the subject. And so when we were talking out in the hallway, and it's really about creating things that allow me to be in front of you and be the resource for the questions that you need answered that may be tangentially related to what it is that I'm selling, right? So if for us, with the podcast production, the problem you might be having now is how do I get more eyeballs on my content? But I'm not necessarily thinking about podcasting. And so if I talk to you about podcasting, your eyes are gonna glaze over. But if I talk to you about how to increase your views on TikTok by 70% with one small change in the first 3 seconds of your video, now you're like, okay, I'll at least give you the 15 to 20 seconds that it takes for you to talk about that, and I've now earned the ability to continue to show you TikToks or continue to send you podcasts or whatever else.
Yeah, excellent. Aaron, so we were talking the other day over a cup of coffee, and then we went out and bought mints, by the way. So we were talking about, one of the things we both notice is when people begin to adopt this as a change, as a way of doing their marketing, they get contact information, and then they throw it over to sales, and then sales has to follow up. But it's a different kind of follow-up. Can you talk a little bit about that and how to orchestrate that sales follow-up that's aligned with where the buyer is in your journey?
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of responsibility that marketers have because we're in perception hacking. So we have all the tools. We have psychology, we have all the insights, we have the psychophysics and everything we get from data. And the context of our conversation was talking about if you're marketing for a business, you don't believe in the product. Now sales, it's just like always be closing. But marketing, it's like, man, in my gut, do I feel like I really want to push this? And like, there's products where it's like, maybe I don't like it, who cares, it's my job. But there's other things that you might actually be objectively against. And so I just feel like marketers right now have a pretty heavy responsibility to drive a lot of what's happening in social media because it's about a lot of echo chambers and it's a lot of different things where perception is reality and what you're consuming all day and the content we're putting out is going to dictate a lot of people's moods throughout the day. And so I personally feel like a lot of responsibility of what kind of content do I want to put out? Do I want to push these products? Do I want to do, XYZ features? Or do we want to find a way to help a brand enrich someone's life? And that's where you can really build that trust. So those are the types of things you think about of like, when we talk about with our clients, user stories. So it's a big thing in product development. So if you're building an app, you want to understand who your user is. So you create a user story. And you can do this for a couple different characters, like 3 to 4 characters, something like this. And we've done this for our tech where we would say, okay, who is someone in your audience? What's the demographic? 34-year-old female? Okay, what's her name? Molly? All right, how much money does Molly make? Okay, $75,000? Okay, what kind of car does she drive? Is she married? Does she have a dog? Does she have a cat? What kind of food does she feed that dog or cat? Is it natural or does she buy it off the shelf?
Love it.
Does she take her to the park? And so you get to know them in depth. And so we would actually build out these user stories and we'd put pictures of Molly in the bathroom. not like in a weird way, but like just so you're like constantly like in the you put her in the cafeteria. So you're like, who's Molly? Like who am I talking to? Same thing with Mike, who's 46. Yeah. He's actually divorced, but he's still
Mike in the bathroom.
yeah. Got a picture of Mike just staring at you. And I don't know even putting Mike and Molly in the you know. But,
I'm uncomfortable with Mike in the bathroom.
Yeah. So talking about being a rebel, but no, you really understanding like who the people are, and it goes back to it's like KPIs. It's like really it's more like key people indicators.
Nice.
You know.
Yeah. Nice.
And so that's really the stuff that you know as a marketer, like when we go in there, when I say documentary style, I usually go in extremely unprepared, and that sounds really because they're like, so what are we doing? I'm like, I don't know. Let me talk to this guy. Yeah, I'm not going to tell him what to say. And so we want to find an avatar, someone that volunteered to talk, but we don't script anything. You know, and we'll do a call ahead of time. But whenever they ask us like, what's the script? What's the shot list? It's like, well, we're going to talk to him first, and then we'll figure out what he talks about, and then we'll put together a shot list, get some B-roll that goes with that. And so documentary style that's created for the purposes of marketing. Is a little bit uncomfortable for some clients. And I tell them all the time, when oftentimes will be, they'll come back to me later because they didn't like what I have to say, of like, it's gonna take you like a year to build an audience. If you wanna go the organic route, and if you're in e-com and you're doing digital, it's a little bit different. But if we're talking about building brand affinity and things like that, it's gonna take some time. And you can have, we were talking about this earlier, like on the podcast, it might take time to build your podcast, but if you have someone actively in your funnel or in your part of the buyer's journey, then even that first episode can come out and they're going to be able to make a decision on you. So you don't have to necessarily build this new audience, but you can be putting out content and information that can help nurture the existing efforts you're making and help people make a decision.
You know, one thing common when I hear people who do storytelling like this, or create any kind of content aligned with the buyer's journey. That process you talked about, which doesn't feel like a process, it's very uncomfortable, but it's common to all of them. Mm-hmm. We're going to kind of like sit around and talk about something. We're going to kind of scope it in, get the right language, how we're going to talk about this, and then we do the interview. Yeah. And it's very unscripted. And people are not comfortable with that. It takes a few cycles, doesn't it?
Yeah, and on the back end, we're really structured. So on the front end, we're very casual, and on the back end, we're structured. And so we, in our project management, for example, for documentary style content, and for all the different platforms. And now I'll just say this, social media is a technology, not a strategy. Separate those, because you have to have a strategy, and then your distribution strategy is going to be a little bit different. So TikTok may or may not work for you. I mean, I think you should post on TikTok. Why not? If you're making shorts, especially podcasts. But we're very structured on the back end. We have a 6-step process on our workflow that we've created into ClickUp and like done all these automations. But there's 6 steps. It's called Icicle, and there's the idea, the creation, the editing, and then we call it search or subtitles, really extracting the words, the transcriptions. Then there's quality, and then it's live. And the reason why we break it down that way is because we have different stakeholders on each of those. So you have the person that's a strategist, you might have your film editor, and then you have quality control, copywriters, and they break it out for mass distribution. And so on the back end, we're extremely structured. We just know going in, we're gonna limit ourselves if we say, here's our shot list. Now, if you're doing a commercial, that's one thing. But when we're trying to post for you every day of the week, I need as much content as possible. And we're gonna dig, and kind of like a conversation like this, where we're unscripted, but you say something, I say something, and it creates a lot of dialogue. Now, you have to have good interview skills to a degree to get that content. But you go in, it's natural. It doesn't feel forced. And then you're able to go through with your content team, chop it up, get it distributed, and then schedule the next one, and just scale good content. But that's where the brands get more comfortable, because they see the amount of content going out, the engagement going up. And I'm talking 0 to 100,000 followers, like real engagement, real audience, without really selling, but they are selling as a result.
Yeah. And so you're talking about libraries, like volumes of content for folks you're working with.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we're posting like, every day of the week. We're posting long form, short form. Everything starts long form to get the short form. Like podcasting, things like that are the way to really scale short form content. And there's a whole process for businesses where we're going to create a hook, content, call to action. That's one strategy or one type of content. But then there's also more of a podcast, documentary style where you can clip that up as well. But every style of content and distribution platform, newsletter, it's all connected. It's all connected. And then it connects with the digital marketing side as well on the paid, the spend.
Once people accept this, executing is pretty challenging. The one question I get most commonly is, well, what do I create content about?
Yeah.
Can you offer both of you, offer some best practices on how to determine that?
Yeah, so not to kind of go back to something that I heard here, I can't remember his name. He talked about the Big Seven. If you know what I'm talking about, tell him I'm giving him his roses, right? So that's one. But the clients that I work with, they don't have really big audiences, right? And quite frankly, they don't need them. One of my clients right now, one customer of his is worth over $100,000. So he doesn't need a ton of business in the course of a year in order to hit revenue targets, right? So the problem with that is when we launch a podcast, you only get 1 or 2 listens, and that can be psychologically disruptive, even though it could be the right thing. And so a lot of what we do, especially for B2B businesses that are trying to create an audience and produce ROI, is using interview style podcasting, right? Because you're not creating the content anymore. You're facilitating the documentation of someone else's voice. And that a lot of times will give you enough of a cadence and enough content of your own that even if you haven't discovered your voice before, after 20, 30 episodes, you kind of know what it is that you want to talk about. And now you can start to go to maybe some individual shows where it's you by yourself. Because I'm going to be real with y'all, if y'all want to start a podcast and it's just you, it's going to be challenging to keep people's attention for 25 minutes and you're just talking to yourself. But after you've done it for a while, it does get a lot easier for you to be confident to speak into that microphone and know that Molly or Mike is sitting on the other side. They're probably in their bathrobes, but they're sitting there, and you can have that conversation with confidence and not feel silly, right? That's what a lot of my clients that want to do individuals are like, I have a really hard time sitting there creating this content, even though I have this like script. But it also lowers the barrier for content creation, right? So if I'm interviewing you, like you and I, we could chop it up for 30 minutes and then be like, hey, actually, we got to cut it because we got plenty that we can say, but we just don't have the airtime to do it.
And then you're reading the comments section, you're learning new things. Like I didn't even think about that, and it unlocks a lot of potential.
It provides an incredible amount of feedback.
Yes, we posted a YouTube video. Me and my team, we did a Google review, right? They launched their Google Digital Marketing course. My team was like, we should just take the course and see if it's any good. And when we posted it, like we got so many comments about like the quality of the video. And when I say quality, I don't mean the recording quality because it is not good. But the review, right? So now we know what we're going to post as far as like content-wise for. Honestly, we don't need to create another idea for all of 2023. They've told us exactly what they want us to post, and that happens often when we do things like podcasting. When we're clear of the objective and we post that content, especially with those micro clips on TikTok and things like that, people will comment like, hey, I'm interested to learn more about how do you generate leads, or how do I make my boyfriend love me again, right? That's a real comment. I don't know why that stood out, but it did. I don't know. I'm not looking at anybody in the audience, by the way.
Aaron, what are some of the things you do to answer the question from clients? Like, well, what do we create content about?
Yeah, there was one client that comes to mind where they were selling to school districts, and the number one pushback is budget. Shocker, right? We all have that problem. Sure. And so we were like, they actually wanted to start a podcast, and the CEO is super charismatic, like really funny guy, so it was like kind of a no-brainer. And so we leaned into the number one objective they get, and we called the podcast the Budget Cuts Podcast. And we just talked to school, like coaches, administrators about their budget issues. And so it had something to do with the product, because their product was something about fundraising, so aligned. But they just leaned into the number one objective. And so if you talk to them and kind of, I always like to start with a brand workshop to understand like the brand archetypes. So you're seeing archetypes going across the screen right now. If you understand what your brand archetype is, like, are you MLK who's going to lead a nation? Are you Indiana Jones who's kind of that lone wolf that's going to do his own thing? You have to understand your personal brand archetype, how you fit. And then it helps you understand, okay, what can I be a domain expert on and talk about? So we'll spend a lot of time on a workshop. Sometimes it's about adjacent things, and sometimes it's common objectives. But it's oftentimes workshopped in that way. But you know, we don't want to just do what all the competitors, the competition's doing, what the trends are doing, because only dead fish go with the flow. And so you want to do something a little bit different. And so we will usually ignore competitors and then do competitive analysis and see like, okay, where do we align? But we don't want to be biased going into it. And so there's just a different process of extracting those ideas.
Dead fish go with the flow. That's really nice. I'm gonna.
That's not original. But
Okay, all right.
So you're going to steal that.
I read it.
Fine.
Read it in a book or something.
One of the things I do is I ask questions of the client, similar to what you guys talked about, in really big, complex, scientific kind of relationships that are being developed. I ask, what problem does your target audience have that you solve better than your competitors? All right. How do they describe the problem? What's their terminology that they use? Are they aware of the problem? If they're not aware of the problem, that's going to take your content into more of an educational theme. If they're aware of the content, then you can just highlight, how much does the problem cost them? How much, if they solve it, how much money will they save or time will they save? With drug developers and med device developers, most of them are in it because of a heart issue. They are passionate about helping some group of patients. I know they don't have that reputation, but most of the people I work with, they really believe that. That is a great way to connect with them on who are they serving. There's another so if this doesn't seem really hard to understand, it isn't. Okay, we're not using a lot of weird technical terminology or anything like that. And the reason it's easy to understand is because we're all buyers too. We use the same process, right? We go about it. If we're going to buy a car, what do? We were talking earlier, used to be, I'm a Chevy guy, I'm a Ford guy, It's not like that anymore. So you're making EVs. I like the environment. This is cool. There's a different approach to developing partnerships with suppliers. Before we I've got a couple more questions, but I want to give. Are there any questions from you? Does anybody have a question? I can't see very well, even without the lights. So I'll tee up another question for you guys. So one of the other hardest things to do is you got an executive who's my age, who believes this is ridiculous.
Yeah.
This is going to take me longer, okay, and I just want leads. How do you overcome that objection when you're trying to explain this to somebody?
Yeah, the first side of that is I don't. If I have to really try to convince an exec that this is the right move, it's not going to work because there's too much resistance. But if I have an exec that's like, it sounds cool, but I need to be able to articulate the business value, then we really do get into some more number stuff. Like, I know I'm up here sounding like, you just kind of just do whatever and it works. No, we don't rock like that. Like, I started my marketing journey as a performance marketer, so I still care about ROI and making sure that it's going to generate some business. So we look a lot at, number one, what is your audience size so we can set realistic expectations? What business you're in, because again, if your sales cycle is 24 months, then asking a podcast to produce a customer in 2 is ridiculous, right? And then we also look at the value of an individual customer, because if working with you means that I have to generate 100,000 customers on your podcast in a year for you to get ROI, we don't want to work with you because that barrier is way too high, right? So we work with people that have really long sales cycles, really high customer value that, 3 to 5 customers in a year is a win, right? So when I'm communicating it, those are the things that we talk about. And honestly, a lot of times at the end of the meeting, I'm like, this isn't for you. And maybe you want to start a podcast and we can do that, but working with us and our more concierge is not it, right? I can consult with you and show you how to set it up, but one of the greatest things about this talk was like, one size fit all doesn't work, right? So when I'm presenting solutions, it's like this, we need to understand that at the end of this meeting, we may come to the conclusion that working with me is not the right move, and investing a ton of money into podcasting may not be the best thing for your business at this time. But there may be something else that you need to look at, and maybe talking to somebody like Aaron would be a better fit for what your business needs than per se the podcast.
Yeah, everyone's strategies and product are very different. I mean, your point's dead on about if they don't believe in it, it's going to be hard. You're going to be, having to prove yourself constantly, which I'm not saying you shouldn't have to prove yourself, but it's going to be more of a just a lot of friction in the relationship. Because I don't work with everyone that we meet with. Sometimes I'm like, this isn't a good fit on our end. But I think it goes back to what I mentioned earlier on a lot of the best practices follow-up. Because we're talking about marketing. And yes, marketing at the end of the day is to help drive sales. But that's not always the metric that you're leaning towards. So sometimes campaigns are purely branding, where it's how many impressions did we get? And so you have to make sure you're aligning on what are the objectives. Is the objective of this campaign to raise money, to sell product, to XYZ this? Or is it, I need X amount of impressions because I put, I sponsored this event and we only got about this many impressions and you can get me 10 times more. So it's, what is that KPI that you're actually trying to measure? And then we always try to follow things up with as much of the journey as possible. And so, a newsletter is a big part of what we do. So we're trying to get people get their contact information, and then we put them into not necessarily a sequence, because we've done sequences where you have people put into tags and you're sending them a 7-step email sequence based on the buyer intent of hitting this button, and then they didn't. And so we have all these super technical stuff where you're putting PHP on your page just so that you can write code to tag the right person. And we had one SaaS product where sales fell off a cliff when we instilled more of an automated sell technique, where it's like, okay, eject them if they don't buy after the 8th point of contact type of thing. And we were doing a newsletter before, and we went back to the newsletter where it was just a manual storytelling every week. And since then, we have grown on that SaaS product 14% month over month, and I think it's 35% year over year. And so there are data points you can point to. There is sales you can point to. And where do we get those? Well, it's not necessarily from the 100,000 views a month that channel's getting on YouTube. That's great. It's, okay, well, we're getting that many views. Now we're getting 3.5% conversion on the email opt-in form. And then of the people that opt into the form, another 7% are creating an account. And of that, and then you break it down, and that gets into like more of a tech product. But if you have all the best practices in place, you start applying a lot of intelligence into your marketing. And then it goes back to, instead of being so scientific, you got to be a bit of an alchemist. And so a lot of the content we put out, I don't ever tell people, this is what's going to work. I go, I have a hypothesis. We're going to test it. I might be 0 for 6, but that 7th one might go viral. And virality is not the goal, okay? Like, virality is great, but if you can go viral for the wrong thing. I know one guy he's in the religious space. He went viral for like a woodworking thing. And now all people want is woodworking, and it totally ruined his page because his content's something else. So you can go viral for the wrong thing. Yeah. And I don't want to kill all the time, but I think putting best practices and being able to communicate that is where you can be a little bit more comfortable on the back end. But we got to have fun with marketing and get creative.
When did you ever hear a marketer talk about a hypothesis, right? It's A/B testing. That's what we do. So I love that. Prove or disprove something. I had one, so we're running really short. We're going to get the hook, but the music hasn't started playing yet. So I had a head of marketing who had a CEO that didn't support this, and she wanted to adopt all of this. But they were doing trade shows. He liked trade shows because it made him feel good, but they really weren't. They weren't really delivering what they wanted. So she narrowed this into a trade show experience. They did a white paper in advance of the trade show. Great distribution, great level of engagement, and then followed it up with come and meet the author at our booth. And they got all kinds of people coming to their booth wanting to meet the person who was talking. I think it was about flexible pharmaceutical manufacturing. And they were really interested. That was an appropriate follow-up to that. And that worked. Once he saw that win, then he gave her a little bit more. And he gave her a little bit more. So it was just a bunch of incremental wins over a period of a couple of years, and then she got everything she wanted.
Before they come and hook us off, on page 53, there's a link that you can go to and get a white paper essentially on how to do this like podcasting process.
Nice.
I'd love for somebody to be my client, but it's like that's the juice, right?
Any final questions or anything?
I think
if you like, we love to talk to people. We learn every time we get questioned by somebody because they challenge what we're saying. And so bring it on. We love to hear your thoughts.
Ask anything. I won't hold anything back. I'll give it all away. I promise.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank y'all.
Thank you for guiding us how to get a grip on marketing in the changing times. Moving on to the next session, which is on Defeat the Status Quo, Marketing for Tomorrow's World. People today prefer tailored experiences that speak directly to their needs and interests at any given time instead of being marketed to them. The secret to success in the future will be to challenge the established quo by bidding goodbye to conventional marketing strategies. To do this, you must incorporate personalization, automation, and predictive analytics into your daily strategy. This session by Samina Chowdhury will help you learn how to do it in real time. Let's hear it for Samina, everyone. She is top agent, partner, and luxury home marketing agent at Keller Williams Lucido Agency. Take it away, Samina.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm Samina Chowdhury, and I'm here to talk about Defeat the Status Quo, Marketing for Tomorrow's World. I have been fortunate in my career to be able to reach a level of success that most agents are striving for. And I'm here to talk about how I did it. More importantly, I want everyone here to know that anyone can do this. I did not create any genius program, nor am I uniquely special. All I did was I figured out my authentic self, who I am, where I come from, and which allowed me to do business differently. Defeating the status quo. We have been doing marketing, especially in my field, real estate, in one way for decades now. And if we keep on doing that, we will be obsolete in the next 3 or 4 years. So to break that status quo, we have to market ourselves in a different way, target communities who today we want to get their attention in a different angle, like using social media, print ads, postcards, newsletters. Those days are gone. If there is anything that we can still retain from yesterday's marketing, if there's one thing that I would retain in today's world or tomorrow's world, that's handwritten notes. Because handwritten notes, they touch you emotionally, which is difficult to get in print ads. And it's just another notch besides the social media or events, what we do to keep ourselves in the forefront of our clientele. Before I dive in deeper, let me just tell you a little bit about me. As you know, I am the top agent for Keller Williams Lucido Agency, the #1 Keller Williams team in the world. And I have been fortunate to be featured in a lot of print like Forbes, Yahoo, Top 100 magazine, Baltimore Real Producers magazine, New York Weekly. These are just a few that I can name. And recently, I did a TEDx talk. Now, how I got to where I am today. I'm a first-generation immigrant. I came to this country 30 years ago. I went through the process of what every first-generation immigrant goes through, which is I came to this country with a dream to improve my life or my lifestyle. And I left behind my family, my roots, and took with me my culture and heritage that I grew up with and came to this new country. So I went through the process of trying to find my American dream. And today, I help people find theirs. When I became a real estate agent, the one thing that I asked myself was that I'm in Maryland. In Maryland, today there are 12,000 real estate agents that practice in Maryland. Why would they pick Samina? What makes me unique? That's where I came up with what makes me unique is I tap into people's culture and heritage and fit it into today's American homes. That was my mantra, that I'm going to go for that. That was my niche community. I'm going to go for that first-generation Americans moving to this country. I know how I did it, and I know the path how to do it, and I'm going to show them how to do it. Which led to all the accolades I received so far. I helped people understand that just because they left their roots, their country, doesn't mean that they have to sacrifice their heritage and the culture. When I show them houses, I tell them how the lifestyle that they lead in their houses, I show them how that lifestyle can still fit into today's American homes. I'll give you an example. My main niche communities are the Indian community, the Bangladeshi community, Pakistani community, and the Middle Eastern community. I speak 5 languages. I speak all of those countries. I speak their languages. So right there, speaking their language is a sense of comfort for them in a new country. And then to tell them, like for somebody who is from the Middle East, they're looking at a house. In the Middle Eastern cultures, they like to have women and men sit in different areas of the house when they call people. So when I'm taking them through the house, I show them this is where the women can sit, this is where the men can sit. So I'm having them picture their lifestyle they grew up with in this country in a new home. So that's what makes me unique. In the Indian culture, I tap into what most people know as Feng Shui. In India, they call it Vastu. So I tap into the Vastu aspect of it and show them that all the Vastu aspects are met in certain houses, and they can tap into the elements in each house. And if it works for them, we go for that house. So that's what makes me unique. And people appreciate that I make it very easy for them because I understand that. I know how important it is for their culture and their family, that I understand it, and I use that to leverage my business. Breaking the status quo. So there is the traditional way, which is postcards, newsletters, print ads, newspapers. All that is, I feel, is slowly becoming obsolete. People now more than ever in our field tap into Zillow, Redfin, or they look at the Facebook internet ads for houses, listings, and they touch base with agents online before they even start going to see houses in person. So how to get these clients online and get away from the traditional way, that's what I'm going to show you. And how to keep my brand and my services in front of them is what I'm going to show you. First one is press. And I will tell you right now that there's less than 1% of real estate agents in this country that has what we call a press kit. What is a press kit? A press kit is something those of you who do like marketing in newsletters, in newspapers or magazines, or even tap into people who are hosts for podcasts. They want to know who you are before they can interview you. So to have that press kit ready for them and to contact, I have a list of 30, 40 journalists or reporters or even podcast hosts that I tap into consistently to tell them that, hey, if you need me to talk on a few topics in real estate, I'm here for you. Leverage my competence to tell you what the market is providing. And some of them they do and some of them don't. I kept on trying. When I started doing the press, pushing my brand with the press, I kept trying to tell them that, look, I can talk about the market statistics, I can talk about what's going to happen in the market in 6 months, I can talk about certain aspects of a transaction, use my knowledge to give you what the audience wants. Lo and behold, I got my first chance, believe it or not, was a reporter who called me and said that, hey, I want to interview you for USA Today magazine. So he took my interview, and at the end of the interview, he tells me, I have to tell you something. After listening to what you had to say, I don't think I'm going to put you in USA Today magazine. Do you mind if I put you in Forbes? So my first article was Forbes. What did I do? I leveraged that. So all those other people who have been trying to say, hey, ask me, I'm here, interview me, I went back to them and said, hey, by the way, I just got Forbes. Do you think now I qualify for your magazine or your newspaper? And slowly I started to get other magazines and newspapers and even podcast hosts to interview me. And I continue to do that even today. I leverage every one of them. Recently, in fact, November, my TEDx talk came out. My topic was the 3 principles of communication. And these 3 principles I gathered through my experience living in the US and looking at it from a perspective of an immigrant. the culture in the US versus the culture that I came from, how they differ, and how communication can connect the world at a greater rate through the 3 principles that I discussed in my TEDx. I welcome you to watch it, the 3 principles of communication. Community engagement. Recently, I was on stage. I just talked about all the events that I did, I hosted. And these events help me put my face to the name. People hear the name Samina Chaudhry, but when I do these community engagements, they see my face and they connect the name to it. They connect the face to the name. So, and people say, so you are Samina Chaudhry. We've heard a lot about you. Today we see you. Today we meet you. I do a lot of events with different religious, like mosques or churches. Even there, I meet a lot of people. That helps me grow my network consistently. Business-to-business relationships. So where a typical agent in Maryland, if I were a typical agent and you asked me that, Samina, where do you sell real estate? I would say I sell in Maryland. But instead, I say I'm a global agent. I market to the world. Most of you people in marketing, today you know that with internet and all these social media, the world has become very small. So why not tap into that? What I do is every country I visit, I have a relationship with a top producing agent in that country. I visited Dubai. This was a picture in Dubai where I partnered with this agent here, Farouk, and he and I, we've done transactions together. I market him, he markets me in the US. I market him in Dubai. Same thing, I sent out a referral 2 weeks ago to Portugal. I mean, I've never been to Portugal, but I sent a referral to Portugal. My team, we are in 26 states in the US, and we are in 3 states in Canada. We are in Italy. I have a relationship in Dubai, and I can find an agent anywhere in the world for anybody. So when I'm working with a client, what I tell that client is, if you have friends and family anywhere in the world and they're looking for a top real estate agent, let me know, let me do the homework and find them that agent for them. Local restaurants. So again, giving back to the community. Local restaurants, when they open, I go to them and I talk to them and say, hey, I do a lot of events. What can I do to bring more business to you? And in return, what happens is when I bring them more business, they are appreciative and they send me referrals. Today, 90% of my referrals are from not just my clients, but also business-to-business referrals. Coffee shops, places of worship, restaurants, I promote them all. Anybody moving to Maryland, if somebody is moving to Maryland, I mean, that person will want to know who is a good dentist, who is a good pediatrician for my children, who is a good CPA when I'm ready to do my taxes. I refer them all. I tell them that, hey, tap into my resources because I've done the homework for you. So when I give that referral to all these business-to-business contacts, they appreciate that. And I always leave the call saying, hey, I gave you this client, I know you'll take care of him. And by the way, I'm never too busy for your referrals. They remember that. And they send me business-to-business referrals too. Public speaking. I do public speaking. I do a lot of public speaking for Keller Williams worldwide. And because Keller Williams has this policy that top agents in the brokerage has to teach. And initially, I was a little hesitant that can I give the time? But now, I love to go and speak because that builds my confidence. And I know that if it's working for me and if it's working for the other agents, then it must be good. So not only Keller Williams asking me to speak on their behalf, I have other community gatherings that I go to. I'm here today. I've been to Dubai for Marketing 2.0. So I do public speaking consistently. This builds my networking. Today, all of you are here, and I've already made some relationships with a lot of the vendors here, a lot of the people speaking here. I've made relationships with them, and I keep growing my database like this through public speaking. Advertising. I do advertising, whether it's in social media, whether it's Facebook or Instagram or TikTok or LinkedIn. Every form of advertising is a source of connection with not only your current clients, but also people who are seeing you in Maryland and outside of Maryland, rather globally. And that's what helps me grow my brand. I leverage the advertisements through that. And the status quo was created to be broken. And leverage today's marketing to grow your business, to grow your brand in a global way, so you can build an empire. I'm going to show you an ad. It's coming up. This is an ad I did recently to tap into my niche community.
As a immigrant, I've always been passionate about helping people from different cultures see how their heritage and lifestyle can seamlessly coexist in America. I stop at nothing to provide my clients with a better life while still maintaining the culture and community that serves as their identity. I have dedicated my career to breaking the status quo and working differently. From my client concierge to our in-house architect, my bespoke level of service to my clients is unmatched. After all, my culture prides itself on hospitality and community. It's in my nature and is non-negotiable for my clients. As the co-founder of Women for Empowerment, a nonprofit empowering underserved women globally, and a proud member of the Muslim Council in Maryland, I have been a voice of change and advocate for all. Whatever your next step in life is, I'm here to help you harness your authenticity and begin that next chapter. I found my American dream. Let's find yours.
So Samina Sells is my website. I put a page there for Samina Speaks. My YouTube channel is #SellItLikeSamina. And I put a lot of videos, whether it's tutorials for my clients to watch, or house listings, or any videos that help with giving them the value of what Eric and we were talking about earlier, that, what one thing that you don't do when you're buying your first home, and then try to leverage those small videos into then listing videos, and then into videos with lenders on discussing different topics of what kind of different loan programs there are for different clientele, whether it is local or an investor client or a client who's an investor living abroad. What loan programs are there? We make sure we do videos on all that, and we try to rotate those videos in social media consistently to build more following and more database. Any questions for anybody for me?
Hello, I have one. So at the beginning you said that you don't, do I understand this, that you don't use the traditional, mailers or like flyers that real estate agents usually heavily rely on?
We do them, but now 80% of the marketing budget that I have goes towards online, and I've reduced the budget towards the traditional. The traditional is still there, but traditional, I'll tell you, the specific ones that I use is the just listed and the just solds. If I've just listed a house, I take the house and 300 homes radius, I send them a just listed house. Because there could be somebody within that area that somebody's brother is moving to town, somebody's mother is moving to town. We don't know where that next buyer is coming from. So it's my job to use that print media, like the postcards for the just listed and the just sold. The just solds help me get more listings because I use, if I can sell a house quickly, the neighbors will say, hey, Samina sold that house pretty quickly. Let's call her because she just sent us a postcard saying she sold it quickly. The other thing that I talked about also was handwritten notes. And my handwritten notes, even though nowadays we say it's handwritten notes, but there are companies who do the handwritten notes for you and they send it for you. That, my handwritten notes, the small notes, I do consistently with clients who I've worked with or clients I've just met. I do that handwritten notes with them, or a B2B business vendor. I do handwritten notes with them. But when it comes to, like, say, I have a client who wants a specific neighborhood, okay? They don't want any other neighborhood. That's the specific neighborhood they want to be in, and there's no listings in that neighborhood. That's when I send the letters to them that, hey, I have a buyer who's looking, and since there's nothing, these are their criteria. If your house meets these criteria, please let me know. I have had listings from there that sellers have asked me to list, even though it didn't work out for my buyer. Invariably, I get 3 to 5 listings from that, believe it or not.
I do believe that. My second question is, you said that 80% of your marketing budget goes to online. So what is your favorite form of online? That's from social media to email marketing. This is broad. So what's your favorite? What do you think is most effective? Thank you.
Since we talked about LinkedIn, this is my current favorite, and I'll tell you why. I have one of my coach, he is currently the #1 real estate agent in the country, holding the most expensive real estate listing, which is $250 million in New York. His name is Ryan Serhant. I don't know if anybody watches this show, $1 Million Listing New York. He's the star of the show. He's one of the agents in that show, and he's my coach. And he has a LinkedIn guy that does his LinkedIn stuff for him. And Jeff, his name is Jeff, and Jeff actually told me a very nice point. He's like, Samina, just go to the search bar and think about this. Where could you get an infinite amount of clientele coming, like corporate clients? You tap into HR managers in LinkedIn. So what I did was LinkedIn, all the local HR managers, I started sending them messages through LinkedIn that, hey, I'm a real estate agent and this is my resume. I would love to take you to lunch and to show you what value I bring to you. And I've taken a few HR managers to lunch, and I've started tapping into corporate referrals from there. They have people moving into Maryland. I'm there to help them. So LinkedIn is one of my favorites now. Because it's business to business, you know, and now, recently, they've added that you can do videos on LinkedIn. Before you couldn't do videos. Now I can do videos on LinkedIn. For a real estate agent, that's great. Anybody else? Okay. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Let's give a huge round of applause one more time to Samina. Thank you so much. So we are going to get ready for our afternoon recognition session in just a few minutes. If you'd like to take this time to share some social media posts, hashtag marketing2CONF for conference, share some stories, or take a moment to network with your neighbor. We will be starting that award session in just a few minutes. Thank you. All right, let's get it started. It's time to wrap up day 2 of the Marketing 2.0 conference, but not without spotlighting a few deserving individuals and organizations for their determined contributions to the field. Let's hear it for Christopher Saberin, CEO of Flow Patterns. Come on up, Christopher. Let's give him a round. He will be helping to present the awards to the visionaries and influencers of the marketing world sitting amidst us. And also, just a word to our honorees. Please feel free to say a couple words, some regards, or some thank yous after you accept your speech. It is optional, but we do welcome you to say a few words if you would like. Let me get my list here. So these awards are the Outstanding Leadership Award. And if I call your name, you can go ahead and come on up our stairs. We will start with our first honoree, Aaron King. Let's hear it for Aaron. If you're here, come on up.
I didn't prepare a speech, y'all. Well, I just thank y'all for listening to our talk earlier. If anyone has any questions or anything, the number one thing I'll say, if anything regarding this award or anything goes, is the why. You know, just if you know why you're doing something, it makes it easy to get through things like COVID and all that. So we have a pretty strong why at our company, and we want to help brands enrich people's lives. So if that aligns with y'all, come find me. I'd love to chat and help y'all out. Thanks.
All right, let's hear for Aaron. Next up for our Outstanding Leadership Award, we have Ashlyn Glazier Anderson. Let's hear it for Ashlyn.
Bright lights. I just want to thank Marketing 2.0 Conference for the recognition and also introduce myself. I'm the founder and CEO of Ashbean PDX Marketing. We're a digital marketing agency that works with nonprofits and small business owners, helping them start with their marketing foundation so they can scale up. So if you know anybody who is in that space, feel free to come find me in networking afterwards, and I'd love to chat with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's hear for Ashlyn. Next up, we have Dion Johnson Calhoun. Come on up, Dion, if you're here.
Greetings all. I am thrilled to receive this honor at the Marketing 2.0 Conference for the Outstanding Leadership Award. I would like to thank God for granting me the gift of vision and the ability to tell stories through my art. I thank my parents for their love and support. My dad inspired me to pursue a career in communication. I thank my mom for showing me unwavering leadership in public service. And I also thank my husband for showing me the blueprint of business strategy, business development, business entrepreneurship, and leadership and development. I thank my family, my brothers who are watching, Ray Ray and Jamal, and my sister Ivory who's watching. And then also they're my biggest supporters. I thank my best friends, and I'm gonna keep this short after this, my sister tribe, Bianca, Crystal, Erica, Oleti, Sherry, Renee, Brittany, Yvonne, Danica, Deidre, Ladidra, and Wendy, Karen, Vancia, Brenda, and Lola. Finally, I thank my talented production team and mentors and mentees. Just gonna throw out a few names: Sherry Hales, Ivory Sides, Kelsey Baird, Olette McCoy, Doxy McCoy, Alan Contrell, Kenitra Cobbs, Lola Knights, Cameron, Caitlin, and my precious mentees, Rebecca Rendell, Dr. Baindu Bayan, Paisley, and Tiana Adams. I'm just a black girl from DC who had a vision and implemented that vision. And as you can see, all dreams do come true. And I want to show other black girls that they can do anything that they set their minds to doing. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Diana. Our next award is for Jay Durham. Let's give it up for Jay. Is Jay here? If not, we will accept on his behalf. Next up for the Outstanding Leadership Award, we have Julie Ju. Come on up, Julie. No Julie either. No worries, we will accept on her behalf as well. We have Madison Witcher. Come on up, Madison.
Hi, I'm Madison Witcher, founder of MDZN Studio. It's a digital marketing agency with an all-female Gen Z team, and we focus in social media marketing. So if anybody has any questions about social media or Gen Z, feel free to come up and chat later.
Next we have Maya Isaquevich. Come on up, Maya. One of our panelists for today.
Thank you, all of your crowd that still remained here instead of going to the networking session. I want to thank you guys for giving me this award. I came to the United States 2 years ago, and I had my doubts if I'm going to stay in marketing, you know. What can I go from advertising industry, working mainly in Polish to in the United States? But I found my niche, that's in real estate right now. I'm with the Kaza Group, I'm a marketing manager there. We are active in DMV area, so also Washington DC area. And I love where I am because I can really pursue my marketing dream there. And I'm really happy that I'm here. And I'll just shut up because I'm just mumbling. So thank you once more, and I would love to connect with you guys during the networking session.
Thank you, Maya. Perry Rierick. Come on up, Perry.
Well, thank you for this wonderful recognition, and what a great event this is. We had such a good time with Aaron on that panel. It was such a blast, and it's just reignited my passion for marketing. So, a great industry.
One more time for Perry. All right, our next awardee is Samit Mahajan. Come on up, Samit.
Thank you. It is really an honor to be recognized as a top marketing leader. I do want to thank my chairman and managing director, Nishant Kanodia. He's such a visionary, and especially to drive me and to inspire me to make our organization as an AI-first, intent-based lead generation company. Also want to thank my senior management, 2,000 employees all around the globe, and especially my team spread across sales, marketing, account management, and pre-sales. And of course, my wife and my daughters who make my dreams come true every day. Thank you.
Thank you, Samit. We have our awardee, Julie Zhu. Come on up, Julie.
Thank you. I'm so excited to be here. Thank you so much, Marketing 2.0. I'm also really grateful for my family, my mentors, Laura, Susie, Selena, Terry, and Dina, my friends, Charlie, Kelly, Vivian, Tiffany. I know that this is being recorded, so I will be able to show them that I said their names. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. All right, we have a couple more honorees here. Next, I'd like to call Tiffany Mercer Robbins. Come on up, Tiffany.
Hi, everybody. My name is Tiffany Mercer Robbins. I am the founder and CEO of Radiant Hue, which is a creative and consulting agency located in Philadelphia. Thank you to Marketing 2.0 for recognizing me and my accomplishments in the marketing field, and wishing all of you a safe and happy holiday. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Tiffany. All right, and we have Elizabeth Coronado Medina. Come on up, Elizabeth. We got Elizabeth in here? That's okay. All right, let's give a big round of applause one more time for all of our honorees. So congratulations to every marketing guru who got recognized and awarded for their selfless contributions. The Marketing 2.0 conference team hopes that you keep up the good work. It's about time that we call it a day. Before you return to your respective rooms and get ready to seize Las Vegas nightlife, I request you all pay a visit to the exhibition booths and connect with industry experts around you. This was Sarah Camino, your MC for the evening. Tomorrow is going to be more fun. Signing off on a positive note. Thank you so much. Have a great night.
I just want to say thank you to everybody that's in marketing, because the people that make things don't necessarily know how to market. So you guys are a special group, and thank you very much for everything you do.